And just like that, we're back home at the Belmont Park Fall Meet kicking off today. 28 days of racing still to come, loaded with stakes and quality. And we're so happy to have you with us as we get ready for today's featured 8th race. Perjury Trap has only run once in 2021. We'll look to make it 2 for 2 this afternoon. And a strong chance for Chad Brown a little bit later, as we're also back in action at Churchill Downs opening day beneath the Twin Spires. Bears watching, excited to see what this one has. He was a dominant maiden winner in his last start, but that was back in March for Shug McGahee, as the little brother of Honor Code looks to get back on track today. We'll also talk about the exciting stakes action coming up this weekend. A little bit of a change of plan for Bolshoi Ballet. Aiden O'Brien rerouting the Belmont Derby winner, back for more this weekend's Jockey Club Derby. All that and more coming up on this edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So happy to see you here. Acacia Courtney alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliori. And it always does feel, Richie, the Belmont Fall Meet like a homecoming and all of the great stakes to look forward to. Yeah,
always a tremendous meeting, the Belmont Fall Championship meeting. It's changed a little bit over the years with the advent and the evolution of the Breeders' Cup. We used to have 3 Grade 1s in pretty much every division to decide championships. Now they've been relegated to prep races, but a lot of good racing to come. And always love this time of year for the weather. Love autumn in New York.
A nice little breeze coming up here. It certainly feels like fall, a little bit cooler than what we were experiencing the last week of Saratoga, as we have the steeplechase races. First 2 races are steeplechase races, including our first Grade 1 of the meet. But we kick things off with the William Entenmann Memorial Hurdle here, 2¼ miles over the fences, as we welcome in 3rd member of our team, Liza Hendrickson, here with us. Liza, happy opening day back at the Belmont Fall Meet. Looking forward to getting a look at these steeplechase runners in the first couple.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, very excited to kick off this Belmont card with the first steeplechase race here. And the number 6, French Light, he looks great in here today. He looked great in the paddock. And he ran in the 2 Grade 1 steeplechase races at Saratoga. So he's dropping in class a little bit here, as well as his stablemate Baltimore Bucko. And I think that the number 6, French Light, looks a little sharper of the 2. And Baltimore Bucko is the favorite, taking a lot more money. But I will favor the number 6, French Light, and he gets a new jockey on him, Parker Hendricks, my brother. He's only 17. He is riding great. He ran in a few races up at Saratoga, and the trainer of the number 6, Kerry Brion, said that he is just training better and better. His stablemate, Baltimore Bucko, also comes off of the 2 Grade 1 steeplechase races at Saratoga, winning the first of the 2, the AP Smithwick. But he has had a really long season, and he looks a little skinny to me. So I will favor the number 6, French Light. The number 5, Basmachi, he comes in from France. This is a recent purchase. His jockey, Tom Gardner, actually found him from a friend who rode him over there, which is a little different from what we see in flat races. You know, we never really see a jockey sourcing a horse, but the number 5 jockey, Tom Gardner, he actually sourced this horse with trainer Leslie Young. And I spoke to her yesterday, and she said that he's training great down in Pennsylvania. The only question on her mind was his mindset when he gets in the paddock. And he was a little keyed up in the paddock. They had a little trouble saddling him. They saddled him on the walk, so he wasn't acting great. But she said that he was training great down in Pennsylvania, Acacia.
All right, Liza, thank you, and best of luck to your brother as well. As Richie, I know you're a fan of the steeplechase races too. We see the riders bringing their mounts onto the turf course. What's happening here?
Yeah, they always bring them up to the first fence, kind of show the horse the fence, get them in the mindset that this is what you're going to have to face now. This is the hurdle. And you see so many of the horses stood there, and it's their way of basically introducing them to the fences. These horses are all fairly accomplished jumpers, and I think it's really cool that Parker Hendricks is in here. I actually was riding when Ricky Hendricks, Liza's dad, was an apprentice steeplechase rider in Saratoga many years ago. And I love that this race is named for William Entenmann. Met the Entenmanns when I was about 12 years old in pony races out in Brentwood, Long Island, right by the Entenmann's bake plant. And Mr. Entenmann, not only did I ride a lot of winners for the Entenmann family, he actually inducted me into the Long Island Sports Hall of Fame.
Wow.
So a long-time connection with all of them.
Amazing story there, amazing individuals. We get to celebrate here for our first race of the Belmont Fall Meet. 6-5 right now in the 3 Baltimore Bucko. Liza mentioning that he looked a bit light. He's had a tough season. And you talk about the year that steeplechase horses have had. Of course, they are going longer distances, but at the end, it can start to take a toll.
Well, absolutely, because they train hard to get the fitness level they need to run 2 miles, 2¼ miles, which the William Entenmann Memorial is. I kind of was interested a little bit in the 5-horse that Liza talked about, Basmachi. Tom Garner rides pretty much first call for Leslie Young. She has 2 entrants in here. Perfect Tapatino, the 2, and this horse. And this is where Tom lands, and a horse that now we found out from Liza he found. Yeah. So maybe that's kind of a vote of confidence there.
This one coming over, certainly distance should be no problem. As we get ready for the first race of the Belmont Fall Meet, here's track announcer Frank Mirmati with the call today.
Thank you very much, Acacia. We are getting set for a start in the William Entenmann Memorial. Flag should go up momentarily. Field of 7. And 6-5 is the price on Baltimore Bucko. Solid support for Booby Trap along the inside. 5-2 currently. The flag is up. And they're off in the William Entenmann Memorial. Booby Trap is showing plenty of early speed, as is Baltimore Bucko, who is right up alongside. 2 back to Perfect Tapatino in 3rd. And then it's Basmachi 4th in the early going, about 5 lengths off the pace. A Silent Player is next, followed by Ritzy AP as they go over the first jump. And it is Booby Trap. Booby Trap shows the way, leads it by 2 lengths now over Baltimore Bucko, who tracks comfortably over that second jump. Bit of a mistake there for Perfect Tapatino in 3rd. It's then a gap of 6 lengths to Basmachi outside a Silent Player. And we've had a spill. Perfect Tapatino, as well as Baltimore Bucko, as they move around the far turn. And after that incident, Booby Trap has opened up 8 lengths. Basmachi is in 2nd. It's another 3 back to a Silent Player in 3rd, followed by French Light and Ritzy AP. Booby Trap has it by 5 lengths as they come into the stretch for the first time. It is Booby Trap in front as Basmachi gets a little bit closer in 2nd. Down on the inside, a Silent Player, French Light, and Ritzy AP. Booby Trap opens up again and opens up a huge lead. It is Booby Trap clear by 8 lengths in the William Entenmann Memorial. Basmachi is in 2nd. Ritzy AP, followed by French Light and a Silent Player. And that's the way they go over the next fence, with Booby Trap in command. Booby Trap just breezing along. Basmachi is still 2nd by a pretty good distance to Ritzy AP, clearly 3rd now. Then comes French Light and a Silent Player. It's been all Booby Trap. Booby Trap widens now. It's a double-digit margin, which continues to increase. Basmachi second, Ritzy AP starting to gather a little bit of momentum. And Ritzy AP getting closer to Basmachi. Another 5 lengths back comes French Light and a silent player. Booby Trap goes down the back stretch with a 6-length cushion. Basmachi is second. Ritzy AP, a silent player, inches up on the inside of French Light. Into the far turn they go. And Booby Trap maintaining the lead. Basmachi set down, cuts into the margin. It's down to 4 lengths around the far turn. Ritzy AP is third, followed by French Light and a silent player. Booby Trap, 3-length lead. Basmachi, Ritzy AP to the outside, 6 lengths clear of French Light. Around that final turn, and it is Booby Trap. Booby Trap in front. Ritzy AP is now closing menacingly on the outside, though, and here comes Ritzy AP right to Booby Trap. And these two head and head, and Ritzy AP is up to take command. Booby Trap is back to second, followed by Basmachi in third. It's going to be Ritzy AP, a convincing victory in the William Entenmann Memorial. Ritzy AP opens up and wins by more than 5. Booby Trap was second, French Light third, Basmachi was fourth.
Number 7, Ritzy AP, the winner here in the first race, the William Entenmann Memorial. Unfortunately, we did have that spill early on. The good news, Richie, we did see the number 2, Perfect Tapatino, apprehended by one of our terrific outriders here. We will keep you posted on the number 3, Baltimore Bucko.
Yeah, it was just one of those unfortunate situations. One horse made a mistake over the fence and the other horse couldn't avoid him, so you had a collision there. Very patient handling here by the rider of the 7, Ritzy AP, an American-bred horse, Calumet farm-bred, English Channel out of an AP Indy mare, so a lot of stamina influence there. Pretty strong pace set by the 1, Booby Trap, who was a bit keen, but held on well for second.
Ritzy AP, perfect example. We see some of these American flat horses going on to be very successful in hurdles, and we'll see another great example of that in the next race in the Grade 1 with the likes of Snap Decision. Yeah,
another American-bred horse, but that's all that good Phipps pedigree. Certainly the Grand Dam needs no introduction. Personal Ensign, one of the greatest race mares in North America ever.
We take a look a little bit later on now to the featured 8th race at Belmont, as we do have a very competitive turf race to look forward to on opening day here at beautiful Belmont Park. 1.25 miles on the inner turf. Love these kinds of races. As we take a look at Perjury Trap, part of an entry for Chad Brown, has only had 1 race in 2021. He's been tricky to keep on the racetrack, but he did win nicely last time out at Ellis Park off of a roughly 8-month layoff.
Yeah, and that's, layoffs are not a problem for Chad Brown. His horses seem to be always very well prepared. It speaks to the foundation that he has put into them. This horse finished really, really well here at Ellis Park. What was he facing? That's one question I have. Another is, will he have the same kind of turn of foot now, stretching out to this 1.25-mile distance?
We'll see what he has to offer. The other part of the entry is the 1, Value Engineering, who has been so close recently and looking to break through today, as we also take a look at what's coming up a little bit later at Churchill. Their card gets underway at 5 p.m. The 6th race, an interesting allowance race, though, Richie, as Bears Watching is mentioned in the intro. He hasn't raced since March. I saw him in his 2 races down at Gulfstream, the little brother to Honor Code, this one by Caraconte. He's much smaller than Honor Code and seemed to need that debut race, but came back with an absolutely dominant performance in his 2nd start.
I love the way he moved up inside here and just on hold, waiting for some room, but a horse that didn't get discouraged by having to sit in that, pocket trip, and then really finished when the time came. So I think there was a lot to like here, and a horse that certainly can continue to improve because he's got a trainer, Shug McGahee, whose horses continually get better with age, with racing.
He was the favorite that day in that blowout maiden score. We haven't seen him since then. He's been training up at Saratoga and here at Belmont will stick to sprinting, which does seem to be the right move for him. But exciting to see him back and get a chance to see those colors once again and see if he can make even as a bit of an impact like his brother Honor Coke did.
So I'd say I'm very impressed with everything he did here. I love his professionalism, and I love the work he's coming in off of. 6 furlong work, that's a stamina building work. Shug McGee, he's so good at it. And I love to see the Will Farish colors have success. They've just been such a part of the history of our sport for so many years, and it's always nice when they come up with a good one.
Take a look at what else is still on tap today, as today's races, as always, are brought to you by our friends at Claiborne Farm. We have races 2 through 9 still to come at Belmont Park, races 1 through 8 at Churchill, and we have also races tonight from Canterbury, races 4 through 7 fast and firm in all 3 locations. So looking forward to all of that great racing action still to come, and we hope that you're playing along with all of it. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match. There's a look at the champion of the Belmont Derby. Will he take the Jockey Club Derby as well? It's been a lot of travel for Bolshoi Ballet as he's back in the U.S. for more for trainer Aidan O'Brien.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Acacia Courtney, Richard Migliori, and Liza Hendricks with you as it's opening day of the Belmont Park Fall Meet. Very happy to have you with us as it's an absolutely beautiful afternoon, and we have a lot of exciting action still coming up as we take a look at Saturday's feature, the Jockey Club Derby. It's a field of 8 and absolutely loaded with talent. Seems pretty wide open. You have the Belmont Derby winner, Bolshoi Ballet, back in the U.S., the runner-up in that race, Tokyo Gold and Soldier Rising, second as well in the Saratoga Derby. Now, Richie, you and I were looking at as we take a look at Bolshoi Ballet and Tokyo Gold in the Belmont Derby, that this Jockey Club Derby, not originally the plan for Bolshoi Ballet. He'd actually been entered to run at Longchamp on September 12th, but there was unfortunately an irregularity with the vaccination record on his passport, and they redirected him to New York.
Well, and I think that brings into question, he wasn't preparing for this particular race. He is shipped back and forth to his home base at Ballydoyle. Now this will be his third trip back over. And a case can be made that Tokyo Gold, the runner-up here, may have been best tactically. Bolshoi Ballet kind of got first run on him. Johnny had to wait and follow at Tokyo Gold, and there was no pace on, so they really finished. And maybe with having to ship back and forth now for the third consecutive time, maybe it makes Bolshoi Ballet a little bit vulnerable.
I think it's such an interesting point, too. Obviously, Aidan O'Brien, arguably one of the greatest trainers in the world, shipping horses, nothing new for him, but it does start to take a toll on a horse. And I think we saw, too, that extended drive Ryan had to do with Bolshoi Ballet to win the Belmont Derby. He was fourth as the favorite in the Saratoga Derby.
Yeah, where he laid much closer to, I think, a much stronger pace. Obviously, now the son of the late, great Galileo certainly has shown a propensity for Belmont Park. And maybe the travel won't be an issue, but it's, I think, something at least to think about.
Connection saying the wide turns at Belmont Park actually suit him quite well. As we take a look at the turf triple winners for Aidan O'Brien, he's had 4 in the series, whether it's Belmont, Oaks, or Derby. As we see in 2021, he dominated the first 2 legs of this series at Santa Barbara. We didn't see her in Saratoga. She went to Arlington instead. A tremendous talent she is. A
tremendous talent. And Aidan O'Brien, a tremendous talent. He knows what it takes, what kind of horses are going to adapt to American racing, what horses are going to handle the travel. So maybe I'm making a little more of it than it is. I just think it's interesting that it is his third trip back here.
Well, Aidan's son, Joseph O'Brien, won the Saratoga Derby with State of Rest in a big upset. The horse that was second in that race, Soldier Rising, is back for his second start here in the U.S. He's done little wrong in his 5 career starts so far, and after being so far back, coming up the rail, a big effort in his U.S. debut.
Yeah, he didn't get off to a particularly good start. He had to, play the hand it was dealt then. And I like the fact that Irad Ortiz said, well, you know what? I've already been put at a disadvantage. I've got to save as much ground as I can, try to overcome that. And he ran a tremendous race and showed a lot of courage coming through tight quarters. While State of Rest had full momentum on the outside, he certainly could take a step forward, Soldier Rising.
There he is in the round pen, loving life, getting a good preparation here before his try in the Jockey Club Derby. I love seeing horses in the round pen and just being horses before a race.
Well, for people that don't know, on the backstretch, most trainers have a round pen where it's filled with sand. They allow the horses to turn out in these small, confined enclosures, and they get to paw in the sand, they roll, they basically self-adjust their own backs. It works as a chiropractic kind of, antidote, if you will. So I like it too. It allows a horse to be a horse, get out of his stall, and enjoy the outside a little bit.
We've also talked about the tremendous year that Godolphin has had. Don't count them out. They have Yibir with Charlie Appleby sending over another one. We know how successful he has been sending horses here to the U.S. As we take a look at the key dates for the Belmont Fall Meet, of course, Jockey Club Oaks and Derby this weekend. Looking forward to the Kelso next week, and of course that rerouted Woodward, as typically we're used to seeing that race as closing weekend at Saratoga. Likes of Maxfield looking to show up there, and now going to be a key date here at Belmont.
I think it made a lot of sense to switch it up and have the Woodward here. It's a 1 1/8. You can run a 1-turn 1 1/8 at Belmont. The 1 1/4, you have to break on the turn. So the Jockey Club Gold Cup, being a 1 1/4, made a lot more sense to run it at Saratoga, where you break at the 8th pole, have a long run of the first turn, and it makes it a much truer run race.
Looking forward to all of that exciting action this Belmont Fall Meet, going through Halloween, October 31st, closing day before we head over to the Big A. But for now, we have race number 2, our first Grade 1 of the meet. In fact, the Lonesome Glory, as this one named for a 5-time Eclipse champion steeplechaser.
Yeah, Lonesome Glory, 23 wins from 45 career starts, earned over $1.2 million, and just a really good horse. It was ridden throughout his career by Blythe Miller, daughter of the trainer.
Very, very cool. Well, we'll have a nice matchup here between the Mean Queen, looking to defeat Males once again, and that horse Snap Decision. How cool has he been? Absolutely dominating since becoming a steeplechaser. We'll talk more about it and have the Lonesome Glory after this.
On, and No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
And they're off. Followed by Microbiome. A late run from Guinness. A 16th to go. And Run Up will make every pole a winning one in the sorority as she comes to the Run Happy finish line. Run Up jogs.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. As we take a look at the field for our first Grade 1 of the meet, the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory, 2.5 miles. Over the hurdles, a nice matchup between the Mean Queen and Snap Decision, as this horse that this race is named for, Lonesome Glory, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2005, a 5-time Eclipse champion. This is the 1993 Breeders' Cup Steeplechase, Richie.
Yeah, and a horse that actually went abroad as well, won at Cheltenham. Just an absolute powerhouse of a horse, ultra consistent, and a horse that just was a big jumper. He always seemed to, clear his fences and actually gain ground over fences. I was talking with Sean Clancy, who is a very accomplished steeplechase rider himself, what makes a good steeplechaser. And horses go into fences that can go forward, get their position, and continue forward. He said it. He equated it a lot to like going to the first turn in a 2-turn turf race. If you get shuffled back, it's equivalent of a horse not fencing well, not jumping well, and losing ground over fences. You saw Lonesome Glory actually was making up ground over his rival there as he cleared that hurdle.
You and I were talking about this before coming out. When you look at flat horses going marathon distances on the turf, for us in the U.S. would be like 1.5 miles. The horses that succeed in those kinds of races are the ones that can switch off mentally, that can settle, that can conserve that energy. And the same thing holds true for the steeplechase runners.
Absolutely. You can't go long distances if you have a horse that's keen. He pulls too much. He or she pulls too much. They waste too much energy fighting with the rider. The horses that relax, switch off, wait on the rider's cues, have the ability to stay. Obviously, pedigree comes into play. We have a 7-horse field here. 6 of them are bred in England or Ireland, overseas, so you're getting that stamina influence there. But Snap Decision, a horse that is bred here in the States by the Phipps stable, being out of the mare Salute, who was by Personal Ensign. So you have that really good Phipps blood that they have revered stamina in their pedigrees and obviously have been so successful at it through the years.
Snap Decision has won his last 9 races. He's 9 for 11 over the jumps. You mentioned the pedigree. He's by Hardspun, now 7. He's the brother to Mr. Speaker, too. I remember watching him in flat racing when he was trained by Shug McGahee, and it's just been so fun to see him transition. You have a horse like Brian Bakes Cookies, who Maggie Wolfendale and I were talking about. I can't believe he's only 8. It feels like he's been around forever. Kind of a stalwart in some claiming races on the Naira circuit, too. And he had a renewed career when he switched to hurdles as well. Yeah,
horses that probably always wanted to go further distances, but we don't write races far enough for them on the flat. They're capable, and they can win races going a mile, mile and a 16th, mile and an 1/8 against lesser company, but their strength is their stamina. Here they get to show that stamina on display. And I have to correct myself. I misspoke. Brian Bakes Cookies is also a U.S. bred.
Love that horse, as we'll get a chance to see him today. Now, unfortunately, in the first race, we did have a spill. For more and an update on the horses and riders, let's check in with Liza Hendricks. Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, unfortunately, we did have that fall involving the number 2 horse, Perfect Tapatino, and the number 3, Baltimore Bucko. Perfect Tapatino was up. He was caught by the outriders, but we are still awaiting confirmation on how Baltimore Bucko is. Both riders are okay. They've been cleared to ride the next race. So Richie Condon will ride the Mean Queen in the next race, and Barry Foley is okay as well. So they've both been checked out to ride the next race, Acacia.
Good to hear that, Liza. Thank you, as Richie Condon will be aboard the number 2, the Mean Queen, as this horse we saw a couple of times up in Saratoga. So good to see that he will be able to ride here and has been cleared. The Mean Queen, unfortunately, lost her rider 2 starts back, but was able to keep a straight course to win the Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard last time out, Richie.
Yeah, she opened up in the Jonathan Kaiser and Novice Stakes and just lost her focus. And the rider, Tom Garner, who obviously is a terrific rider, I think he would have been better served to just kind of try to hold her together here. He got to riding her, and her body language was such as he basically kind of said, well, you know, I'm not crazy about it. She ducked in there, jumped to left lead, and now he's trying to keep her on course, because if he goes inside that cone, she's disqualified. That's leaving the course. And then once she got to that cone, she stepped back away from him. He was already off balance, and he came off. The Mean Queen maybe living up to her name in that particular race. And you're going to see it here, guys. She's going to go. She's on the lead, doesn't have company. You know, they don't jump that last fence. They take that fence down. She kind of went out a little bit under pressure. Now she's right there. When she ducked back to her left lead, she basically showed him, like, I'm not having this. When she saw that cone, she ducked back away. And unfortunately, there's a million ways to lose a race. Only one way to win, and that's get there first. And there was another example of just a very bad luck situation.
Well, she was able to keep it together, as was her rider last time out in the Grade 1, Jonathan Shepard, to beat the males that day, and a special win as well for her trainer, Carrie Briand. Of course, she worked for Jonathan Shepard for 11 years and now training on her own and able to win the race that was renamed in honor of her mentor.
Well, you see where Tom Garner learned something from that start to the Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard, hands and heels to the wire. Keeping her going forward, but not resorting to the crop where she kind of, I think, appeared, obviously she resented it. Comes into this in good form. Richard Condon gets the mount here as Tom Garner has to ride for Leslie Young, who's pretty much his first call outfit, so he is on bodes well, who was the beneficiary of the bad luck of Mean Queen in the Jonathan Kaiser Novice. For people that don't know, there is a first aid here at the racetrack down in the basement, basically around the corner from the jockey's room. You have an attending physician on hand. Riders have a fall. If it's not immediately serious, they don't go directly to the hospital. They'll get taken down to first aid. The ambulance will bring them down in the tunnel to first aid, where they'll be evaluated by the track doctor, who will make the assessment. You need to go to the hospital to get x-rays or be checked out or clear you to ride. Obviously, fortunately, the riders were cleared to ride this second race.
You forget sometimes how much these riders do put at stake every day, whatever kind of race you're riding. It is a career path where there's an ambulance following you. Anything can happen out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. Not many jobs where an ambulance follows the participants around, and just give you an idea of how dangerous it can be. But these guys are all the best at what they do, and that's why they're here at, to me, the greatest horse racing venue in North America, Belmont Park.
We have 3-5 right now on the number 6, Snap Decision, who won his last 9 races. I was a little bummed we didn't get to see him at Saratoga, because I always thought it was really fun seeing him back to go over the hurdles. But he did win the Grade 1 Iroquois last time out. Very prestigious race in its own right.
You know, a horse that just makes his own trip. He's handy, gets position, and then he finishes. So I always love these races at these different places and hunt meets. You can see it's almost like a country fair, a festival. Look at the ease in which Snap Decision wins. Riders just looking around. Graham Waters takes his fences easily. He's not being asked for anything. All right, now he sets him down a little bit late, but this was a fairly easy win in a Grade 1. And Jack Fisher was inducted into the Thoroughbred Racing Museum and Hall of Fame this summer.
Newly minted Hall of Famer with a very special horse on his hands. For more on Snap Decision, let's check in again with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be down at that race in Nashville, and he was so impressive down there. Really just such an impressive horse, and feel lucky to be able to witness what he's done. And he's coming in off of a 9-race win streak, but he hasn't run since that race in June in Nashville. So a little bit of a question mark around that, whether he'll be fit enough or if he's just using this as a stepping stone to his next race, which will be at Far Hills. But he is definitely the one to beat in here. The number 2, the Mean Queen, will give him a run for his money, though. We saw her up at Saratoga, and she was really impressive as well. Such a cool horse for trainer Carrie Brion to have in her first year of training. And she said that she's just been training better and better, and she is coming off of that big win against the boys at Saratoga. So we know that she can handle the boys, and she has proven that. But she adds 10 pounds from that race, which is a lot of weight for a mare. And she can be a little tricky to ride, which we saw in Saratoga. She unseated her rider in the stretch when she was about to win, and she's getting a new rider in here today, which also adds a bit of a question mark. So, but he has been riding her a little bit, Richie Condon. But we did see her duck in at that beacon in Saratoga, so hopefully he will be able to get along with her, Acacia.
That is the question, Liza. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing the Mean Queen today, as when you're a rider jumping on a horse for the first time in a race setting, Richie, and you know she's a little bit quirky. What are some of the things, the preparation that you do to make sure that you stay out of her way?
Well, I think she showed that you don't want to override her, and you're going to go in with that in mind. You're not going to get overexcited and go to the crop. You're going to help her. You're going to keep her balanced, keep the bit in her mouth, keep her going forward. And I'm sure he's had an opportunity to school her in the mornings. I know, particularly in the steeplechase set, that if a rider's going to ride a horse for the first time, they let them get acquainted with them in the morning. At Saratoga, we have the steeplechase course in the middle of the Oklahoma turf course, the infield course there where horses school. And I do think Liza made a great point, though, picking up 10 pounds off of that victory last time. And I think there's always a certain threshold for every horse, how much weight they can carry. She's never carried quite this much weight before. Is she going to be able to do it against top flight company?
You think about carrying that much weight against a tough field, going 2.5 miles as well. There's a lot to ask of a mare too, but trainer Carrie Brion saying that she worked for Jonathan Shepard for 11 years, and there was no one in the barn at that time that compared to the Mean Queen. And she says it's the best horse that she's ever been around.
Well, you can just see how talented she is. She's 4 victories from 7 starts with 2 seconds. Should be 5 victories in 2 seconds if she didn't unseat her rider. And she is getting in receipt of 7 pounds from Snap Decision, who has won under as much as on 165 pounds. So he's shown the ability to carry weight. Again, for every horse is a certain threshold. Obviously, years ago we had horses like Forgo, who was winning with 137, 138 pounds. Those are unusual.
We saw in the first race, also steeplechase, that there's no starting gate like we're used to with the flat races. Our starter, Hector Soler, has the flag out on the track. Tell us a little bit about that, about the beginning and why steeplechase races start that way.
Well, you don't want to start from the starting gate because it kind of clues the horses in to get in full-out run mode. They leave the starting gate, they're going to leave and be rank, and they're not going to be able to stay a 2.5-mile distance. So it's a walk-up start. They'll have the flag there, and if he drops the flag, it's an official start. They're off, and you'll see a horse break a length or two slow at times. Sometimes that's by design to get one to switch off. You want to hide them behind horses. If he doesn't drop the flag, it's a recall. Horses have to come back. And years ago, even with the starting gate, you would hear the announcer go, "And the flag is up," because that would be, if it was a false start or something, they would recall it. Once the flag dropped, that's when they started timing the race.
Well, we'll take a look at the field for this Grade 1 Lonesome Glory, starting with the number 1, Amshell.
Good runner-up finish last time to Snap Decision. They were carrying equal weights last time. He drops considerable weights. He's in receipt of 14 pounds today.
Here's the 2, the mare against the boys, the Mean Queen.
The Mean Queen, very, very talented, and this is her toughest test so far.
Another one for Carrie Breon. Here's the 3 Galway Kid.
Well beaten by Baltimore Bucko last time, and then actually was eased against Snap Decision and Amschel 2 starts back.
Next will be the number 4, Bodes Well, another one that we saw running over flat races at the start of his career.
Yeah, and Bodes Well inherited the victory last time when the Mean Queen lost her rider.
Here's the 5, Redichian.
Redichian, well beaten in the Jonathan Shepherd, but did kind of stumble over the first fence, maybe with a cleaner trip.
Here's the 6 next. There's a look at the 5, hoping to get the better trip today. As mentioned, there's a look at the 6. He still is like a flat racer. The rest go without a pony. He's accompanied by the pony Snap Decision.
Yeah, keeping him quiet. I love this horse. I love his pedigree. Actually, I rode the mother in the Cicada Stakes for the Phipps family.
Love seeing that. And another horse I'm a big fan of, Brian Bakes Cookies.
He was devastating in victory 2 starts back, and last time was not his days. Had time off. Hall of Fame conditioner Jack Fisher sees fit to run back here.
He has a nice 1-2 punch with the favorite and a long shot, as does Jack Fisher. As you can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all of the races on today's show. And speaking of Jack Fisher, we'll get a chance to hear from him now as he's standing by with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, here with Jack Fisher. And Jack, Snap Decision is coming into this race off of a little bit of a layoff. How's he coming into it?
I think he's coming in well. I mean, you know, I was looking back in the past, I've run horses here off a layoff, and Iroquois is usually the second week in May. This year it was the end of June. So I'm hoping that carries him forward a little bit. And to be honest with you, that the other winners I've had have surprised me.
And can you talk about the decision not to run him up in Saratoga?
I just find that running horses like him and others, they get high weight, and it's a hard season for them. And so for the best interest of the horse, it was just not run.
Any concern about the weight today?
It's what I expected.
Well, good luck in here today.
All right, thank you.
Acacia?
Liza, thank you. What he expected. That's what's happening when you have a horse that won his last 9 starts, including a grade 1 last time out.
I think weight comes into question here. Amschel was second to him last time. Second best, was never in danger of beating Snap Decision. But they were carrying equal weights that day of 158 pounds. Snap Decision picks up 6 pounds. He's in with 164. And Amschel drops 8 pounds. So it's a 14-pound swing in weights going 2.5 miles. I've got to think it's some factor here.
Absolutely. Something to think about, as he does have a bit of the layoff to contend with, as we see the riders bringing their mounts over to check out that first fence, to, as we saw them do, just something to get them acquainted with. You do things like this with show horses as well. Whatever it is, schooling horses, if you're training them to be eventers, put all kinds of crazy things on them in training. I've seen trainers that will have their horses walk over a tarp, put buckets on the side to desensitize them. If it's something they're used to seeing, it's not going to surprise them when they run up to it.
Well, exactly. They're not out there to gallop in an open field. Hey, this is what we're going to be facing. They basically show the horse to it. I call it introducing the horse to what they're going to be facing. And obviously these are very accomplished grade 1 type horses. I like Snap Decision a lot. He's, to me, very much like the namesake of this race, Lonesome Glory, kind of a steeplechasing legend.
Absolutely. As we see everybody acting well out there on track now as we get ready for our first grade 1 of the Belmont Fall Meet, the grade 1 Lonesome Glory. And you said, Richie, if you were to climb aboard one of these horses today, you'd be considered a 10-pound apprentice here in Steeplechase.
I would, well, not in a stake race, but in a regular race. I would actually get a 10-pound weight advantage. And if I made it over the last fence, I think they'd have a tough time finishing with me. If I made it over the last fence.
If you made it over the last fence. We'll see if we can get our own Richard Migliori out there. But I love it. I've enjoyed getting to follow some of these horses throughout Saratoga, too. And it is a nice series we have here in New York with those stakes races this summer at Saratoga and coming here to Belmont Park as well.
Yeah, and I think there's just such a rich history in steeplechase racing and giving these horses a second career, an outlet for when they're either can't flat race anymore or they just showed that they weren't as proficient at it. I'm a fan of steeplechase racing.
We saw a look at the starter, Hector Soler, who has been doing a terrific job overseeing the starting gate, and he will raise the flag when it comes time getting ready here. And it's a tough job being the starter, making sure that the horses and riders are ready.
Well, particularly, too, in this situation, because normally we deal with starting gates. So this is a little bit different for everybody involved, assistant starters as well as the starter himself.
Getting ready to raise up the flag momentarily. Horses making their way forward. We'll send it up to Frank Miramati with the call.
Flag is up. The Grade 1 Lonesome Glory Stakes. Snap decision is 4-5. The Mean Queen 7-5, and they're off. Bodes Well takes command early as they go to the first jump. Bodes Well up and over smoothly with M Show racing in second. They're followed by the Mean Queen, who secures a good early spot in third. A length and a half back to Radishan, who's fourth in the early going. As they move through this first part of the race, down at the rail is Galway Kid, racing 3/4 in front of Snap Decision, and Brian Bakes Cookies is at the back. Bodes Well leads it by about a length and 3/4. Amshell's second, with the Mean Queen galloping along in third. About 4 lengths off the pace now, followed by Radishan, who takes the fourth spot on the outside of Galway Kid. Snap Decision on hold. Goes over that jump very nicely. Brian Bakes Cookies is at the back. Bodes Well opens it up now. Bodes Well sails along and puts a 6-length cushion on Amshell in second, with the Mean Queen still in third. Galway Kid fourth, up and over, followed by Snap Decision, who is now just about a length off of the Mean Queen as they move into that far turn for the first time. Brian Bakes Cookies, Orange Silks, is about 3 lengths off the lead. It's become a very compact group. Radishan has moved up to be a joint third. Bodes Well has been in front throughout. The Mean Queen inches up and is now in second, with Radishan in third. Amshell, Yellow Cap, Green Silks in fourth as they come through the Belmont stretch. It's another 2 back to Galway Kid. Galway Kid is now 5 lengths off the pace, followed by Snap Decision, still under an ice hold, and Brian Bakes Cookies. Bodes Well and Thomas Garner, 4-length advantage. Amshell retakes second, with the Mean Queen just outside of him. Another length back to Radishan and Galway Kid. Snap Decision is next. And at the back, Brian Bakes Cookies in the Orange Silks. Bodes Well has a 2-length lead. The Mean Queen is getting a little bit eager on the outside of Amshell. In the meantime, Galway Kid has come through on the inside, and Galway Kid is only 2 lengths off the pace as Amshell has taken second. The Mean Queen continues to bide her time, and another length back to Radishan in traffic. Then comes Snap Decision, who is now about 2 lengths behind the Mean Queen. As the tempo starts to quicken noticeably, Brian Bakes Cookies has 7 lengths to make up. It's Bodes Well in front by 5. On the inside, Amshell right together with the Mean Queen. And those two have been side by side. Another length back, Snap Decision is getting a little bit closer as Bodes Well has opened up a big lead into the far turn. Bodes Well sprinting along. Bodes Well in front by 8. The Mean Queen now second, and Snap Decision is a length behind the Mean Queen. Those two making their moves together, leaving Amshell behind. On the inside comes Brian Bakes Cookies. Bodes Well, but the stage is set as the Mean Queen and Snap Decision are side by side, and they are gobbling up Bodes Well at the top of the stretch. And here's the one we've been waiting for. It's Snap Decision on the outside, and the Mean Queen, and they're head and head. The Mean Queen at the inside. Snap Decision. What a race this one is. The Mean Queen digging in on the outside. Snap Decision trying to go by, but the Mean Queen has opened up close to home. And it's another dazzling display from the Mean Queen, who wins the Lonesome Glory. Snap Decision gave it his all, but comes up 2 lengths short. And then Radishan third. Amshel was fourth.
The Mean Queen, how cool is she? The 5-year-old mare beats the boys again, picks up another grade 1, and she didn't beat just anybody, Richie. She beat Snap Decision as these two put on a show down to the wire.
Well, they delivered on the promise of what this race could be. The 2 best horses hooked up coming off the far turn, and they threw it down. And the Mean Queen, you could see coming to the 8th pole, Acacia, she was not going to let Snap Decision get by her. Just a tough hickory mare, and that's 5th victory from 8 starts now for her. You can see right here, they sweep by the leader here. And it looks like Snap Decision might have for measure, but she, you know what? She had a horse next to her to keep her focus this time.
That's true.
She had to bear down and say, no, I've got to dig a little deeper. And you've got to be impressed with both of these horses. Snap Decision carrying 164 pounds. The Mean Queen win with 157, picking up 10 pounds off of her last victory. Good horse race. 2 good horses, put a lot of separation on the field.
And Snap Decision off a little bit of a layoff as well, not having run since the end of June in that grade 1 Iroquois, as we see the Mean Queen picking up another victory, just as you heard in Frank Miramatti's call. It's what we've been waiting for, and certainly delivered. The 2 favorites, 7-5 on the Mean Queen. Carrie Brion said she's never been around a horse like this, and she certainly seems correct in that statement.
She was around some awfully good ones in the Jonathan Shepard barn, but they just swept by the leader here, and the match race was basically on after 2 1/4 miles, a quarter of a mile still left to go. The Mean Queen just keeps digging down, and let's give a lot of credit here to Richard Condon, who had that tough fall in the opening event here on the turf course, gets back up, dusts himself off, and goes out and wins the grade 1 Lonesome Glory. Mean Queen's for real. She's tough.
Very, very tough mare, and she picks up another grade 1, her 2nd consecutive grade 1 victory, and beating the males once again. The number 4 Bodes Well tried to take them gate to wire. In fact, looked at one point like he might just kick on with it, using that speed to his advantage, but as the 2 favorites came by, knew that they had still plenty of force left at that point.
Yeah, you saw Tom Garner try to kind of steal off after the last fence. It's still about a half a mile to home, and he allowed his horse to open up and see if he can maybe steal that lead and keep going. Normally, the regular rider, the Mean Queen, had to stick with his main stable there, trained by Leslie Young. Bodes Well. He did everything he could tactically, just no match for the 2 best American steeplechasers, the Mean Queen and Snap Decision.
Big performance from those 2 in our first grade 1 of the event, of the meet. It was the grade 1 Lonesome Glory handicap, and certainly did put on a nice show there. We come back, we'll talk more about the exciting action this weekend. That's Chad Brown looking for another turf triple winner. He has a big chance. Shantasara in the Jockey Club Oaks. All that and more coming up after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Into second, Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new
You're watching America's Day at the Races on opening day of the Belmont Fall Meet. 2 races down, and that includes the first Grade 1 of the meet in the Lonesome Glory, and it did not disappoint. The mare, the Mean Queen, picking up another Grade 1 victory over the boys.
Just so game, and she was so relaxed, got her position the right way, and was switched off about it. And when she got the challenge from Snap Decision, you saw her bear down.
Taking a look at the replay here, she beat Snap Decision in this performance, but this horse, Richie, as you had commented to me during the race, not the easiest of trips for him in what turned out early on to be a very slow pace.
Yeah, very slow pace. Snap Decision never really had cover, was wide around every turn, and there was 4 turns they had to negotiate here, and was always pulling, was in the bridle, maybe being a little bit fresh and not having run since June contributed that too, but certainly lack of cover couldn't have helped.
The Mean Queen, the winner, paid $4.90, owned by Buttonwood Farm, trained by Carrie Brion, in a very bittersweet victory for those connections here, as that was the owner-trainer jockey combination with the number 3 Baltimore Bucko in the first race today, who we did see have that spill over one of the earlier jumps, and sadly it did have to be humanely euthanized. And certainly our tremendous condolences out to the connections of Baltimore Bucko, and as mentioned, a bittersweet victory here with the Mean Queen, as Carrie Brion will take this Grade 1 victory with that very special mare. As we go to Liza for more.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, here with Carrie Brion. Carrie, a little bittersweet, as we were saying, but coming into that stretch, she just looked awesome in there.
Yeah, she's something special. I mean, I knew if they got in a duel, she'd be tough to get by. She's just has so much tenacity to her, and she just never, it's how she works in the morning. She just doesn't let anything by her. She'll die trying. So I thought that might be, how it went. I really didn't know if she was good enough, but clearly she was today anyway.
And you were just talking to Richie about how much ground he made up. Can you talk about the trip?
Yeah, he gave her a great ride. Tom was out on the front end. He'd slow it up. He'd go on. He'd slow it up. He'd go on. And then he tried to get a jump on them. Richie never panicked, just kept her in a good rhythm, kept her jumping, kept her happy. I don't think she missed a fence from what I could see. And it was something to watch her and Snap just take off. I mean, they closed up about 10 lengths in the course of a second. It was wild, yeah. 2 very good racehorses.
Will she go on to the next Grade 1 at Far Hills?
Yeah, we'll see. There's the Grade 1, and then obviously there's the filly and mare stake. And after this, I mean, I think we need to talk very closely about a trip to maybe Cheltenham. So, we'll see. We'll regroup after this. That was a huge effort the first time she's had to try. But, I think she did it quite comfortably in the end, actually, when coming down to the line.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Acacia, would be very exciting to see her over at Cheltenham, as she already won over in Ireland before.
Yes, it would be, Liza. Thank you. That would be terrific to see, as we did see the Mean Queen victorious at Wexford in Ireland, making trainer Carrie Brion the first American trainer of a steeplechase horse to do that. So it will be some exciting things in the future for the Mean Queen.
And you can see the admiration and respect that the trainer has for her horse. I mean, and the fact that you're talking about Cheltenham, Lonesome Glory, who the race was named for that she just won, went over to Cheltenham and had success.
Pretty fitting winner for sure. Congratulations to the connections. As we continue, a preview of what's coming up this weekend. The first Saturday of the meet at Belmont will be pretty special indeed. Not only the Jockey Club Derby, but the Jockey Club Oaks as well. As we get a look at this field here, we have a couple of horses coming out of the Saratoga Oaks. In fact, the number 2 and 3 finishers. Higher Truth for Chad Brown, second by just 3/4 of a length behind the wire-to-wire victorious Conlima.
Yeah, very paceless Saratoga Oaks here, and it basically became somewhat of a merry-go-round race where, Higher Truth was chasing throughout, couldn't get to the leader. Creative Flair actually did close some ground into that slow pace, so she came on. Maybe she'll appreciate the 1 3/8 a little bit further here in Belmont Park, but I think there's a lot of ways you can go in this race too. I thought the boys' race was very wide open. I'm very interested in the 7 Harajuku, horse that's won at 1 5/16 distance, nearly the 1 3/8. So another competitive field put together here for the Jockey Club Oaks.
We also have the number 6, Shantasara, for Chad Brown, as he has 2 in this race. This one has run twice here in the States. It seemed in the Boiling Springs, and Porcano was on quite a run at the time there at Monmouth. But at the Pucker Up, she got to go a little bit further at Arlington, and she won really nicely that day under Flavian Pratt, who will be in town to ride this weekend as well.
I think that's interesting as well. I think Flavian Pratt probably had options this weekend. He winds up here, so obviously he liked what he felt underneath him. But I guess, too, it's like if Chad Brown's reaching out to you, you kind of want to go where he wants you, don't you?
She's a cute filly, too. I love these stall shots and getting a chance to see them in their element. But that'll be a fun race at Saratoga Oaks. I like Baby Blythe. I loved her last time, going a distance of ground for Shug McGahee, as she has just been crying out for some more distance and finally got it last time. I don't think that the mile and 3/8 will be a problem for her.
No, but I mean, it is a big step up in company.
Big step up, that's for sure.
But
big
the
step
fact
up.
that Shug McGahee thinks of enough of her to put her in this company, and what do we see? A horse that runs a 68 buyer, 73 buyer, then a 90 buyer. That's Shug McGahee's MO. Horses continually improve.
That'll be a fun one. The Jockey Club Oaks and Derby coming up on Saturday. We come back, though. We'll talk about an important organization that is close to many of us on this show, certainly promoting Aftercare and promoting a second chance for horses after their racing days are over, talking about the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. Stay tuned for more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Overbore on the outside, and it will be Overbore. It's Double Thunder, streaking under the wire to win the Bashford Manor.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Kentucky Derby, as Authentic takes them around the far turn. Tis the Laws making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, tis the Law. Here's the wire. Authentic has won the Kentucky
Derby. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Blown Save is coming, and here comes Blown Save in the nick of time.
This big, beautiful boy finished his racing career in 2014. He then was taken into the TRF herd in 2015, probably having recovered from his injuries. And he taught the men at Wallkill for 3 years, where he made a huge difference, more than we can say, until that one day that somebody said, Milo, you're going to Saratoga for the summer. And he was in our very first Saratoga summer farm, where he met this super awesome farrier named Ashley Gaskey.
So I saw him every 6 weeks all summer, and this horse never got adopted. And I kept seeing him, and he just obviously has such a presence because he has this size, but he was also just so happy to be near people. There's just something about the thought of him having to go back and be one horse among many versus one horse, kind of one person.
You are an inspiration for us because you show the story in living color of someone who opened up their heart and brought a great big horse home to be a pet in your backyard. And it is not an easy thing to do.
No, but you know, it's not every day you can bring home your best friend either. So Milo's special feature is his little smooching spot right here. It's perfectly placed for the smooching. There is no way to make this make sense. Like, I'm a very realistic person, and I work very hard for my money. I don't necessarily have expendable income like that, so you just kind of have to do what feels right for your soul, and this horse makes me happy every single day. This is the horse I like to look at. This is my jam.
What an amazing story, and how lucky is Milo to have found his forever person. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation does such incredible work for those horses who can't go on to a second athletic career. And do note that the TRF also have their virtual horse show, much as they did in the past, but this time it will be for the Lowell Correctional Facility in Florida. That's on October 21st. But Richie, I know you're involved with the TRF just as I am, and it's so amazing to see the second chances for horses in people.
Oh, I mean, that story right there, if that doesn't catch you, and that embodies what Winston Churchill said. There's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a person, and you can see how much joy they bring people, whether it's as a second career as a riding horse or just as a pasture pet that you look out in the morning. I know I look out in the morning from my kitchen window and look out at horses and while I'm having my coffee. It's a good way to start the day.
Yeah, it certainly is, as we're very lucky and very privileged to have the opportunity to talk about these amazing animals every day and to be a little bit closer to them as we welcome in Liza once again. Liza, I know Aftercare, a big piece of your life too, and you are currently retraining an off-track thoroughbred.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, I am retraining an off-the-track thoroughbred that my mom actually trained, and I rode him when he was at Fair Hill in training, and I sat on him, and I was like, Mom, I love this horse. He's great. He gives me such a good feel. And I said, whenever he gets done training, can I please take him and make him a show horse, because I grew up showing, so I could tell that he had that feel and kind of wanted to be a great show horse. So I took him to Kentucky this past winter and taught him to jump and brought him to a few shows, and he's actually down in Maryland now and has been fox hunting a little bit, and so it's so great to see horses, thoroughbreds, taking on a second career, and they can be really anything. Show horses, dressage, eventing. Thoroughbreds make such good second career horses, and they can even steeplechase race, as we just saw in the first two races. They can move on to a second career within racing as well as showing. Acacia?
Oh, absolutely. Love seeing those horses transitioning to their second careers. Liza, thank you, and best of luck with your new project. It is one of the most rewarding things, speaking from personal experience. Of course, my mom and I run Racing for Home together and have been part of retraining many horses to their new show careers, and a couple coming back to the racetrack as ponies as well, which is pretty exciting to see, and it really is rewarding to get to offer them a new career and a new chapter.
Most horses are like people. They like things to do. They like work. They like routine. And some people say, well, just turn them out in the field. Some horses aren't happy doing that. They like having a job.
Well, we have race number 3 coming up next. It's our first flat race of the Belmont Park Fall Meet. This one's a $25,000 claiming event. Non-winners of 2 in life. The early pick 5 kicks off here with the flat races to come. As you saw that field, we're going a mile on the main track. Currently, the number 4, Richie Orban the Tower, is the 2-1 favorite. This gelding broke his maiden last time, going a mile and an eighth on the turf, and now he's back on the dirt. What do you make of that?
Well, I'm a little bit surprised that he's your favorite. I mean, he was very good on the turf last time. He's run well enough on the dirt. Todd Pletcher, obviously a Hall of Fame trainer. Al Freed, actually, I believe I rode this horse's mother for Mr. Freed, and his Buttonwood Farm is in Rhinebeck, not far from where I live. I just think there's other ways to go that I find a little bit more interesting at better prices.
I agree. This one seems to be a little bit of a wild card in this spot, as we have a couple others taking some attention, including the number 2, Papa Jimmy, who was 8-1 on the morning line, currently 7-2, as this one comes off a second place finish at Delaware last time out.
Yeah, Delaware, pretty demanding racetrack. Horses get a great level of fitness racing at Delaware Park, so I think this horse does make a lot of sense. I think he'll appreciate the one-turn mile as well.
Drop in class next to him for the 3 Good Culture, who's now your favorite. I thought that this one was going to be probably more likely to be the favorite on that significant drop in class. I know it was claimed from Mike Maker for 16, but ran well that day, as this one is ridden by Jose Ortiz, winner of the 2020 Belmont Fall Meet.
Yeah, these guys have done pretty well here in the fall meet, and usually coming off of very strong showings in Saratoga. So, you know, certainly they are the future. You know, they stay healthy. There's no telling how many records are going to fall.
Irad Ortiz will be aboard Orb in the Tower. He won the meet title from 2014 to 2018. Jose Ortiz won the meet title in 2020. Both of them were eclipsed by Luis Saez this summer in Saratoga. I think they're going to be coming back strong here back at Belmont.
Wanted some measure of revenge, if you will. Louis been riding so well. Kieran McLaughlin, his agent, getting him a steady supply of live mounts, and he's been delivering on them. And to be leading jockey at any meeting, Acacia, you have to win on the horses that are supposed to win, but you've also got to win on horses that were unlikely winners. You've got to deliver trips and have good fortune and win on horses that are second, third, even fourth best sometimes.
It seemed like what we saw from Luis Saez this summer, too, was that he was in that mindset. He was in the zone. He was making the right decisions, finding those trips, like you said. And I think with maybe a week and a half of racing left to go, I think I heard that he had a positive ROI as well, that he was bringing home those unlikely horses, as you mentioned.
You know, I know some people discount this, but I really think horses feed on a rider's energy.
Agreed.
When a rider's energy is so positive, their confidence level is so high, and they go out on the racetrack believing they're going to win, horses feel like, hey, he's game, I'm game. They'll go through holes that maybe if a rider's a little timid about it, they would say, nah, I don't think I'm going there. When a rider's in that zone, horses keep outperforming, overdoing. Yeah, I think back Jerry Bailey was leading rider here and dominating it on the NYRA circuit. He would ride horses and come through the smallest of holes on the inside, and the horses would never hesitate. Why? Because Jerry believed in his heart, he was going to get through those spots, and the horses were bold because of his actions and the feeling he was giving them.
The Ortiz brothers present here in this third race as we get to call 4 riders up. There's Eric Cancel aboard the 2 Papa Jimmy, as he certainly has had, I think, kind of a breakthrough year for him. Maybe struggled a little bit early on in Saratoga, did pick up a few winners, of course had that win with the Aqueduct Winter Riding title, and it seemed like that has really helped him kind of take things to the next level as he's worked on improving and keeping up with this strong jockey colony.
Eric's a very good rider, and he belongs, and what he did at Aqueduct was tremendous. To pull it out so dramatically the last day, to win 6 races, to get it done. But I think Eric at times is his own worst enemy. He gets in his own head a little bit. So he didn't get off to a real fast start at Saratoga, and his confidence level suffers a little bit because of it. When he stays focused, stays calm, and is in that zone, he's as good as any of these other kids.
He's aboard Papa Jimmy here, who was on his toes heading out. The number 5, Breaking Stones. I thought this one was interesting, too. The short comments is very awkward at break. He really had to kind of plant his feet and completely lose any momentum out of the gate.
Yeah, much tougher race. Completely, to be eliminated at the start. Got caught in that odd, kind of weird chasing 3-wide trip, going 2 turns. His race 2 back when he won here, tending a very fast pace, going a mile, and he gets an outside draw today in a short field. I think he gets a very similar trip, and I think he benefits a great deal from the drop in class and the return to 1 turn.
Jose Lascano going to be aboard him for the first time. Jose Lascano, also a winner of Belmont riding title as well. Drop in class going to be significant. And Jose Lascano, a rider that was sidelined for a while. He had shoulder surgery and came back riding with a flurry. And I think one that maybe flies under the radar sometimes and should not be discounted here at Belmont.
Well, I think that speaks to the depth of this colony, that a rider of his caliber sometimes is a little bit under the radar.
Here's the number 1, Coach Ba. First off the claim, Manny Franco going to be aboard this one.
Yeah, first off the claim, was dropping in class last time, really showed nothing. Can he rebound?
Eric Cancel's mount, the number 2, Papa Jimmy.
I think a strong contender here, a horse that I think will appreciate the 1-turn mile, and also coming in off a good form at Delaware.
And the short-priced horses for the Ortiz brothers, Jose Ortiz on the 3 Good Culture.
That makes a lot of sense, this horse. He should be your favorite. Now, ultimately, he's going to be your favorite. Gets strong class relief.
Irad Ortiz, once again, will be aboard the 4, Orb in the Tower.
Broke his maiden for 40 on the turf, shows back up here in the dirt. I don't understand quite why he's that short a price.
Jose Lascano's mount, as discussed, dropping class, Breaking Stones.
I think if you go back and watch this horse's race 2 back, it makes him a major contender here.
Blinkers going on today, too. I'd imagine that'll have him perhaps a little bit more forwardly placed. And Omar Hernandez Moreno aboard Scotty.
Yeah, 10-pound apprentice. He gets a 10-pound break in weights because his rider, Omar Hernandez, has not won 5 races yet. So he's still, his apprenticeship really hasn't started yet. He gets that break in weights. And this horse is going to need every break he can get from his current form.
Blinkers going back on Scotty today, too. Well, you can celebrate the return of Belmont with a 20% bonus. Get a 20% bonus up to $50 per day on your winning double bets this whole week on Belmont Park races. Visit NYRABets.com for promotion details and to opt in. Lots of great promotions and exciting action going on over at Naira Bets. Again, we're getting ready to kick off the early pick 5 here. Currently the favorite at 8-5. And for maybe those, Richie, who are newer to racing, tuning in now just at the start of Belmont. We've talked about this with you several times, so I think it's always worth revisiting. Warm-ups for horses, even at lower levels too. The importance, and we're seeing a lot of big warm-ups out there on track, guys taking their horses away from the pony, getting that blood flowing before the race.
It's become a lot more fashionable for riders to do that, and I like the trend. I think horses need to warm up. You're talking about a 1,000-pound animal that's going from a standstill to 35 miles an hour in 2 strides. You want them limbered up. You want their blood pumping. You want them ready for what they're going to do, bust from the starting gate. And I've heard people say, well, when a horse is really nervous, you don't warm them up that much. I'm against that as well. I think motion relieves tension. You let a horse have a gallop, expel some of that nervous energy. Then give them an opportunity to kind of settle in and breathe and regain their composure. But I'm seeing this more and more where riders are leaving the pony. It speaks to their ability to handle horses on their own, and it gets horses, I think, in the right frame of mind physically as well as mentally.
Orb the Tower having a nice warm-up on track under Irad Ortiz. As the number 2, Papa Jimmy, a new face from Delaware as we head down to Liza, joined by his trainer.
Yes, here with Michael Bray. And Michael, you're usually based down at Delaware, but you bring this horse up here, and you just said that you might be getting some stalls up here as well?
Yes, I'm trying to relocate to here. I look for this horse to run really good today, and we'll go from there.
And you had horses up in the New York circuit in the 80s and 90s, correct?
Yes, I did. That was last time I was up here. We won the Knickerbocker, won a few other races, Saratoga and here. I really like racing in New York. It's the place to be.
Can you talk about why you brought this horse up from Delaware?
Tell you the truth, can't get the races to fill in Delaware. They just, for his price level, they don't fill. I'm the only horse in the race most of the time, so.
Well, great to see you up here in New York. Good luck.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure doing the interview with you.
Acacia, looks like we'll be seeing more of Michael here in New York.
Great to hear it, Liza. Wishing Michael all the best, owner and trainer of the number 2, Papa Jimmy. And that is tricky. As we heard him mention, Richie, can't get the race to fill. When you have the condition book come out, there are races written at certain distances for age groups, level of competition, and you will decide where you think the horses in your barn fit. If there's not enough runners that enter into a particular race, that race won't go, and you'll have to reroute.
Yeah, so for example, let's say he wanted to run Papa Jimmy at Delaware Park in a $25,000 claiming race, non-winners of one in a life, basically this condition here. And they get 6 horses, but they have other races that garnered more entrants. The racing office is going to pick the races that had more entrants because it creates more creative, more competitive wagering, and certainly field size is important. The more people horses people have to bet on, the more the handle is. So he came here. He catches a 6-horse field, and I think a horse that's a strong contender here at 5-1.
Had a 2nd place finish last time out, broke running from the rail at a stalking trip, just couldn't get by a horse that was part of that pace in front of him last time out and does seem to suit at this level. So sometimes you have to get creative, have to ship your horses around. We talk about it often too, that not only do you need to be an intuitive horseman and a talented trainer, but you need to be good at managing your horses and picking the right spots for them to run.
Well, that's it. It's one thing, the horsemanship side of it, obviously. But then the other part of it is being a good manager. placing your horses in a position to succeed. A horse is capable of running only so fast. Every horse has their limit. If you're putting your horse in over his head consistently, they could be running their best races and finishing 5th and 6th, and a horse only has so many of his best efforts in him. Don't waste them. Make them count. Set them up to succeed.
Getting ready for our first flat race of the meet. What's something that you're really looking forward to in the fall meet here at Belmont?
I honestly, just all of it. I love the races at Belmont. From when I was riding, it was always a racetrack that horses got their chance. Wide sweeping turns, long run down the backstretch. You didn't have to rely as much on racing luck. Just ride a smart race, save some horse. I've always loved this meeting.
Prestigious group of races, 28 days of racing to look forward to here at beautiful Belmont Park in the fall. A lot of stakes, some exciting Breeders' Cup win, and you're in races too. And of course, that Woodward that we'll get a chance to see some of the top dirt horses in the division a few weeks now as they switched Jockey Club, Gold Cup, and the Woodward. Woodward now here at beautiful Belmont Park. But we kick things off on the main track, going 1 mile with race number 3, our first flat race of the meet. Horses go into the starting gate. The number 3, Good Culture, your heavy favorite. You like the 5?
I do. I like the 5, owned and bred by Roddy Valente, Pat Reynolds, Breaking Stones, and Roddy's Business. Paving business, so Breaking Stones, very appropriate. Bustin' Stones, his sire. And talk about switching gears here. We went from 2 steeplechase races, 2.25 miles, 2.5 miles, back to 1 mile on the flat.
That's racing for you. Something for everybody, so to speak. As they load into the starting gate for race number 3, we send it up to Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you very much, Acacia. Here is Breaking Stones. And Scotty to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tardy beginning for Coach Ba. The rest of them come together as one. Orb in the tower gets the first call out of the gate. Scotty presses. These two have pulled 2 clear to a wide Breaking Stones, who comes right after them, and he's a big boy too. Breaking Stones imposing on the outside of the top pair. A gap of 4 back to Papa Jimmy, who races just inside Good Culture, and Coach Ba at the back. 6 lengths covers the field. The opening quarter went in 24 4/5 seconds. It's Orb in the tower just in front. Scotty pushed along, trying to keep pace second. Another 3 back to Breaking Stones in third. Then Papa Jimmy fourth, now 7 lengths off the pace. Good Culture is asked to pick it up on the outside of Coach Ba. Orb in the tower, hounded throughout by Scotty as they round the far turn together as one. Coach Ba is advancing steadily along the inside, taking third. He is followed by Papa Jimmy, Breaking Stones, and Good Culture on the outside, now making some headway into fourth. 48 flat for the half mile. They come past the quarter pole, and it is Orb in the tower and Scotty 1-2 every step of the way. Coach Ba 3 or 4 lengths back in third, followed by Good Culture. Orb in the tower, fending off Scotty, leads by 1.5 lengths. On the extreme outside, Good Culture is kicking into high gear now, and he's coming fast. Orb in the tower, 3-length lead. Good Culture moves into second. Scotty at the rail third. Orb in the tower takes them all the way. Good Culture was second. Very tight for third, either Scotty or Coach Ba.
Well, those Ortiz brothers, perfect segue here as they run 1-2. Irad Ortiz aboard the number 4, Orb in the tower, hounded by Scotty every step of the way.
And just kept finding. And you saw how comfortable he got in the lead. His ears were up, even though he had that outside pressure. I didn't really think this horse deserved to be a shorter price. The way he won, he deserved to be a shorter price, obviously. Orb in the tower gets it done. And I always say this, Acacia, I threaten to just blindly box the Ortiz brothers and exact this, because I'm convinced you will come out ahead, because they're constantly running 1-2. Unfortunately, the 5 Breaking Stones was eased. Never looked like he was traveling comfortably.
The number 3, Good Culture, 7-5, did get up for second. It looks like maybe Scotty, might have got nosed out for third there. Photo for the show, but no doubt about it. The Ortiz brothers run 1-2, Orb in the Tower over the 3, Good Culture, as the one Coach Ba broke very poorly at the start.
Yeah, broke poorly from the inside. You can see Irad Ortiz, he sets his horse down here, and Orb in the Tower keeps finding. And I have to mention the owner, Al Freed Jr., who had that aforementioned Buttonwood Farm up in Rhinebeck. He galloped horses as a kid, had dreams of being a jockey. Galloped for Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons many years ago. So, Mr. Freed, if you're out there listening, I remember you telling me about when you were a kid galloping horses.
Well, this time he gets his silks in the winner's circle, as Scotty did hold on for third. 4-3-6-1. Congratulations to the connections of Orb in the Tower, winner of the first flat race in the Belmont Park Fall Meet. Coming up, we look forward to the stakes action this weekend at Churchill Downs. You may know Steve Asmussen has some talented 2-year-olds. How about Stellar Tap, also known as win number 9,446.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. I do not hear myself at all. Do not hear myself.
Hi, Richie.
Hello, Acacia. It's Richie from Churchill.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Ready to get racing started.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 3 in the books here at beautiful Belmont Park. It went to the 4, Orb in the Tower. Off that win, going long on turf, back to the main track today and piloted to victory by that man, Irad Ortiz Jr. Wasted no time getting into the Belmont Park winner's circle, and he's now standing by with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, here with Irad Ortiz. Irad, he seems like he can go long, short, turf, dirt. What were you thinking going into the race?
Well, he's a nice horse. Todd told me one time he wants to go longer, so I believe the last time he went going mile and 8. Today was a little mile, so I just break running a little bit, try to be in forwardly place and go from there. I was a passenger. He took me all the way.
And he seemed like he handled the dirt okay, right?
He handled it pretty good. He took me all the way to a quarter pole, wait for me to call him to run, and when I asked him to run, he still has something in the tank, and he did good. He got the job done.
Well, he ran great. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Acacia?
Eliza, thank you. Arad Ortiz aboard Orb in the tower, getting another victory there, saying Todd Pletcher thought that he wanted to go a little bit longer, and he can do just about anything. A $9.20 winner he turned out to be.
Yeah, he actually drifted up in price and was always looked a winner. Showed good speed, controlled the race on the lead, and had more than enough left to hold off the favorite, Good Culture, ridden by his brother, Jose Ortiz.
Well, coming up this weekend at Churchill Downs, there's some more exciting action to look forward to. Their card today gets underway about 5 p.m., but some exciting 2-year-old stakes action that I always look forward to this weekend at Beneath the Twin Spires. The Iroquois, a mile and a 16th for the 2-year-olds. A real test and a real chance for a lot of these young horses, a field of 11, to go this distance and see, can they really handle it? Of course, Stellar Tap, the number 6 in here, as mentioned before the break, this horse will forever be linked with history as far as the Asmussen barn is concerned.
Yeah, certainly making Steve the all-time winningest trainer. Stellar Tap's got the pedigree, being by Tapit, was professional, handled the 7 furlongs with aplomb here, really finished with his legs underneath him. Gave you the feeling that the mile and a 16th should not be an issue, although it's the first time for all of these, actually. The only horse to have one going a mile and 70 yards, a bit short of the mile and 16. It was husband material for Jimmy Toner, but nobody else has run quite this far yet.
Stellar Tap did so impressively, winning first out at 7 furlongs in that debut at Saratoga. And I know that day so special for Steve Asmussen to break the record to become North America's all-time winningest trainer, but to do it with his go-to rider, Ricardo Santana, and with owners that have been such a part of his story for such a long time with the Winchills.
Well, the Winchell family is just woven through the fabric of the Asmussen family in horse racing. Their dad Keith breaking their horses for years, and Steve training for them, and they were always an unwavering support team for him. When there were some issues, they never wavered. They stood behind Steve because of the horseman that he is and the job he does. And incredible to see him get that milestone this summer. I was glad that I was there to see it, and that he had his family around him, and even his oldest son, Keith, named for his dad, flying in to get there in time. It's just an incredible thing.
Steve had an okay Saratoga, didn't he?
Just okay. A couple of grade ones, too, I think, sprinkled in amongst breaking
5
records.
grade ones, no big deal. No big deal. Looking to pick up another graded stake this weekend with Stellar Tap in the Iroquois. But prior to that, we have the 2-year-old fillies in the Pocahontas, again going a mile and a 16th. Another horse we saw debut at Saratoga was Todd Pletcher's Goddess of Fire, who won not by such a big margin, but did it impressively in her first start, a filly by Mineshaft.
When we talk about horses that appear like they want to go further, I think this is the epitome of it.
Yes.
It never looked like she was in gear, almost looked like she was running stops and starts. You see Johnny Velasquez is having to extricate her from behind horses, and it's just taken her a while to kind of get herself together. Finally gets her legs unwound and really starts to hit a stride. Now, the horse in the lead certainly started to stop, but this is a filly that I think is really going to appreciate as they stretch out, and I like what I saw here. She was resolute. Wasn't eye-catching, wasn't like, wow, but she really never had a right to win the race, and she got up and won.
Right, you'd certainly look at her and say she's going to be one to bet next time if she didn't win that day, but she was able to get the victory that afternoon for Todd Pletcher, owned and bred by Red Oak Stable, and will now step up, get some added ground. Here's an interesting race. You have Ken McPeak's Mamarina, who has won actually going a mile and 16th, but on the turf, which I wanted to bring that up because that's a move you'll see a lot of trainers do to get distance in younger horses when you don't have the luxury of a race written for that in the condition book.
Yeah, it's the only way they can get the distance they want, maybe not necessarily the surface they want. She is by Gormley. We saw Gormley have a very nice 2-year-old runner, Lee Einsiedler's High Oak, in Saratoga, win of the Saratoga Special. Yep. So I think that there's a lot to like here. And also horses tend to learn more in going long in turf races when they start because things aren't as chaotic. The dirt isn't flying and they're not, unfocused. Gives a rider an opportunity to get a horse in the bridle, really teach him something, and gain stamina.
Really looking forward to those 2-year-old stakes this weekend at Churchill Downs, as those are part of the cross-country Pick 5 sequence. Belmont, Woodbine, and Churchill. It's all stakes. The Jockey Club Oaks and Derby, the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile, which looks like a terrific race and always a prestigious one. And of course, those exciting 2-year-old stakes at Churchill Downs. It's a 50-cent minimum wager on Saturday. As always, those cross-country pick fives. So much fun to play. Hope that you will take part in that as well as we head back to present day. Race number 4 coming up next here at beautiful Belmont Park. And it's an exciting one because we have a first-time starter who is a prize, Chalet Beach, the number 3. But this is the first start back for jockey Kendrick Carmouche here in New York. He's been riding at Parks and in the Mid-Atlantic, has picked up a couple of winners already, and we can't wait to see that big smile in the paddock before the race. The return of Kendrick Carmouche after this on America's Day at the Races.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo. Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner, with a pedigree that breeds true.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam dunk racing. Come win with us.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, so you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. As we get ready for race number 4, 6 furlongs on the turf here, sprinting, and we have a field of 8. There's a look at a first-time starter, though, by Kodiak, the number 3, Chalet Beach. First mount back here in New York for Kendrick Carmouche, as it was so unfortunate to see, Richie. This was Belmont Stakes weekend, where he actually in the final race of the day unseated at the start by Kentucky Ghost and was sidelined due to injury, and it is always really tough for a rider, especially on such a big day, I'm sure, to be sent to the sidelines.
Yeah, and it didn't look like it happened when he hit the ground. It appeared like the left hind foot of the horse kind of caught his ankle. He's going to hit the ground here, and then that right there, it appeared to me like the hoof stepped on him. You could see right there, he knows immediately his ankle's broken, and more frustration than anything else at that point, because you're coming towards the time of year where you want to be competing. Saratoga, and here he is working out on his way to return, and so important. And people that don't know, to be able to hold that position, and I'm sure he's, fairly substantial weight there. This is basically recreating the positioning when you're riding races. And anybody at home, you don't think riders or athletes, not even with weights pulling on you, try to get in that position and hold it for a minute or so.
Great to see him back as he started riding back at Parks. In fact, won his second mount back. I'm sure that's a big motivation as well. There's that smile. He's standing by with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, great to have Kendrick back here in New York. Kendrick, you got injured, and then you've been coming back at Laurel, riding at Laurel and Parks. How does it feel to be back?
It just feels so good. I'm glad I got to heal up quick, and with all the prayers and love people sent to me, and just doing the right thing that my doctor set forward for me to do. Everything went accordingly as planned, and I'm just glad to be back today and at Belmont and ready to win some races.
And do you think taking a little break helps you mentally?
I don't know if it helps me, but I always want to be in the game to fight. So, being out, it helps that you with family and everybody with the love they share with you. But I really rather be riding and fighting to make me stay in the game better.
Any nerves coming into the day back in New York?
Nah, no nerves, man. The only thing that's nervous, I want to get to the winner's circle.
Well, hopefully we can see you there. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Acacia, hopefully we see him in the winner's circle.
Absolutely. Wishing all the best to Kendrick Carmouche. We got to see him a little bit up in Saratoga. Actually, he sat on the desk with Greg and Paul one day, which was really fun, too. And he's obviously a big part of the community, the racetrack community as well.
Yeah, and he was up there cooking, too, for charity, for TRF and the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund, and a good cook. I'd like to have a cook-off with him. We got to make that happen at one point.
That would be great.
I got to ride with Kendrick.
Would Mitch Levitas be invited?
I don't know. I'm really not keen on cooking for Mitch. But, I got to ride with Kendrick a little bit in the twilight of my career, and as he was just getting really going at Parks, and a guy who loves it. And Acacia's so important when you're coming back off an injury to do the work, to work out, make sure you come back, because you're under a microscope. People are watching you to see if you're 100%. So you got to come back better than you were before you got hurt, so you can dispel any rumors or myth that you're not as healthy or as intact as you were before your injury.
Things were going really well for Kendrick Carmouche before he was sidelined. He had his first mount in the Kentucky Derby, upset winner in the Wood Memorial, his first couple of Grade 1 victories, too. And it is frustrating mentally as a rider to have to sit back and watch those horses that you were a part of kind of go on and not be able to do what you love.
Well, absolutely, especially that time of year. Belmont Stakes Day is, premier day. You get hurt on the last day of that meeting. And as soon as the Belmont ends, your mind is already thinking to Saratoga. You've gone to Saratoga in your mind, if you will. And not to be able to compete at the highest level, especially when you were making the strides and the impact that Kendrick's been making over the past year. I mean, he was an overnight success with a lot of years of hard work to get there.
Right. There he is with trainer David Duggan, trainer of the number 3 Chalet Beach. And you see, when I were talking about this filly, a first-time starter, she's a price on the board, but she's got a big pedigree, too. Filly by Kodiak, and definitely turf pedigree on the bottom side, too, to suggest that she looks like she's well-placed for this first start.
I think this is a really strong pedigree. I like the sharp gate work last time on the Belmont training track. They tend to be a touch faster on the Belmont training track because I think it's a little bit of a short pole. You're breaking on the outside rail. Dave Duggan, more than a capable trainer. The guy is a terrific horseman. Became friendly with David when he was assistant to John Kimmel. He and his wife Lara work so hard together with these horses. I like the way the filly looks. I think this filly's very live at 10-1.
She looks actually really well suited to the 6 furlongs as well. As Chad Brown has 2 in this race, one of them the favorite, not too surprising there. Turning back in distance is the 8, Split Then Double. And this was a horse by Muharar, very talented sprinter. I prefer his offspring sprinting personally, but she did face Rastafara, who we saw come back to win a stake in the next race, her stablemate, and also Baby Blythe, who we're going to see running in the Jockey Club Oaks this weekend.
Yeah, and listen, a horse that certainly makes a lot of sense. She's been very close in this condition several times now. Now you start to worry, she's been right there without being able to finish the deal. Is that her hanging a little bit or circumstance?
And that was actually, I'm sorry, this was a replay of her race 2 starts back. She did face Good Company last time out as well. Now, it's interesting. My notes from her last race was that she was really sharp, kind of throwing her head around pre-race. Not seeing any of that today. She's still sharp. You want them to be sharp when they're sprinting. You like to see that energy, but it looks like mentally, maybe third off the layoff, she's taken a step forward, too.
Well, and the fact that she's turning back in distance, too. She should catch some good pace. The rider won't have to get into a fight with her. Jose Ortiz can put his hands down, let her place herself. And I always feel that that's a big advantage when horses and rider are working in unison as opposed to against each other.
The other one for Chad Brown is number 2, Crowding Out, who goes back to the turf today. Her debut was on the grass where she was asked out of the gate to keep close, and she finished 3rd. She kind of got rolling a little bit late, so to speak.
I don't think she was as clued in mentally to the proceedings yet. Just not quite understanding her job yet. You saw her, Cancel, who rode her that day, kind of having to wait to get out to the clear, trying to go out. Sometimes you're better off staying right on the heels of the horse in front of you and go forward when the race is going forward as opposed to going to the right as horses are getting away from you. But then she kind of settled and finished okay on the wrong lead there. I think certainly she can build on her first 2 starts and be very competitive here today.
She came back with a layoff. She had a race taken off of the turf up at Saratoga, so now getting back to what could be her preferred surface this afternoon. She's the other one for trainer Chad Brown. A first-time starter I thought was a bit intriguing was the number 4 Lilac Girl for Jonathan Thomas. Did have a chance to work on the turf up at Saratoga 2 works back. I know you love that just as much as I do, and getting that foundation, and you really get a chance to see how they move on the turf, see how they handle that surface.
Well, a horse can have a turf pedigree. A horse can have, a turf hoof, have that kind of physical propensity that you think would point to turf. But until you actually see them move over it, I don't think you're ever completely certain. And that 101 and change for 5 furlongs on the turf, I think certainly makes her stand out. Her pedigree says to me, probably going to be better as she goes further. I wonder about the 6 furlongs for her.
I agree. I thought the same thing. So we'll see what she has to offer. There's Kendrick Carmouche getting a leg up on the 3, Chalet Beach, who's on her toes. Half-sister to Grade 3 winner, Oregon Lady, who's a 5-time turf winner, too. How important is it? I know that Kendrick has been back riding at Parks and at Laurel, and he did come back to the winner's circle pretty quickly at Parks, which was where he really got his start.
Sure.
But being back at Belmont, this is home base for him now. This is the big leagues. How important is it to get off to a good start when you're back in this riding colony?
It's so important because, again, it puts to bed any idea that you're not 100%. People love to talk about riders when they're coming off injury. Well, they're not 100% yet. They're not fit enough yet. Oh, they're a little apprehensive. There's a bunch of stories that people love to circulate. 99.9% of the time, they're completely false, but people like to talk. When you win right away, it closes a lot of mouths.
You don't have to worry about it. Wishing Kendrick the best of luck with the number 3, Chalet Beach, the Irish-bred filly, as the number 8 still the favorite, 6-5 on split, then double. Turning back in distance for trainer Chad Brown. Chad Brown, who started off the Saratoga meet with a lot of seconds, had some bad luck, we'll say, with the weather. Races taken off the turf, and then just absolutely dominated the second half of that Saratoga meet.
Yeah, and it always felt like it was just a matter of time before everything started to gel. He had a lot of seconds, a lot of thirds, some bad luck. Put that all aside, a lot of those horses came back and performed up to their ability and got the job done. And he has bench strength. He's a terrific horse trainer, but he's got a deep bench.
Certainly helps when you have plenty of horses to tap into. As we take a look at Todd Pletcher's charge here, Oh Gotten Girl, here's Luis Saez back to turf.
Yeah, and speed from the inside with Luis Saez, a guy who doesn't take anything the way it comes easy. Horse has had a lot of chances, but has run well enough to win.
1 of 2 for Chad Brown. Irad Ortiz looks to pick up another one on Crowding Out.
Both of her races are good. Her first race, I thought she was still a bit green mentally. Certainly a major contender.
Gets to get back on the grass today, perhaps a little bit more clued in. Kendrick with that big warm-up that he likes to do, Chalet Beach.
I like what I'm seeing from this filly in the paddock. I like the way she galloped off. And if you're looking for an alternative to your favorites, this is where I'd land. I like this first-time starter a little bit at a big price.
Another first-time starter, Manny Franco aboard the 4 Lilac Girl.
Sports that good turf work at Saratoga, is taking money. I do think she'll appreciate when they go further. I like the way she's framing up, though.
Number 5 is Good Talk, has shown speed going longer on turf.
Like this horse purely because Bobby Cott, our producer, at the end of our meeting says, good talk.
Good talk. Always. I like it. Here's Arch of Fire looking to turn things around.
Yeah, he's going to have to turn things around in a big way. Just don't see a race fast enough to be competitive here.
Another first-time starter. This one was kind of an intriguing one at a big price, maybe down the road, Intense Honor.
Yeah, Ratio de Paz having a breakout year, picked up some new clients. Certainly Barry Schwartz, Michael Ryan, who owns this one. This is a half-to-money multiplier.
very good on turf. As we take a look at the number 8, split then double, here's your favorite.
And understandable that she's the favorite, like the split then double blackjack terminology there. So get dealt aces, split them, and double down.
I didn't know that, actually, so I learned something today.
Split then double.
I learned it. As the number 4 Lilac Girl, first-time starter, one of a few in here. For more, let's check in with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, I agree with Richie. I like this first-time starter as well. Jonathan Thomas does really well with first-time starters, the trainer of the number 4 Lilac Girl. And this is a homebred for George Strawbridge, very well bred, and she is a beautiful filly in the paddock. And fun fact, Jonathan Thomas was a steeplechase jockey before he went off training on his own, and he worked for Jack Fisher, who we saw today running a few horses. And the number 1 Ogotten Girl, I like her as well. She returns to the turf after running on the dirt, and I expect her to improve getting back to turf sprinting, and she is second off the layoff as well, Acacia.
She is, Liza, thank you. Ogotten Girl, filly by Competitive Edge, who Liza commented about her getting back on turf and having that race off the bench. She's the type of filly, Richie, Ogotten Girl, who just doesn't carry her weight. And she actually looks better today, much better than she did last time. But horses like that tend to be of a lighter frame, sometimes they seem to be able to push off easier when switching back to the grass. It's a kinder surface.
Well, I think it is a kinder surface. I think it's more prominent, Acacia, when it's softer ground.
Yes.
When it's given the ground. They don't bog down as much. They're not as heavy. They don't dig into it. You know, on the firm turf, I think it's a little less pronounced about it, but I like the fact that you say she's carrying better weight today.
She does look better.
And it's an inside draw, which I think simplifies things, particularly with a rider like Luis Saez, who tends to get his position going forward.
How much do you think that has played a factor into all the success we've seen from Luis Saez, that he is a more aggressive rider, that he will often be placed on horses that have natural speed, showing that intention?
Well, you know, I think guys overcomplicate things at times. And why take anything away that comes easy to a horse? You waste more energy taking something away from one than allowing them to do it. And the thing I always said, if I was in front, and I don't mean that you make the lead at all costs, but if your horse makes the lead and is doing it properly, they've got to run where I've been already and probably have to negotiate some kind of traffic or worry about coming wide. It's a pretty unencumbered trip.
Luis Saez, we saw him cross the wire first in the 2019 Kentucky Derby to be disqualified, handled it with so much class, and has been rewarded, I think, with all of that. And, of course, all the hard work coming back, winning the Belmont Stakes this year, the Travers with Essential Quality, and the Saratoga riding title.
Frankly, I think getting taken down in a race like the Kentucky Derby, which is the biggest race that you probably can win in North America, would have ruined a lot of careers. I just don't think guys would have been able to handle it mentally, and it would have tore them down and ate them up inside, and he absolutely handled it with as much grace and class as a human being possibly can muster. And I've, talked to him about it, and he looked me in the eye, and, he did lose his younger brother in a riding accident, and he said that to me. He says, I lost my brother. Nothing will ever be as hard as that.
Perspective is very powerful.
Yep.
Luis Saez with a tremendous year that he's been having, and he's not done yet. He's aboard the 1 Ogotten Girl as we go into the starting gate for race 4 at Belmont Park on the turf. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Chalet Beach acting up just a touch. Kendrick Carmouche not getting the warmest welcome back from Chalet Beach, but he will join her in the starting gate. Split, then double to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Crowding out, split, then double. Oh, Gotten Girl comes through on the inside quicker than both, and Oh, Gotten Girl is the new leader. Lilac Girl is racing up and on the pace, just 2.5 off that front runner. An Arch of Fire in the white silks goes up 3 wide. It's Oh, Gotten Girl, the pace setter, has it by 1.5 to Lilac Girl in second. On the inside, crowding out is third, followed by Arch of Fire fourth. Split then double, who broke well, is fifth, and the favorite is 4 lengths off the lead as they move around the far turn. Chalet Beach nudged along, then Intense Honor, and a gap of 4, back to Good Talk. They're heading to the top of the stretch. Oh, Gotten Girl has been the controlling speed, chased intently by Lilac Girl. Split then double, moves up on the outside, and crowding out is next. They're a furlong from the finish. Oh, Gotten Girl digging in very gamely. On the inside, crowding out, looking for racing room. Lilac Girl firing a big shot in her debut. She's now coming after Oh, Gotten Girl. Oh, Gotten Girl. Lilac Girl, a final try. Oh, Gotten Girl all the way by 3/4 of a length. Lilac Girl a solid second. Split then double, and crowding out.
Oh, Gotten Girl, and I am so sorry, Frank Miramati. I knew I was going to do that once today. I got the first 3 races. That was Frank Miramati on the mic, and he'll be with us all day today. Tremendous race caller. As he said, the number 1, Oh, Gotten Girl, a big effort from the first-time starter, Lilac Girl, but the pace, and Luis Saez getting the win here in the 4th, Richie.
Had the rail, simplified things. Luis says, I'm going forward. You guys figure out what you want to do. And she kept finding, and the 8th time was the charm. So now she has 1 win, 3 seconds, 2/3 from 8 starts, and earned over $100,000 now. Todd Puttrey gets back-to-back winners. Lilac Girl ran very well. First-time starter who I do think will appreciate as they go further. And you got to start to feel like the 8 split then double does have a little bit of hang in it.
Yep. Lilac Girl, the first-time starter. She was very late switching to her outside lead as well. It seems like she's still kind of figuring things out when Manny Franco really started to ask her. Then she finally switched. But she was in a compromising position for a young horse in between 2 Chad Brown runners as well. That could be very intimidating for a first-time starter on a normal occasion.
Well, and it looked like she was looking at the horse to her outside the 8 split then double. Her head was cocked. Once she got her neck in front of that horse, she kind of jumped to her right lead and panned out and straightened up nicely. She definitely, it was a little bit intimidating for her. She learned a lot from this first start.
This is definitely what they call an educational debut for Lilac Girl. Oh, Gotten Girl, however, second off the layoff. She showed her hand, looking like she was carrying better flesh. She looked stronger today. Went right to the lead under Luis Saez and gets the victory here in race 4. Well, speaking of Luis Saez and some of the big horses that he's riding, how about Nick's Go and how about his early speed? There he is, the beautiful gray Ford trainer Brad Cox. He's getting ready for one more race before the Breeders' Cup Classic, as is Maxfield, the talented Godolphin runner. We'll talk more about them and some of those horses in that tough handicap division after this.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on this beautiful Thursday afternoon, opening day of the Belmont Park Fall Meet Turf Sprint in the 4th. And it was the number 1 Ogotten girl in her 8th career start. She gets her first victory. A big thumbs up from Louis Saez, who's standing by with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, here with Louis Saez. Louis, it's your second time riding her and getting back to the turf. How did she feel?
She feels very, very comfortable. Last time when I rode in Saratoga, it was raining and the dirt, and she was not that happy. But today I really like her. I have a lot of confidence in her, and she broke from there pretty nice. She was comfortable, and she won the race.
And do you ever talk to the trainer, Todd, about switching between turf and dirt?
No, I feel like he always knows what to do, so I don't tell him that much. But she proves she's pretty nice on the turf, and she ran pretty big. I'm pretty happy how she ran.
Well, congratulations, and you had such a great Saratoga meet and kicking off the Belmont meet very well.
Yes, thanks God, we did pretty great over there, and we just hope, here everything's continue pretty good, and well, we're happy and enjoyed to be here.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Acacia?
Liza, thank you. Louis Saez picking up where he left off, getting the Saratoga riding title. The first time in quite a while that we haven't seen an Ortiz brother with that Saratoga riding title in the summer.
And they both had very strong meets as well. But Louis Saez and his agent, Kieran McLaughlin, just hitting on all cylinders the entire meeting, getting off to a good start at Belmont. And Todd Pletcher going back-to-back with 2 surface switches, one off the turf to the dirt, one off the dirt back to the turf. And he trained this horse's sire, Competitive Edge, to win the Grade 1 Hopeful Stakes several years ago.
So amazing to see those Todd Pletcher graduates who have gone on to become sires. It seems like in a 2-year-old race, maybe half the field might be by a horse that was formerly trained by Todd Pletcher.
A stallion maker.
That's right. As we get a chance to continue looking at some of the top horses in the older dirt division, and it is full. A horse that's pointing to our Grade 1 Woodward here at Belmont Park is Maxfield. Taking a look at his win in the Stephen Foster. He was last seen running second in the Whitney. I think the Woodward here at Belmont will suit him perfectly, Richie.
Well, he ran into a buzzsaw in Nick's Go in the Whitney. Very, very strong performance here in the Stephen Foster. Basically inhaled the field around the far turn. Chooses to come to the one-turn Woodward here as his final prep. And this is a major player in the older horse division.
He did this so easily. He's done very little wrong in his career, and he's still stabled up at Saratoga for Brendan Walsh. And if you have a chance, go look at his last workout on XBTV, as he's always worked behind horses in company, kind of tucked in, and then galloping out strongly. This time, this last work, this past weekend, he was out in front and just doing it so easily. You know when you see a horse that just looks like he's not going as fast as he actually is.
Well, that's when a work is really good. When you look at a horse and it doesn't appear they're going fast, but they're actually doing more than you think they are. They're doing it so efficiently, so well within themselves, and the clock doesn't belie what you're seeing on the racetrack. And I love horses staying up in Saratoga when the meet ends. It's a great time of year for horses up there, the cooler nights.
So quiet.
Crisper, quieter mornings. I know Steve Asmussen left a string up there with Scott Blasi. I think horses do extremely well after the rigors of the Saratoga meeting in the summer and all the hubbub. Things settle down. Not that it's ever really a sleepy town anymore, but it's a great place for horses.
I spent the last week up in Saratoga, and it's a very special place even after the meet is over, as we saw a horse being dominant in the Whitney, and that was Nick's Go, who was just absolutely tremendous under Joel Rosario for trainer Brad Cox. He will be pointed to the Lucas Classic at Churchill Downs on October 2nd before his try in the Breeders' Cup. And the question for him moving forward, Richie, can he handle the distance of the Breeders' Cup Classic?
It's a question. Some horses can get that 9 furlongs. That's the dividing line. That next 220 yards could be heartbreak alley for some of them. He's doing things so well, so easily. A true 2-turn horse, planning to keep him around 2 turns. And he's a throwback kind of horse, Acacia. He uses his speed. He doesn't mess around. He doesn't allow horses in the race. You play my game. I'm fast, and he's got the right partner here. Joel Rosario keeps him balanced, bit up in his mouth, hands and heels. This is a very exciting horse. And Knicks Go, we're right around the corner from basketball season if you're a Knicks fan, or hockey season if you're a New York Ranger and or Islanders fan.
Yeah, looking forward to that. How about that? As I remember after Knicks Go won the Pegasus World Cup, Joel Rosario said to me, it's amazing. He's the kind of horse that goes fast and then just keeps going faster. And I think that's what he's shown in all of his races recently. Of course, he won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, which at Keeneland is 2 turns.
Yes.
So now we're at Del Mar this year for the Breeders' Cup, and the Classic will be that big challenge for him. But it looks like it should be a tremendous field in the Breeders' Cup Classic this year.
No, it seems like it's taking shape. We hope everybody stays healthy, gets to the Breeders' Cup in good order, because we'll see some fireworks. But we know where the good Knicks Go will be, and that'll be on the lead with everybody chasing him.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing if he can take them all the way around, as we'll continue on with the live racing action from beautiful Belmont Park. But we'll also talk about a guy that we're pretty familiar with, Todd Pletcher, newly minted Hall of Famer, ready for Belmont Fall. I'll say he is. He has 2 wins already. More after this on America's Day at the Races.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with 2-time winner, Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast, it definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires, download the app today.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey Preservationist Vito Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front. McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 5 coming up next at beautiful Belmont Park. It's for the 2-year-olds, a maiden claiming 6 furlongs on the main track here as we take a look at the number 4, Amazing Dream, on the drop-in class for trainer Todd Pletcher, a newly minted Hall of Famer who we all knew once his time came he would be inducted into the Hall of Fame, but that comes with years and years of hard work, of a career that has been spent by putting the horse first and listening to what those horses tell you as you bring them over to the racetrack.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's gonna give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother. I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the relationship.
He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, I'm going to have a name for you. You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, you're El Duro. He said, what does that mean? I said, El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro.
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel forward, stay thirsty, Alice Malice, Quality Road, left bank, cross traffic, Lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work. And I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and this is a business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
Trainer Todd Pletcher set his mind on becoming a Hall of Fame trainer, or one of the best trainers in North America, and certainly has done all of that. And I loved that piece and getting a chance to hear Richie, those people that have worked with him have gone on to do things of their own. Of course, his friend and a longtime owner, Mike Rapoli, who introduced him at the Hall of Fame ceremony as well.
Yeah, it was a very special day, and we all knew Todd was going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and I really like that piece. It shows another side of Todd that I know very well. All our children have kind of grown up together, and certainly so well-deserved, all his success.
Todd Pletcher has the number 4 Amazing Dream here in the drop-in class. There she is, 2 wins already for trainer Todd Pletcher today. We'll see if he can make it a third here in the 5th coming up. We'll talk more about it after this on America's Day at the Races.
As she comes to the Run Happy finish line, run up, jog.
But it is all Happy Soul to win the 109th running of the Astoria.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get ready for race 5 at beautiful Belmont Park. We'll get right into our post-parade, Richie, starting with the number 1, Amore Fire.
Dropped slightly in class. Javier Castellano stays put.
He's ridden her in both of her starts so far. Here's second-time starter London Pearl.
Really showed nothing on debut. Would have to improve immensely.
Drop in class for the 3, Gabriella's Miracle.
Good speed at Monmouth and certainly makes her a contender here.
Minnie Franco going to be aboard this filly by Shanghai Bobby. Here's one by First Samurai, Todd Pletcher's charge, Amazing Dream.
I like the way she's acting in the paddock. I like the way she looks, and I think she's going to improve on the drop second time out.
In her debut back in June, she was accompanied by the pony throughout all the preliminaries. She's been all on her own leading up to that post-parade today. Here's the 5, Prima Della.
Another one for Wayne Potts taking that drop in class by Into Mischief.
Some trouble last time out at Monmouth as we take a look at the number 6 for Rudy Rodriguez, making start number 4 already, Saratoga Kisses.
Yeah, they experimented on the turf last time, get back to the dirt. Her race 2 back makes her a competitor.
Here's a first-time starter for Jorge Abreu by Keen Ice, Afilada.
Yeah, kind of a slow but steady work tab, but he reaches out for Joel Rosario. We've seen Jorge Abreu win with a lot of first-timers this year.
And certainly be dangerous with firsters. Here is Turf to Dirt on the number 8, Conservative Values.
Well, you get Jose Ortiz, a huge price. Jimmy Ryerson, a crafty old trainer, started this horse on turf. Comes in off a good dirt work. I think this horse is intriguing at a huge price.
I agree. The American Freedoms at the start were really well received at the sales and seemed to be off to a good start. Haven't seen many of them here in New York as far as that first crop of 2-year-olds does go. So we'll see what that filly has to offer. Taking a look at the warm-up from the number 3, Gabriella's Miracle.
Well, you got to love what you see there. I love the way she framed up, moving nicely. And this is her race at Monmouth where she vied head-and-head for the lead. Just came up second best. Got a filly that's kind of got that long reach to her, could head out straight down and tries very hard. She's bred by Barry Schwartz, Stonewall Farm, out of Miss Rockette. So kind of steadied there a little bit and then kind of caught her stride again I guess the stewards felt like either the other horse was slightly clear or it didn't cost her a placing. But the fact that she actually caught her stride again after having to steady late like that, enough to preserve second, I think speaks a lot to her gameness.
She has early speed. She's getting a big warm-up. And Manny Franco going to be aboard once again. For more, let's check in with Liza.
To me, she seems like the one to beat. She was super impressive at Monmouth as we saw that race. And she went to that Monmouth track for her second start. And I think her early speed will help her against this field in here today. And another one that I thought was interesting, as Acacia and Richie did as well, was the number 8 Conservative Values. She is switching to dirt after trying the turf in Saratoga. She just broke a little slow there and was green. And I talked to the owner, and he said that they have been working on her gait performance and just getting her more focused in her training. And she is by American Freedom, who was a dirt horse, and the dam ran on the dirt as well. And she gets Jose Ortiz aboard, and we've talked about how the Ortiz brothers are so impressive on this New York circuit. So I would definitely not count her out. I am a little biased, though, because she did sell in one of my Wanamaker's online auctions back in April. So I'd love to see her win in here today. Acacia?
Absolutely. Wishing all of the best to a Wanamaker's graduate. Conservative Values on the outside, 22-1 on a very big price for a filly. Getting another chance, pedigree would suggest that switching surfaces and having a start under her belt, she can take a step forward.
Well, and the fact that Jimmy Ryerson reaches out for Jose Ortiz. Now, you're not going to go to Jose Ortiz's agent, Jimmy Riccio, unless you've got a story. I mean, you're riding a horse for him that was 47-1 first time out, was beaten nearly 20 lengths. So he had to have some reasoning to reach out for a high-profile rider, and it must have been a good enough story for Jimmy Riccio to say, yeah, we'll take a chance. So I find that intriguing, and that's the way it works. Jockeys have agents. Much like an actor, when an actor gets started, they'll take any mount. As you build a career and you gain a resume and you win big races, your agent becomes a little bit choosier, much like an actor's agent would. Now you want the Academy Award winning parts, which are the stake horses. So I'm sure Tom Cruise probably has an embarrassing commercial out there somewhere. When he first started, he'd take any part, just like a jockey would ride any horse. Jose Ortiz is long past that stage of his career where he just needs to ride any horse.
Great point. As I thought it was interesting just to note, too, the number 7 Affilata was the favorite for a while. Looking at the Clocker report, she has been breaking well in the mornings and showing some early foot. Filly by Keen Ice, you would think maybe one of those a little bit later developing types.
Well, certainly a pedigree that makes you believe that. But the fact, again, that Jorge Abreu is so proficient with first-time starters, and he reaches out for Joel Rosario, who's coming off a record-breaking meet at Kentucky Downs.
Absolutely. He just won everything, it seemed, there during that meet at Kentucky Downs. There goes Todd Pletcher's runner, Amazing Dream. He looks to make it his own natural hat trick as we send it up to Frank Miramati with the call of the 5th.
Conservative Values. Affilata's a little fractious in the gate, settling down now. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Conservative Values bounces out very quickly. On the inside, Amore Fire moves to challenge, and in between those two, it's Saratoga Kisses. Then Amazing Dream 4th. Gabriella's Miracle moving through along the inside, now taking the 4th spot and only 2 lengths off the dueling leaders. Prima Della is toward the back of the field. On the outside of London Pearl, and then it's Affilata 3 wide and last. Amore Fire and Conservative Values through a quarter that went in 22 4/5 seconds. Conservative Values is just in front. Saratoga Kisses a threatening 3rd. Then Gabriella's Miracle awaiting Racing Room 4th, only 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 back to Affilata, who races on the outside of Amazing Dream. They're at the top of the stretch. Amore Fire's in front. Now there's room for Gabriella's Miracle between horses and Saratoga Kisses on the outside. Affilata continues to make progress, a 16th to go, and Amore Fire is strong on the front end, fending off all comers. Amore Fire scores by 2. Saratoga Kisses second. Gabriella's Miracle was third, and Afalada finished fourth.
Amore Fire in start number 3, dropping in for the 50,000. Take some gate to wire under Javier Castellano.
Well, Javier Castellano stayed put. Obviously liked what he felt enough to say, hey, I'll give her another try, particularly for maiden 50. Showed good speed from the inside and was very game. Kept finding the 8 conservative values, put a lot of pressure on her. She threw in the towel off the quarter pole, made enough room for the 3, Gabriella's Miracle, who really had no excuses. The outside horse, the horse outside of there, Saratoga Kisses, ran well, had dead aim. The horse who maybe ran the best race of all, and I think you agree, Acacia, is the 7, Afalada, who absolutely broke slowly, got squeezed a bit, but ran on well to be fourth.
She really did, and we saw her acting up in the gate beforehand. As we take a look at the break, you're going to see how far behind the rest of the field she is right away, the number 7. Just awkward out of the gate, hustled out. It seems like, too, she just wasn't really completely focused and balanced in the starting gate before they sprung the latch.
It's one thing to be good out of the gate in the morning. It's another thing to be good out of the gate in the afternoon. It's faster. You're not working with other horses. You're working against other horses, essentially, in the afternoon. And she wasn't acting well, so her feet weren't as set as they should be. Horses don't break as well. But I thought she ran a good racehorse to keep an eye on. But Amore Fire gets it done. Wayne Potts, he was going up and down the road so much from Monmouth to Saratoga.
You had a name for him, didn't you?
Well, I was calling him Turnpike Potts, but then I was thinking about it. It used to be Billy Turner, trainer of Seattle Slew, was called Turnpike Turner, so I'm going to call him Parkway Potts.
I like it, Parkway Potts. He's been putting a lot of miles going from Saratoga down to Monmouth, too. Picks up the victory here with Amore Fire. Javier Castellano choosing to stay and making the right decision, the drop in class, all coming together for this 2-year-old filly by Lauban to get her first career win, a New York bred, in fact, getting that victory today. When we come back, though, we'll talk about a big-time player in the distaff division. That's She Dares the Devil, who is finally getting her time to shine off the back of a Grade 1 win last time out.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street sense will need some running room.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley, just imagine.
So the November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
Eclipse champion Blaine has sired 5 Grade 1 winners, including Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscon, and French Classic winner Senga. Recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a star performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as the live racing action continues. We just saw race number 5, 2-year-old fillies here at beautiful Belmont Park and gate to wire with the number 1 Amore Fire getting the victory for trainer Wayne Potts. Javier Castellano, you talked about maybe wanting the Academy Award winning parts now and being a little bit more selective. Javier Castellano certainly falls into that category too, and he decided to stay as he picks up the win and standing by now with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, here with Javier Castellano. And Javier, you've stuck with this filly through 3 starts. Do you really like her?
I do. I really like it. Finally pay off. We've been hard work with her in the morning, and I breezed a couple of times. I like the way she's been developing herself. And unfortunately, you can see the paper. The first time it was muddy trap. She didn't like it. She didn't appreciate it. Then we tried to do something different. The turf, it didn't work out. But finally, he worked out today. A beautiful trip and beautiful, perfect work.
So did you help with that decision of the surface change?
Absolutely. I tried to adjust myself a little bit. I handicapped the race. Seemed to me 2 horses got the speed. When I broke out of the gate, he didn't show up. I did take the pace and the nice, good rhythm and pay off.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Acacia, so interesting to see how these races play out.
It certainly is, Liza. Thank you. Javier Castellano having the benefit of having worked a Moray Fire a few times too. She returned $16.60, and that's always nice with 2-year-olds too, Richie, when you're familiar with them, having been on them in the mornings.
Well, especially young horses. Then you have confidence that they're going to act properly. They're not going to do something silly with the pony or in the starting gate. And as you get older, being a seasoned journeyman, you start to worry about how young horses are going to act. Your body can't take as much abuse as it once did.
If the horse decides to go on a rodeo, that's not exactly what you're looking for. Well, one that's been incredibly impressive and professional on the racetrack right from the beginning is coming from Brad Cox's barn. As we take a look at one of the other graded stakes this weekend, or stakes I should say, at Churchill Downs, the Locust Grove Grade 3 event, talking about She Dares the Devil. And she has done so little wrong in her career, Richie, but it seemed like she was kind of in the shadow of her stablemate, Monomoy Girl, and everybody kind of forgetting, oh yeah, She Dares the Devil too. She's really talented, and she came back and won the Grade 1 Clement Hirsch last time out.
She really came along in a division, 3-year-old fillies last year and then older mares this year, that just chock full of quality. So I do think she was overshadowed somewhat. Monomoy Girl, Swiss Skydiver, these kind of horses, even though she beat Swiss Skydiver in the Kentucky Oaks. She's ultra consistent. She's 8 for 15 lifetime. She's been on the board all but one of those starts, earned over $2 million. And I think she's in raging form, and she's a major player in this division now. Everybody's got to deal with Latruska. That's obvious. But Swiss Skydiver announced she's retired. She'll be offered at the Fasig-Tipton Night of the Stars sale the Monday after Breeders' Cup. She dares the devil. Boy, I'd like to ride her. I know that.
Yeah, she is just so consistent. She has early speed. It's definitely a big weapon of hers. She's a 3-time Grade 1 winner, including that Kentucky Oaks, the La Troyenne, and she's undefeated at Churchill Downs. I thought that was a really interesting stat, too. She's 4 for 4 beneath the Twin Spires.
Loves Churchill Downs, but I love the fact that now she has had a prep race at Del Mar, and she won there, the Breeders' Cup being at Del Mar. I think that's something that you're going to have to factor into your handicapping.
Absolutely something to think about. Well, another filly that does like Churchill Downs as well is Ken McPeak's Envoûtant. He still has a talented filly with a big chance here. This one faced Latruska last time out, chasing her in the Fleur-de-Lis, but she did win the Shawnee 2 starts back and did it very impressively.
Yeah, another nice mare, has run some big figures throughout her career. She was beaten only a length as She Dares the Devil in La Troyenne. She's nice, and she's versatile. She has speed if there's not a lot of pace on, and she can come from just off the pace, gives a rider options, and that's always helpful.
She's been solid throughout her career, too. Ken McPeak placing her ambitiously early on in her career, running 4th in the Grade 1 Alabama behind her stablemate Swiss Skydiver last year when Swiss Skydiver was at the top of her game. It seems like Envoûtant has kind of found her own footing now as a 4-year-old filly. And this is a really interesting field, too. You've got Crystal Ball, who comes out of the Chuvy behind Royal Flag, going a mile and an eighth as well. I think that this is an interesting matchup, but of course She Dares the Devil as the spotlight.
Yeah, I think She Dares the Devil is a deserving favorite, certainly the horse to beat, and another one that's versatile, creates her own trip. She's fast enough to put herself in the game. Outside draw should not be an issue. It's a really interesting division, and obviously they are all chasing Latruska at this point.
She is at the top of the division at the time, and what a cool mare she is. Earlier on in the card, though, there's another stake sprinting on the main track for the fillies and mares, the Open Mind. And you want a good matchup? We've got another good matchup. The Sconson Belle's the One rematch once again. Belle's the One. We saw her last at Saratoga, winning the Honorable Miss.
Yeah, and these two are just hard-knocking, hickory kind of mares. I think Bells the One is aided by the fact that she gets an outside draw, kind of, you know, closing mare. Should get the kind of trip she needs. She's got such a great late kick. You know, Sconsen's also a bit of a closing sprinter, but maybe tactically a little bit, could be a little bit closer to the pace, but a nice matchup. Bells the One certainly putting her hat in the ring for best female sprinter this year.
She has just been so cool, and I think that has gained a lot of fans now as a 5-year-old too, and really at the top of her game. She was the upset winner last year in the Derby City Distaff in Grade 1 Company, and has just carried that on this year in 2021 and been so solid again.
I mean, she's going to have to show she can handle the likes of Gamine, who
Absolutely.
is at the head of this division, but she's got the right style to pick off a horse like Gamine, who could get engaged if someone wants to really take her on early and set up very fast pace. Maybe she's right for someone to close. This is a strong closer.
Here's a look at the Churchill Saturday Stakes schedule. We have 3 graded stakes, 2 of those for the 2-year-olds. We have this spectacular matchup in the Open Mind as well. 5 stakes to look forward to coming up on Saturday at Churchill Downs. This is time for me to say farewell for now. We'll be back as an analyst a little bit later on with Greg Wolf, who's coming up on the desk. But great to be back with you and be back at Belmont Park, Richie.
Great time and Open Mind. It's good to keep an Open Mind, but Open Mind named for the Wayne Lucas trained filly who won the Philly Triple Crown here.
Amazing filly she was, Open Mind, coming up on Saturday at Churchill Downs. For now, though, we have the next race at Belmont Park. It's race number 6, which kicks off the late pick 4. Stay with us. Greg Wolf on the desk to take you the rest of the way next.
As long as the fire keeps burning, you know we staying hot. Boy, I just know where to go. Doesn't matter what you throw. Never find me running low. Always here to run the show. Born and raised to be a pro. Jump my hurdles in a row. Yeah, I'm here to play the part. This ain't just a cameo. It's a new way for a new king.
You don't need to be a math whiz to interpret the numbers associated with Freud. His runners have earned more than $66 million. Turf runners earned more than $27 million of that total, and he's sired 69 stakes horses. No wonder sequel owner Becky Thomas thinks of Freud as royalty.
Freud is the king of New York because he is a royally bred son of Stormcat, the foal to Giant's Causeway, impeccable pedigree.
The New York State Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund has paid out more than $3.5 million in stallion awards to the syndicate that owns Freud. And breeders have been rewarded with more than $8.5 million in award money through 2020.
We call our farm the farm that Freud built.
Thanks to Sequel Stallion manager taking a new approach with Freud, he's even more professional now in the breeding shed than he was in the past.
We also did change the method of breeding with him. Instead of the chain, we actually breed him with a bit. I do think he is sensitive in his mouth a bit more than the youngsters, and that actually made a big difference as well in the shed.
For more information, go to nybreds.com, the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. So we get set for the 6th here. Coming up, kicks off the late Big 4, and there's a New York bred tackling Open Company. In this race coming up, that Sport Model for Christophe Clement, coming in off 3 consecutive victories. We'll try and keep it going against Open Company, stepping out after facing New York breds the last few starts. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliore with you for the next couple of races. I get you anyway. Pick 4 starts here. 2 Chad Brown runners in this race that Sport Model is going to have to go up against. Another Christophe Clement stablemate going to face as well. But the Chad Browns right now, little surprising that it's this 2 Lady Petrol, who at least initially it opened up as the favorite. Right now I think the 6 is favored.
Yeah, I think it's just a very wide open race. There's a lot of ways you can go. It's very competitive. I think when in doubt, people are going to tend to lean on Chad Brown. He delivers more often than not. I'm really interested in the 3 Messidor, second start in the country, first start for Christophe Clement, getting a little class relief and turning back in distance. This horse spent her career, in Ireland running 7 furlongs and 1 mile. Now tried a mile and 3/16, getting back to that mile distance.
Now, she is, as you said, going to be cutting back. Lady Petrol, the 2 for Chad Brown, actually going to be stretching out, trying a mile for the first time in her career. She did open as the 3-1 favorite. She's now 7-2 on the board, as you can see. Meanwhile, the stablemate of this filly here, the 3, it's the 6 Sport Model, also from the Clement barn, who is the 3-1 favorite right now. Sport Model, the New York bred. She's won 3 in a row, including that New York Stallion Series at Saratoga back on August 4th.
Yeah, and she's in raging form. She was unfortunately involved in a spill. She had clipped heels and fell in her second start, but has gone on a tear after that. So essentially, put a line through that race. She's 3 for 3 on the turf, and that's what you really got to like about her. And the way she got there this day didn't look like she could get there, and got up in the shadow of the wiring, right on the line with this flying finish. Needed every step of this mile Stallion Stakes. Now, this is Open Company, but you got to like when a horse closes like that.
Can she take another move forward? That young man right there will be aboard. Dylan Davis had a terrific Saratoga. New record for him, right, in terms of victories at Saratoga?
Yeah, more wins than he had ever ridden in Saratoga before, 18. He tied for 8th in the standings. As deep as this colony is, to crack the top 10 is saying something, and he was riding with a lot of confidence through the Saratoga meeting, and confidence is key for any athlete.
6 minutes to post in this race that's going to kick off our late Pick 4. Began with a bit of a surprise, a 7:01 shot for Wayne Potts, a Moray Fire. Back in race 5, the late Pick 5 did. As we take a look here at the 7, and this is Miss Bell. This is the Chad Brown runner that I think most figured probably would be favored in this spot. Let's go back to July 17th. This was at Saratoga and would just miss by a nose. The 3rd draft for Shug McGahee, who might turn out to be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, she finally was able to kind of ease her way out of traffic. She got to save ground. Now she picks up her momentum. 3rd draft's flying, the gray on the outside, and they hook up. And it looked like she had it won, and the last desperate lunge, the 9. First draft gets her nose down on the wire. This filly did everything but win this day, but she also did work out a pretty good trip saving ground.
And you don't see Chad Brown runners like that in turf races get run down very often. It happened that day. But again, 3rd draft could turn out to be a pretty good one.
Yeah, no doubt. I think it speaks to the quality. And, you know, I've threatened in the past year that I was going to just start betting the Ortiz brothers blindly in exacta boxes.
It could be a good strategy.
Certainly, they finished 1st and 2nd an awful lot.
There they are. Irad will be on Misspell, the 7, and those Peter Brandt Silks there on the right. On the left, his brother Jose on Lady Petrol. Both of them terrific Saratoga meets, but for the first time since 2014, it was not an Ortiz brother. atop the standings at the end of the meet. It was Luis Saez. First time we've seen that in a long time.
Yeah, and Luis Saez jumped out and made a statement early in the meet, and they were able to maintain that momentum. His agent, Kieran McLaughlin, doing a terrific job. He had a terrific agent in Richard DePass. He's got a terrific agent who was a tremendous horse trainer as well, Kieran McLaughlin. And this isn't Kieran's first go-around as an agent. He worked for Chris Antley many years ago, and they had fine success.
Oh, yeah, that young man on top of the world right now, Saez. He'll be on Designer Ready for Belmont in here. Another one you can make a case for. That's the 4 at 8-1. Saez's mount, a Tapit filly. And not just winning that meet. First win, by the way, he's only 29 years old. First win on this NYRA circuit in his career. But some of the big wins he had, too, of course. Essential Quality, the big one for him.
Well, this feels like it's a breakout year on a number of levels. And, we talked about it earlier, Keisha and I, about him getting disqualified in the Kentucky Derby on maximum security and how it could have had such a negative effect on him and his career. And if he didn't handle it and let it eat at him, and he was able to handle it with a maturity and a humility that you rarely see in such a young man, and so much credit to him, and that he didn't allow it to tear him down. If anything, he used it to continue to build himself up.
There's his mount, Saez aboard, and what does this filly need to do to turn things around for her?
Well, she's a bit of a closer. I thought last time she kind of got shuffled around a little bit, particularly in the first turn. I think she needs to get some sort of position going forward and save ground and not get kind of a tentative trip. And Luis Saez might be the right rider just for that. And the fact that she's adding blinkers could get her focus a little bit more forward.
There is Joel Rosario. He is the talk of racing right now after the week he had at Kentucky Downs. He's named the Jockey of the Week. Started off the meet, back-to-back 5-win dates, so 10 wins first 2 days of the meet, then set a new record overall at Kentucky Downs. 17 winners, including 4 on the final day with 2 stakes wins.
Previous record had been 12. He did 17 with that percentage. Look at the earnings, nearly $3 million in earnings for, what was it, an 8-day meet? 6-day meet? That would have been a good year for some guys years ago. I mean, the leading rider used to finish the year with $6 million in purse winnings. He did that, half of that, in 6 days.
And one of the days he was blanked as well.
His agent, Ron Anderson, must have been slipping that day.
Incredible. 17 victories at that short and sweet Kentucky Downs meet. He started off, and he took off, and turned out to be just an incredible move, too. The final 2 days in Saratoga, so that he could ride, I should say, the entire meet at Kentucky Downs, and boy, did it pay off. Here's the first of the 2 Chad Brown fillies, Lady Petrol.
Stretching out to a mile, making her second start for Chad Brown.
Messidor, Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario.
Now, this is a filly I like a lot. I like her turning back in distance. I like her first-time Lasix and getting Joel Rosario. Pretty much become Christophe's go-to guy.
Here's Saez, Designer Ready at 8-1 for Belmont.
Gets a bit of a makeover, change your rider, Luis Saez, and blinkers on. Look for her to be a little bit more forwardly placed.
Wow, the New York bred favored still right now for Clement, sport model.
No, she's just been on a mad tear since she hit the turf. 3 for 3, basically, in turf races she's finished. And in good form. And by Freud, we just saw a feature on him. Freud's a full brother to Giants Causeway.
Meanwhile, now favoritism shifts here. Misspell in the familiar silks. Peter Brandt for Chad Brown.
I love the name. I love clever names. American Pharaoh not spelled correctly, misspell. I'm sure that has something to do with it, and I love to see those Peter Brandt colors be a major factor again in New York racing.
I thought this one had a major shot. Adelaide Miss struggled in that Virginia Oaks at 1 1/8 and now cuts back.
But her races are all good enough from a speed figure standpoint.
And Heavy Jets, Anthony Dutrow comes off a maiden claiming win, gate to wire.
Got an absolutely perfect trip that day. Javier wisely put her on the lead in a paceless race and controlled things from the start. I don't see that scenario playing out here.
Post time coming up here for this 1 mile on the Widener turf course as we get a look at Designer Ready, second start in the Belmont barn after previously being with Barbara Minshaw. Let's go to Liza for more.
Thanks, Greg. Great to hear you, not see you. But number 4, Designer Ready, I really like her in here. She was very impressive in her debut and then ran in 3 straight stakes And she's now getting a little bit of class relief with this field in here today and running with a little bit of an easier field. She is a homebred for Bruce Lunsford, so that's probably why they were trying to run her in those stakes. And they got a placing, but they were probably trying to hoping to get a win. She does add blinkers here today and gets Lasix back, so I think that will help her and her second start with Belmont as well. The number 3, Messidor, is interesting in here for me. She stayed with Christophe Clement after running in Ireland with Joseph O'Brien. And I spoke to Joseph O'Brien, who trained her over in Ireland, and he said that that was always the plan with her, that they thought American turf horses might suit her a little better. And her owner, Blue Devil Racing, they're over in America as well, so that they thought that might be a great fit for her, and she gets Lasix for the first time today. Greg?
All right, Liza, thank you. 3-1 on Messidor, part of this Clement uncoupled entry. And she's sort of the X factor here in this race. That was a tough spot to be in the States debut in that Saratoga Oaks Invitational.
It was, and I think a distance that was further than she probably really wants. One thing that European trainers, and particularly somebody like Joseph O'Brien, his dad, Aidan O'Brien, they're very insightful, very smart about how far a horse actually wants to run. To me, the fact that this horse spent the majority of her career in Ireland running 7 furlongs up to a mile tells me that that's what they always felt like she was, a miler type. Now she's getting the class relief and getting back to that mile distance.
Yeah, she's not yet won on the grass. Trying to win for the very first time here this afternoon. This is obviously an easier spot than what she dealt with last time out. We'll see if shortening up helps her. It certainly looks like she ran better at these shorter distances on both synthetic and turf, even though she's yet to win on the grass. Over $200,000 in the pick 4 pool, and normalcy returns to the wagering here. It's the Chad Brown misspell Peter Brandt runner with Irad Ortiz Jr. the 7, who is the 5-2 favorite. And just as I say that, it switches back to Messidor, the 3.
I think it speaks to just how competitive this race is.
Pick 4 begins here on opening day of this Belmont Fall Championship meet. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you very much, Greg. Evie Jets will be the last one to load. And they're off. And Evie Jets quickly sprints clear, opens up 2 in the first few jumps. Sport Model came away a joint second, with Adelaide Miss now moving up on the outside to clearly take that second spot. Sport Model wrangled back, joined on the outside by Designer Ready, who takes third and 2 lengths off the lead. Lady Petrol is next. Messidor racing in between rivals. Misspell 3 wide as they went the opening quarter in 25 seconds flat. It's Evie Jets leading by 3/4 of a length. Adelaide Miss second by 2, followed by Designer Ready in third. Sport Model still on hold fourth, along the inside 3 lengths off the lead. Then comes Messidor, Pink Cap on the inside of Misspell, and Lady Petrol at the back. 48-4 for the half. Evie Jets has been there every step of the way. Adelaide Miss turning up the pressure in second, followed by Designer Ready on the outside. And then comes Sport Model, who's waiting for racing room at the rail fourth, only 3 lengths off the speed. Misspell revving up, Walcott extremely wide. Messidor just behind horses as the field turns for home. Adelaide Miss on the outside of Evie Jets. Evie Jets maintains the lead, has it by a neck. It's 4 lengths back. Messidor is finding her best stride and starting to close strongly. It's still Evie Jets, Adelaide Miss, or Evie Jets. A ding-dong battle. Messidor late. Here's the line. Photo finish. It's close. Evie Jets and Adelaide Miss hit it right together. Messidor was finishing with a flourish in third, then Lady Petrol.
I don't believe Adelaide Miss ever put a nose in front. It was tight at the wire. Evie Jets, though, Javier Castellano, able to get to the front early. Was she able to hang on late?
I thought there was more speed signed on paper. Evie Jets got the same exact trip she got last time, where she just got to waltz to the lead, everything her own way, showing ultra gameness. And I'm curious to see if just where the bob is, there's Evie Jets. man, is that tight. That's as close as you're ever going to see. And it looked like when the 3-horse Messidor came on late, it kind of made the 8 maybe reassert itself a little bit. This was a terrific horse race, but the 2 riders that allowed their horses to get their position going forward and wound up running 1-2 around the racetrack because they walked on the lead. To go 25 going a mile the first quarter at Belmont Park is as slow a fraction as you're ever going to see. And this was a tremendous horse race. 2 fillies that got the right rides. Doesn't deserve a loser.
Regardless of what happened in here on the 8, welcome back Kendrick Carmouche, who missed just about all of Saratoga. Well, he did miss all of it with that injury. Came back at Parks in the last couple of weeks to rehab.
Wow.
And we'll wait to see.
I can't call that one. That's
did
as
get
tight
a
as
win.
it
I
gets.
believe the 8 has been put up as your unofficial winner by the slimmest of margins. Yes, indeed. 8-9-3-2. So Kendrick Carmouche, Adelaide miss, and he had to fight for this every step of the stretch.
But the difference was that he put his horse in the game. They're walking, and he's right on top of the pacemaker, not allowing her too much rope to give him the slip. And if he made one different move, he doesn't get up. Credit to Javier Castellano. Got every ounce out of Evie Jets in a race that was dominated by a slow pace on the front end. Congratulations, Kendrick Carmouche. I know that feels good. Puts anybody that wants to talk about if he's right, if he came back 100%, if he's fit. Well, guess what, folks? Welcome back, Kendrick Carmouche. And there were a lot of riders that hopefully we get a chance to watch out of the chute that were doing the grab and pull shuffle out of the race and basically cost themselves any opportunity to win this race by grabbing so much hold of their horses.
Not Kendrick. Puts this filly in position to win and able to grind it out at 12-1. What a ride from Kendrick Carmouche and big effort from Philly. He was aboard Adelaide Miss for that score. We'll give you those prices in a moment. We head to Churchill Downs. First of 3 Twilight cards and what will be a 12-day meet in Louisville. They'll start this evening with a $10,000 maiden claiming event, 3/4 of a mile distance. And this is the field you're looking at. Blonde on tap right now, dropping down in class, favored at 2-1, wagering on the Twin Spires app. It's fast, it's easy. New players, they can take advantage of a $200 sign-up offer right now. Use that promo code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus. Download the app or go to twinspires.com to get involved. Let's bring in Frank Lyons live from Louisville.
Hey, Wolfie, how are you? And can I say that you guys did an absolutely tremendous job covering Saratoga this year. It was just so great to be able to watch. Thank you so much. It's a beautiful day here. It's like 85 degrees, and it's just a fantastic day. Welcome to the September meet at Churchill Downs, the September dirt meet, because unfortunately we're going to have no turf racing here. As you can see behind, they're putting in a whole new turf course here at Churchill Downs. They tell everyone that it's going to be a state-of-the-art turf course, so it's going to take a while to take, before we can race on it, and we'll expect to race on it perhaps on the May of next year, the spring meet. It should be ready. We got 8 live races to bring you tonight, starting out with a very competitive race. It's only a maiden 10, but I think it's just a tremendously great betting race, because you got the favorite right now is 2-1. That's your 3-horse, but I kind of like the 7-horse in here, Triboard, trained by Billy Morey, ridden by Brian Hernandez. The horse has been working well, drops down in class, faced a filly called Sting Like Abby last time out. She's a filly trained by Ignacio Correa. She's 2 for 2. It was at Indiana, and she could be any sort of filly. And then in her first start, Triboard finished 3rd here at Churchill Downs against Maiden 20. They went 110-4, got beat 3.5 lengths, and the second place finisher came right back to be second in a maiden special weight at Delaware. So I'm going to go with the 7 in here. I'm going to go 7-6-3, 7 Triboard, 6 Speed Zone, and the 3 Blonde on Tap. Wolfie, back to you.
Frank, thank you. Beautiful day there, as you can see. And yeah, we love this Twilight race. I know some of the trainers are not the biggest of fans because they have the early morning hours. But for the fans, it's a rare opportunity, and I think a lot of them love it.
Well, that's it. And it's all about getting the fans out there and getting people involved and seeing how great it can be. So I always understood the necessity for it and why it was good. I wasn't a big fan of it either. I like my routine. I was up at 5. I was home at 6, ate dinner at 6:30, in bed by 9. This kind of throws a monkey wrench in that.
So when you had to ride those Friday nights at Hollywood Park, I mean, how would that mess with your schedule?
It was terrible. I mean, just, you'd be done at 11 o'clock at night. When you're done riding racehorses all night, you're not going to just shut off and go to sleep. It takes a long time for you to kind of, wind down and relax a little bit.
Well, here in this first one, of course, our pick 5 will start off the bat here, the 3 Blonde on Tap. So this one dropping out of a 30 maiden claiming event. That was all the way back in February at Fairgrounds. So we've not seen her since. She's moved to a new barn since. And you see the 6 career starts for the daughter of Tapiture. She's got 3 seconds as well.
She makes a lot of sense. She certainly was good. It is a layoff, though. She's going to have to deal with that. Her 2 synthetic races were bad. Once she got to the dirt, all of her races have been good. But this is a layoff. She is coming off some good works. And she should have some decent speed from the inside.
And we're hopefully sorted it all out. As you can see, some issues with our feed. We'll hope to get that corrected as we move along in the evening. Get a look at those gorgeous skies out in Louisville. Short and sweet 12-day meet. As Frank mentioned, all dirt racing, construction on the turf course going on. See the turf unveiled in 2022, which, I mean, it's crazy, is right around the corner.
It takes a little while for the turf to knit. When you put the turf down, it's got to kind of, knit into the ground, and your seed's got to come up and make sure you don't tear it up.
Travis Stone with the call to kick off this Churchill Downs September meet. And here's the opener.
And they're off. Vallejo toward the far outside is away well. Blonde on Tap fires through toward the rail. Here's Blonde on Tap up to grab the lead. Speed Zone comes away in second. Triboard chasing third. Vallejo on the outside is fourth. Spy a Star toward the inside fifth, right at the rail. And as Moonlight moves up from racing in seventh, Mini Dress is ninth. Fantastic Reba 10th and last. Racing for the far turn, they whipped that opening quarter in 21 4/5 seconds. And it's Blonde on Tap, who skitters clear to lead by 2 round the far turn run. Spy a Star comes on to grab second as they round that turn. Speed Zone is 2 or 3 wide, right there racing in third. And as Moonlight's under pressure toward the inside in fourth, Triboard switched outside, coming on with a run from fifth. 5 lengths to make up, a quarter mile to go. And Blonde on Tap to catch. Blonde on Tap turning for home. The lead's down to 2. Spy a Star set down for the final furlong. Speed Zone's racing in third. Triboard is fourth. Ida Storm and Anna's Moonlight down to the final 16th now, and Spy a Star has come away with the lead. Blonde on Tap gives way. Speed Zone on the outside. Shirley Green's coming on late, but it's way too late. Spy a Star scores on the wire, winning by 5 in the end. Speed Zone was second. Shirley Green was third, and Triboard was fourth.
This filly was starting to become a professional maiden, and she just decimated this group in her 15th career start. You talk about young riders who had tremendous Saratogas. Here's one of them, Tyler Gaffleone.
Had a tremendous spring meet at Churchill Downs, was leading rider. Had a good meet in Saratoga, and Cherie DeVoe, first start for this filly in Cherie DeVoe's barn. Cherie DeVoe had a very good Saratoga meet as well. So some strong connections, and the 15th time was the charm.
Finally finding a field to her liking and maybe just maturing a little bit as well. Only hit the board 5 prior occasions in those 14 starts, but one of them was last time out. This time, it was never in question in the stretch. Spy a Star, Speedster filly, takes off, scoots away from this group, an easy win. Here to kick off this Twilight card at Churchill Downs. We'll have the prices for you set up the second. More from Belmont on the way as well, right after this timeout.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Definitely be looking at Always Dreaming yearlings. Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, opening day at Churchill Downs and the Belmont Park Fall Meet. We're going to have action as well from Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota, a little bit later on in the program. Welcome back, Kendrick Carmouche. Missed all of Saratoga after he had a spill late in the meet at Belmont and did not take long to get back in the winner's circle.
No, with a good, strong ride and forward position, not allowing himself to get shuffled back out of the race. 3-horse Messidor ran great. Bevy Jets made the pace with Javier Castellano. A lot of riders, though, embarrassed themselves the way they rode, leaving the chute there, grabbing so much hold of their horses.
Not Kendrick Carmouche. He was aggressive, put this filly in contention early, and results in a $26 winner. Let's go to Liza Hendricks.
Here with Kendrick Carmouche after his first win back, coming back from his injury. Kendrick, how did it feel out there?
It felt great, you know. Got a little lucky, you know. I got the head bob, which was really good. I'm just very appreciative of Brittany Russell. She sent the horse here ready, and that's all I had to do is ride my race. I know they never had a lot of speed in the race. I wanted to sit on side of Javier and make the best of it, and you know, I just got the bob and rode hard, and I'm in the winner's circle now.
Got the bob and a great stretch duel. How was that coming back to that great stretch duel?
Oh, very good, man. It made me feel right back at home at Belmont. You know, it's good to come back to the winner's circle, not only for myself, but for trainers and owners and everybody across the world to see that Kendrick Carmouche is back, and I'm ready to go rock and roll again.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Kendrick is back.
He is indeed. And the great thing about him, we had a chance to interview him at Saratoga. Got to be incredibly tough to be out for that premier meet. He was never down, always in great spirits, as he always is, but always that smile on his face, always positive energy.
Yeah, and it's very tough, especially when you want to be riding in the prime time. You wanted to be competing at a place like Saratoga, but he came back ready, he came back strong. And ironically enough, Brittany Russell, the trainer of the horse, who's done a terrific job shipping horses to New York, horses that belong, her husband, Sheldon Russell, who's been riding tremendous in Maryland, just broke his foot in a riding accident. He's going to have surgery. So her husband got hurt. She helped Kendrick Carmouche back on his road to recovery.
Good to see him back, getting his picture taken. It's going to happen a lot for that talented young man who's really taken his game and craft to the next level over the last couple of years. Up next, the 7th race. 6 furlongs on the main track, $40,000 claiming race, where the entry a little ridiculous right now and how much they're getting over bet at 2-5. Figured to be favored, but wow, this is awfully short as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the program. Maggie, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Greg, and a pleasure to be back here in the Belmont paddock. Always feels like home coming back to beautiful Belmont Park, as we'll take a look at that heavily favored entry in here. Now, I will say sometimes these syndication groups, they like to bet a little bit, and two, also you're getting the 2 for the price of 1 type of look, but they are 2 horses that, based on buyer speed figures and just speed figures in general do pack a potent punch in here. Now, Happy Farm is coming back off a bit of a layoff of a little over 2 months. He's a horse that throughout his career, even when he was trained by Jason Service, obviously under investigation by the federal government for using performance-enhancing drugs, he never looked that good. He never looked good in his coat. He never carried his weight well. But Linda is a trainer whose horses often come over looking really, really healthy. And this is by far the best Happy Farm has ever appeared prior to a start. Now, as far as fitness, he does look ready to go. I wish he was striding out a little bit better here in the paddock. He's one I want to watch and how he warms up out on the track, because typically he does move very well in the warm-up. So one that's coming back, at least coat and flesh-wise, looking better than ever. Still, I want to keep my eye on him. As we'll jump to the inside with number 1, that's Clench. First off the claim for Linda as well, is moving up in class. And I think it's always a positive sign when Linda ups her horses off of the claim. And Clench won very comfortably, resolutely in that performance for Rudy Rodriguez as he took that drop in class against Lesser. I think he looks fantastic here. He looks like the horse to beat. He's forward, he's striding out well in the paddock. So I think Clench might be the more trustworthy of this duo. Then we'll move on to a former Linda Rice trainee. That's number 3, Fox Red, who Linda went in for several times. So I think it's always a positive when you see multiple trainers going back in for a horse after losing them. And Fox Red, he does possess speed. He'll have to deal with the speed of Happy Farm to his outside. But another one that looks as though he's just in great form. Now, last time he allowed the winner to come up on his inside. We saw the rider, Eric Cancel, lose the crop within the 3/16 pole. And not that it made that much difference with him, but the horse to his outside wanted to lug in on him a bit. So I think he got a little intimidated down the lane, and maybe that margin of defeat wouldn't have been quite as much if he was able to kind of be a little bit more bullish against that rival. So that Fox Red, though, first off the claim here for Safi Joseph, who's looking to resurrect this Belmont meet after a disappointing Saratoga one. He does look good off the claim. Greg.
He does. As a result, thank you, Maggie, of this entry getting over bet right now. Fox Red, I mean, this is a horse who he was third to last time out, who had been second to Mischievous Alex, who's expecting to show up on Breeders' Cup weekend. He's faced some good company. He's 7-1 right now. Fox Red. We'll have the post parade when we come back. The entry at 1-2 as we get set for a late pick 3 coming up on the opening day of this Belmont Fall Meet. Stay with us.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
back on America's Day at the Races. I haven't said that for a long time. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Here is a look at part of this heavily favored entry, and there is Joel Rosario, the rider of the week, after his incredible record-shattering performance at Kentucky Downs that we talked about. He's on Clench in here. Maggie thought Clench tough for half of the entry. I think some may believe it's Happy Farm. Good thing is you don't have to decide. You get them both, and that's why this entry's taken so much money.
Yeah, and they both, you know, you figure Clench has to show speed from the inside, and he has speed, and that's the tactics he employed last time. Happy Farm can lay up close, but he's not committed, so they kind of complement each other style-wise as well.
Let's take a look at Happy Farm from back on May 13th. This was 2 starts back, and he won for $50,000 here at Belmont. Higher than what he's running for today for $40,000.
But he also got a very fast pace to run into. The first quarter in 21-3 at Belmont Park. That's rolling, and he kind of worked out the right kind of trip to get it done. Certainly came with a very strong finish here, but retains Irad Ortiz Jr., who knows the horse, has confidence in him, and he gets a good outside draw.
You just look at the company he's kept, though, too, and even in this race, to me, it almost towers over this group. I mean, he was second to Mind Control, and granted, that was with Jason Service in a grade 3. So you kind of look at that with not sure what to make of it. Is it real or not? But he's come back and proved. I mean, he is a useful horse with ability, and you know he won for 50. Even when we got beat for 50 last time out, Town Classic, who beat him, is a pretty good runner. But 1-2 surprises me that the entry's this low.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a little bit short. I'm a little bit interested in the 3 Fox Red. I like Luis Saez getting on board there. I do find it interesting, though. Happy Farm, though, was in the Linda Rice barn, left her barn, and she reached back in to claim this horse. That always speaks of a trainer's confidence in a particular horse.
Yep. So good 1-2 punch with this entry in here. And here's Clench, who's going to have the inside slot. And if he could jump up and repeat what he did last time out, I mean, he's going to be right there, if not the best in this bunch. But can he do it again? That was for $20,000.
Has the rail, had speed last time, not always that quick, but you would have to think Rosario's going to be aggressive again.
Al Cools, he's got speed as well, and I guess a sign of confidence. Connections claimed him for 25, and they jump him up to 40.
Yeah, and Happy Farm, the other part of the entry, certainly is, you know, again, he's versatile, so being outside gives Irad Ortiz options. I agree with you. Al Cool's the one that I think Clench has to worry about as far as showing that kind of speed and putting that pressure on him, or maybe even taking it away from him.
You're so smooth. 9-1 on Al Cools. Here's Fox Red, Safi Joseph. Tough Saratoga, no question. We'll see if he can get off on the right track here at Belmont.
Yeah, Safi Joseph does a good job. His horses look good, and you know, so they had a tough meet. I don't think that's a reflection on him or his team. I think Fox Red might get him right off at Belmont Park.
I thought this horse could make a big jump forward, but going from Chad Brown now to Jeffrey Engelhardt, going to be tough to move up.
Yeah, but you know he's coming out of the Chad Brown barn in good shape, and Jeffrey Engelhardt is a very good horseman.
7-1, flat out, beautiful Manny Franco.
Closed well, going 7/8. They heat up on the front end, but he's going to have to take another step forward off that last race.
Here's Mojovation, Dylan Davis, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Another one of the training Engleharts, Jeremiah, another terrific horseman. And this horse has kept some pretty good company.
13-1 on Mojovation, 6-year-old Quality Road, who's a 4-time winner of over $200,000. You can celebrate the return of racing here at Belmont with a 20% bonus. Get a 20% bonus up to $50 per day on your winning double bets this entire week on Belmont Park races. Visit NYRABets.com for promotion details. And don't forget, you have to opt in to take advantage at NYRABets.com. So entry remains at 2-5. Looks like Clench certainly has his mind on running today. Game face on under Joel Rosario. Again, he's going to have that inside post coming off of one of the best figures he's ever produced in his career.
Yeah, but he was in for $20,000, and sometimes company just makes a horse confident. They get in a good rhythm. When they're facing better horses and they got to fight for it, they're going to find the same kind of finish that he did this day. I do like that Joel Rosario stays aboard. I do think that he's a major player, but how much pressure is he going to get from the outside?
Can he back up what he produced at Saratoga last time out? We will find out. He is no not shy of getting his picture taken either. 7 times he has been a winner in his career in 31 starts. As we look at Al Cools. Al Cools, 2 back was a winner, was in the slop at Belmont. As mentioned, Chris Engelhart just claimed him for $25,000, now jumps him up to $40,000. This was the win in the slop when he was with Peter Miller.
Yeah, and a horse that, you know, has speed too, can put himself in the game, be involved early, should certainly get set up his own kind of trip. I like horses that create their trip. As a former rider, Greg, I wanted horses that put me in the game, helped me out, helped me get the position I needed.
I don't know. I look at that race, and I felt he moved up on the off track, and that helped him.
I think it's a fair assessment. It was the only time in his life he had hit a sloppy track, spending the predominant part of his career in Southern California, where you tend not to catch too many off racetracks.
Post time coming up. Let's check in again with Maggie.
And we are seeing an aggressive warm-up from Joel Rosario aboard Clench, but want to circle back with the 1A in here, Happy Farm, who Arad Ortiz is not scared of taking a horse away from the pony. And he didn't immediately do that with Happy Farm. He actually jogged him quite a ways. And you just watching him kind of hit the surface, he just looks like a horse that might have some feet issues. He just kind of walks gingerly, if you will. So I'm going with Clench. Unfortunately, you know, you're hurt by the fact that they are a coupled entry in here with the price, but I do like what I'm seeing from Clench. And then Flat Out Beautiful, he got a great warm-up, number 5 in here for Rob Atras and Manny Franco. And, you know, I thought he had a little bit of trouble. You know, you just kind of had to wait for room at the top of the lane against Free Enterprise, and he was very game. He had to go up on the inside. A lot of times it's tough for a horse to want to go up on the inside of horses. He did have a little bit of skin disease, a little ringworm, but like I said, it could mean absolutely nothing and have no bearing on how they perform out on the racetrack. Just something I noticed. But again, Greg, he warmed up beautifully with Manny Franco.
All right, good information. Thank you, Maggie. Flat Out Beautiful, the 5, 8-1. There he is with Manny. Just missed against Free Enterprise, who's going to be next door, the 4-horse. Last time out at Saratoga, that was going 7/8 of a mile. And you see a number coming off the board.
The 1-horse
part
Clench.
of that entry.
Scratched by the advice of the track veterinarian. A rider can feel something not quite right. He goes to the attending veterinarian, have them look at the horse. Another protocol put in place to protect the horses and riders as much as possible.
So no longer in entry. It's up to Happy Farm, who remains now. And Clench did have the rail, so the 1 gone. So now Al Cools the 2. Going to get this inside post, and they'll give everyone a minute here to believe, to change their wagers, get resettled here.
Now,
will Clench heading back to the barn?
The 1A will run for purse money only now, so it won't be part of the wagering. That'll make the 3 Fox Red your favorite.
Yes.
So that really changes the reflection of the complexion of the race, completely from a wagering standpoint.
So,
because I liked him at 5-1, not as much at 8-5.
So Happy Farm will be in the race from the outside post, but unable to wager on him. Purse money only. And yeah, as you saw, and as Mig told you, Fox Red, the 3, now your heavy favorite at 8-5. Wow. Big change here. It happens in this game.
I actually was happy to get 5-1 on Fox Red because I liked him at that price, taking a shot against a big favorite entry. Once that changed, it completely changed the complexion of the wagering.
It was incredible to get 5-1.
Yeah.
It was a huge overlay. We're set. Late change. The scratch of the 1. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
All set. And they're off. Fox Red, very quick. All Cools matching strides. These 2 speed 2 lengths clear in a hurry. Mojovation clearly into 3rd. Then it's Happy Farm racing for purse money only, followed by the 2 trailers, Free Enterprise and Flat Out Beautiful. All Cools is quicker than Fox Red, who's hustled up, trying to keep pace, but All Cools shows the way through a quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Fox Red pressing in second. 2 more back to Mojo-vation as they approach the quarter pole. Happy Farm on the outside, moving into contention. Free Enterprise and Flat Out Beautiful. 4 of them line up as they pass the quarter pole and turn for home. It's All Cools in front. Mojo-vation bearing down on him. On the outside, Happy Farm is right there too. And from the back of the field, Flat Out Beautiful. They're in the final furlong, and it's All Cools in front. Happy Farm second. Free Enterprise up the rail with Flat Out Beautiful. It's going to be All Cools. All Cools prevails over Happy Farm, who was there for purse money only. Then Free Enterprise, followed by Flat Out Beautiful. For wagering purposes,
Al Cools with the win, 2-4-5 for wagering purposes. Officially, though, 2-1A, 4 and 5. Happy Farm winds up second.
Well, not only did the complexion of the race change from a wagering standpoint with the scratch of the entry, it also changed the complexion of how the race run, because Al Cools was able to make the lead without clenching there, even though he did get some pressure from the 3 Fox Red. Al Cools very game all the way to the wire.
Jose Ortiz for Chris Engelhardt off the claim as you look at odds for the second from Churchill Downs on this Twilight Thursday card. 1 turn mile, $20,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 lifetime. And it's Bertrada, the 7, who's a 7-5 favorite. As we take a look at this long shot here, Graciana for Darren Miller.
Yeah, Broker Maiden for 25 at Arlington. That was on synthetic.
Princess Doro, Mizzen Masked filly, was just claimed, the 2, next door at 6-1.
Yeah, and again, no turf racing at Churchill Downs while they revamped their turf course, so you're getting turf horses trying the dirt there.
Right Trap will move from turf back to dirt.
Well, finally, Broker Maiden, when switched to turf, all her dirt races are just okay.
A little strange. Finally won on grass. They go back to dirt. Okay, 12-1 for Steve Hobby. Ambitiously placed. Broke her maiden in the mud. She's got 8 seconds from 16 starts.
A lot of seconds, and you hate to see those seconds start to override the wins, but her speed figures certainly make her a huge contender.
She's coming out of some tough company, too, at Prairie Meadows. Big drop. Coinmaker, Juan Cano, Mitch Murrell.
Yeah, horse taking a lot of money, that predominantly a turf horse.
Here's the 6, Paula's Game, 11-1 for Eric Foster.
Yeah, Broker Maiden for 10. This is considerably tougher.
And the favorite, 7-5. There she is, Bertrada, Daughter of Violence for Grant Forster.
She makes a lot of sense. She certainly has speed. She puts herself in the game. She likes the dirt. She's got to deal with the 4-horse, who just has compiled all those seconds, ambitiously placed. I think she's the horse to beat. 5-2, I think, is a good price for her, actually.
Time for our market mover. It is the horse who's favored on the board, Bertrada, currently at 7-5. When she broke her maiden, it was at Mountaineer. She won by 17.25 lengths. She was 3-5 that day. She's come back in allowance company. 2 races at Thistledown, second in both, including once against the next out winner. So she is getting a little class relief, it would appear here. If you want to play the market mover or anybody else in this field, go to Twin Spires, download the app, or head to twinspires.com to get involved. Let's look at the main competition for the market mover. It is Ambitiously Placed, who's been in back-to-back really tough spots at Prairie Meadows.
Yeah, and a filly that, obviously missed the break there and did good to get back in the race and run as well as she did. The troubling part for me with her is just how many more seconds than wins. You get 8 seconds over 1 win. You got to think there were races you could have won where you just didn't have that killer instinct at crunch time. Although she had to make up a lot of ground here to get back in the race. Maybe she just hung because she got tired.
Yeah, I kind of give her credit for this one. You look at that record, I agree with you. Does she have the will to win? But she legitimately had an excuse in this time out. And I think, look, the field she's facing today, if she's in that position, it's not going to be as stout a horse she's going to have to try and go by.
No, but she ultimately could be her own worst enemy. Some horses
Could be.
are herd leaders, some are followers. Maybe she likes to run with horses, not necessarily by horses.
You know, the one she might be trying to run down today may not have that kind of finish that one did.
Fair
we'll
enough.
See.
I thought she would be favored. I honestly did.
I agree with you. I thought she would too. Travis Stone with a call. Here's the start of the pick 4 from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Right Trap with a bad stumble at the start. Spots to field a couple of lengths. Good beginning for Ambitiously Placed, who comes on to grab the lead in the early stages. Coinmaker comes on to be second. Right Trap, after that disastrous start, races up to grab third. Paula's Game to the outside is fourth, and then it's Bertrada in the clear fifth. So up the chute they go, and coming for the main track, and it's Ambitiously Placed out there setting the pace, leads by half a length. Coinmaker's right alongside in second. Paula's Game continues on in the clear while third. Right Trap is fourth and in behind the early leaders. Bertrada's cruising along while fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. Princess Doro over to the inside to be sixth, and a break of 5 back to Graciana, who is the trailer. The opening quarter goes in a swift 23 and 1/5 seconds. They are halfway home now, and Ambitiously Placed hits the far turn run in front. 46 and 4 for the first half of the race. Coinmaker comes on to put a nose up into second. Right Trap toward the inside is third. Paula's Game's under pressure, 3 wide while fourth with 3 furlongs to go. A break of 4 back to Bertrada, who's also under pressure, not gaining ground yet. Graciana switched to the outside for the run of the quarter pole, and Princess Doro is the trailer. The leader is Ambitiously Placed, off the turn in front by 2. Coinmaker set down for the drive. Right Trap with a big effort in between. Here comes Right Trap, and Graciana continues to close down the center of the track. There's 1 furlong to go. Right Trap comes away with the lead. Coinmaker fights on. Ambitiously Placed gives way. Graciana is green. Final 16th. It's Right Trap over Coinmaker, and Right Trap, who fell coming out of the gate, is up to win it. To win it by 2. Coinmaker was second. Graciana was third. It's tight for fourth. Bertrada or Ambitiously Placed.
Right Trap didn't start this race very well. It finishes strong. Back-to-back wins now after having won on the turf last start.
A stumbling beginning. Keep your eye on the 3 there. Really buckled down. Francisco Arrieta did a good job just keeping his seat. And then she took him right up in the race. Took him up into that pocket position very willingly. Guess she decided she liked winning after breaking her maiden on the turf last time. No turf at Churchill, so forced to run her on the dirt, and turned out to be no problem whatsoever. She's not camera shy. She liked getting her picture taken last time.
She did indeed, and now a winner on multiple surfaces. As for Ambitiously Placed, you mentioned to me right out of the gate, you like those tactics with this horse.
You know, when you get a horse that tends to hang, put them on the lead. You know, they don't have to break that plane, run by a horse and run the risk of hanging. You've already been there. It didn't work out, but I was fine with the tactics. It just wasn't good enough.
Right Trap, in the end, I believe goes off at 8-1. 3, 5, 1. So 8-1 over 9-2 over 31-1. Graciana, who had just broke her maiden at Arlington with a very modest buyer number, able to complete that trifecta.
I think we're going to see some chaos at this Churchill Downs fall meeting, particularly for the lack of turf racing, because you're going to get horses that maybe their form looks better on turf than dirt, and then they happen to jump up and run big. So if you like a long shot, don't be afraid. Wade in. I think chaos could ensue here.
And you might, see a lot more of this. A horse who they probably wanted to get on the turf again after winning there, but hey, it worked out anyway with no turf racing at Churchill. Back-to-back wins now. Back at Belmont, this race changed a lot late with the late scratch at clench. Entry, the other half, running for purse money only, and some of the primary speed drawn inside, taken out. It's Al Cools on the front end who gets the win.
Aggressive handling, Jose Ortiz. Al Cools takes them wire to wire. I know a couple of guys named Al. They're pretty cool.
Is that what that name is?
Al Cools. What I got to think, no?
2, 4, 5. Look at that. Pick 5. 9,656. That's cool to me, hitting one of those. You're done. What are you going to do with the rest of your evening?
I'm going to go have dinner, brush up for tomorrow. I'll get doing my homework, go to bed early, be back here tomorrow.
So you're telling me they don't have a TV where you're staying?
Yeah, they have a TV.
So you're not going to be watching our show?
I'll be preparing for tomorrow's show.
Mig, it was fun.
Always.
Enjoy your night. Don't stay up too late.
No.
I'll see you tomorrow. Keisha Courtney joining me after this short timeout. We'll be back with more. Right after this, we got more coming up from Belmont on opening day of this fall meet. Value Engineering, part of an entry at 3-2 for Chad Brown. Going 1.25 miles on the inner turf. Coming up, we'll be back with more right after this.
And More Spirit takes over coming past the wire. It will be More Spirit to win the Los Alamitos Futurity by 1.5 lengths.
This is just an unbelievable day for Bob Baffert and Mike Smith. They are unstoppable. More Spirit has dominated the Met Mile. He won it by 7 lengths.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast. It definitely has to be easy to use. And it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires. Download the app today.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here at beautiful Belmont Park. And in the paddock for today's 8th race is 2X Allowance going the 1.25 miles on the turf course. And this paddock report is brought to you by My Racehorse. And we do see a heavily favored entry right now from who other than Chad Brown, as it looks as though the plain one in here, Value Engineering, is the horse to beat on paper. But I have always wanted to see the 1A, who will be on the far outside here in this race from the starting stalls, Perjury Trap, in this kind of race. Going this 10 furlongs, he's always struck me as a horse that's crying out for more ground. Now, I always worry because sometimes when they stretch out, then they don't have that kind of pace then to close into, and it kind of mitigates their kick because it's not coming back to them as much. You know, they kind of sprint from the 3/8 home more so, but physically, he just says everything that you want from a horse, adding more ground. He's tall, he's leggy, he's very tubular, he's got a very even frame to him. He's actually got a little bit of a roach back, and a roach back is kind of when their top line, that spine, kind of comes up a little bit into their hindquarters, so it kind of gives this weird optical illusion a bit, but I do like him getting more ground today. He will have to run a bit faster to play with the best. But moving on to number 4, Summer to Remember for Rudy Rodriguez. This guy looks as though he should be able to control here. Looking at the pace, he should be the one that's doing the most forward running early. And he's, you know, presenting that here in the paddock. He came in possessing a lot of energy, very forward and into the bridle. For Rudy, not necessarily Rudy's forte in getting horses and running them long on the turf, but this guy looks great physically, and it looks as though he should be able to control. And a lot of people saying, well, Joel Rosario, he's so great coming from off the pace. I actually love the way he rides these long-distance turf races when putting horses on the front end. Hopefully that's what they do with this guy. Number 5, Farmington Road. He does come off a considerable layoff here for trainer Todd Pletcher. Only 2 starts on the turf, One of them a win, the other trying the Grade 2 Twilight Derby out at Santa Anita, where he was just too far back off the pace that day. Traveled well, though, over it. Now, looking at him, he's a horse that's never necessarily grown or gotten any bigger, so it's kind of a little bit of a surprise that he was able to win going the mile and 3/16 when trying the turf for the first time. He looks pretty fit to me. I would like to see him maybe a little bit more tucked up and maybe not quite as warm. I'll be taking the wait and see approach with Farmington Road today, but no doubt about it, trainer Todd Pletcher is having a fabulous day, and it's fabulous to welcome Acacia Courtney back to the set as she joins Greg Wolf. Guys?
Yeah, round 2 for Acacia coming up here in a moment as we get set for this mile and a quarter race coming up on the turf. Chad Brown. Going to be tough to beat in here with both halves of the entry look like they could be tough in their own right here. Absolutely. How are you holding up here?
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good. Yeah, right back into it. No off the layoff blues here, coming back to Belmont Park, hosting early. But it's nice. We don't get to be on set together very often, so it's fun. Looking forward to the late double up here.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. She was mentioning Farmington Road. I'm going to have a lot of those today. I feel like I've been gone for like 2 months. I was really interested to see him get back onto the turf for Pletcher.
He's an intriguing horse for sure. I mean, this is one that obviously they thought really highly of. He ran in the Belmont Stakes. You have a 3-year-old that is running kind of upper close to those levels. Obviously 2020 a very weird year too, so you take a shot. It makes sense. However, they switched him to the turf, and there's a very good turf course that's available at Colonial, and you will see guys like Todd Pletcher, like Shug McGahee take advantage of running some horses there. Maybe they are a little bit below, but he ran so well that he ran him in the Twilight Derby, and he had trouble that day when being back and having to face Smooth Like Straight. He's very intriguing. Obviously, with the Langford on the bottom side, he's got pedigree for it. I'm wondering how he's going to handle the distance back on the grass.
6 minutes to post here in our 8th coming up, but it's Chad Brown, Klarovich with the money favorite. If Klarovich had been just in the training standings or number of wins, they would have been 4th in the trainer standings at Saratoga. Incredible amount of wins. We'll be back.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Program is brought to you where you can play all the action. Go to NYRaBets.com. You can download the app as well and get started. As we're kicking off our Belmont Fall Meet, we're up to the 8th race on the card. Our feature today, mile and a quarter over the inner turf and the imposing Chad Brown entry, both for Klarovich Stables. An amazing 21 wins at that Saratoga meeting for Klarovich. And here is Value Engineering, Javier Castellano.
Since he was disqualified back in July of 2020 from second, he's been knocking on the door, hasn't been able to get the job done. I do think he's better going longer, though.
He'll be in post 5. His stablemate in post 7, outside, Perjury Trap.
Yeah, he's an interesting one as he gets a chance to stretch out, finally able to pair back-to-back races together after that big layoff and coming back with the victory at Ellis Park.
Temple's got some big credentials on the resume here, and now second time out with Tom Morley.
He gets some class relief, too, from the Lure, Tell Your Daddy, the runner-up in there. Also for Tom, came back to win the Grade 2 Bernard Baruch.
5-1 on Temple. Here's Gunnison for Kelly Rubley.
This one, he has been right there a few times. He's not the winningest type. He's 6-year-old. You have to certainly commend him and how consistent he is. Can he hang with these with that late closing style?
And does he want a mile and a quarter? Summer to remember, Rudy Rodriguez off the claim.
For me, the distance is a little bit of a question. I know he's run there before, but I thought he looked the best he's ever looked last time out, but he was beaten by a nice one in Price Talk.
9-2 on that runner. Here's Farmington Road back on the grass after a win at Colonial, and then that Twilight Derby at Grade 2, he had trouble.
He hasn't run since Breeders' Cup weekend, but his only 2 races on the turf, certainly you would think give him a big chance in here, one a victory and one in Grade 2 company.
Here's Caneños, Jose Lizcano, Brad Cox.
I'm intrigued by this guy, getting some class relief as well. He clearly loves the mile and a quarter here at Belmont. That was the site of his last win back in April.
3-time winner on the turf, 5-1 on that 4-year-old son of Empire Maker. As we're a minute to post, you can play this race and all the action all meet long here. This Belmont Fall Championship meet by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus and sign up with that promo code MATCH200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com or again by downloading the app to get involved. 3-5 on the entry in here. And really, how did you feel about the entry? Did you think either half of the entry on their own would be favored or more just value engineering?
I do think that either half of the entry in this race would take attention. You do have Todd Pledger, you do have Brad Cox, but at the end of the day, it's a Chad Brown runner for Klarovich. I think in particular, value engineering would probably be the one that would take the most because he is already proven at the distance and shown already that he wants to go these longer distances. In fact, he won a mile and a quarter here at Belmont back in June of 2020. Again, though, the trouble with a horse like him, and he's coming off a 9-furlong race at Saratoga, where I thought he just finished an okay third, but there wasn't really much more movement on the front. That being said, when you have a horse like him who's just always kind of right there, and I know it's an entry, but at such a short price, kind of seen it with him with value engineering. I would say of the 2 in this entry, I'm intrigued by Perjury Trap because he is kind of the newer face of the 2.
Potential upside. He's a 4-year-old, still kind of coming along. He's coming off a big win at Ellis. He made a ton of ground up in that stretch move. As you look at those prices from Churchill Downs, Right Trap, big number, $19.40. Coinmaker Graciana there, second and third. As you take a look at the other half of the entry in here, the Son of Blame, Perjury Trap. We'll have Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Let's go back to Maggie.
I want to talk about the inside runner, at least from the stalls. That's number 2, Temple. He was pretty keyed up and pretty sharp today. And with John Velasquez in that inside post position, I'm wondering if he does take advantage of that to allow this horse to lie a little bit closer to the pace. Would love to see that with a horse who is, like I said, pretty on the muscle today. Number 6, Caneños, as I liked everything Acacia had to say about him. He comes back off a bit of a freshening, looks incredibly fit, and looks like a happy horse. And plus, he is proven at the distance, and he does like it here at Belmont. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. So Maggie with the 4 at 5-1. And there's your selection, Acacia. Caneños, 5-1 as well with Jose Lizcano.
I like him in the spot. I think he suits nicely. Love to hear what Maggie had to say about him. I think this is a really good spot for him, and he doesn't need to be so far back. As Maggie was talking about, it can be such a disadvantage. Like with the likes of Temple, last time in the Lure, he was wide on both turns, not able to get position. If you're able to break a little bit sharper, you can drop in and save some ground, which is so important on these longer races.
Loading up entry, as they usually do from this barn. Chad Brown, Klarovich, 3-5, very short price up there. And there's probably the more highly regarded Half Value Engineering, looking for his 3rd win at this 1.25-mile distance. We're set for the 8th feature on this opening day card of the fall meet. Frank Miramati with the call.
Perjury Trap is in. We're set. And they're off. Farmington Road is out quickly. Summer to Remember now joins and takes the lead. Then it's Temple in 3rd, followed by Value Engineering, a close-up 4th, only 2 lengths off the pace. Gunnison is next, followed by Perjury Trap and Caneños at the back of the field. Summer to Remember, the pace setter, uncontested up top, leads it by 2.5 lengths over Farmington Road in 2nd. They're followed by Temple tucked in 3rd and Value Engineering now 4th with 5 lengths to make up. Gunnison will follow him. Another 2 back to Perjury Trap and Caneños to do his best running later. About a dozen lengths front to back as Summer to Remember and Joel Rosario carving out the fractions over Farmington Road in 2nd. Temple tries to inch a little bit closer in 3rd while in hand. Value Engineering is a comfortable 4th. A length and a half clear of Gunnison. Now Caneños is getting underway inside Perjury Trap. They've taken much closer order. 6 lengths covers them into the far turn. Summer to Remember, a 2-length lead on Farmington Road in 2nd. Temple on the inside is only 2.5 off the pace in 3rd. Value Engineering gets his cue now to make a 3-wide bid. And in behind him comes Caneños, who will be looking for some racing room. A 3-wide Perjury Trap is next as Gunnison gives way. They're at the top of the stretch, and Summer to Remember, trying to close the deal, has been there throughout, leads by a length and a half, chased intently by Farmington Road. Temple now splits rivals, and Temple's pink blinkers hit the front with a furlong left to go. Value Engineering still has 3 to make up inside a Perjury Trap. Caneños is weaving through traffic, a 16th to go, and it is Temple in front, and Temple wins it. Caneños rallied through traffic for 2nd, and then it was between Value Engineering and Summer to Remember.
Temple outruns everybody late here, does so at 7-1. Tom Morley barn, John Velasquez aboard.
Yeah, huge congratulations to the Morley team. This one, a claim for $80,000, a couple back, ran behind another claim and Tell Your Daddy last time, who came back to win the Bernard Baruch. Got a great ride under John Velasquez today to run down the pace setter, who was Summer to Remember, doing everything right on the front end. The horse that I like, Caneños, he's had the propensity to break badly in the past. He's been better lately with Jose Lascano riding. Completely missed the break today, and I think actually got up for 2nd going through traffic, but the right ride and the right trip for Temple, getting the class relief today.
Temple, 6th win of his career. And there's that battle for 2nd. It does look like the 6 Caneños under Jose Lascano getting 2nd. It's a photo, though. We'll have it for you when we come back. Up next, 3rd from Churchill Downs on their opening day of their September meeting. And it kicks off the Derby City 6, a 10,000 starter allowance at 1 mile and a 16th. We'll be back right after this.
And they're off. Followed by Microbiome. A late run from Gimmick. A 16th to go. And Run Up will make every pole a winning one in the sorority as she comes to the Run Happy finish line. Run Up jogs.
The Cup champion, Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us. Opening day at both Churchill Downs and at Belmont Park for their fall meet. We're up to the third coming up at Churchill. It's the start of the Derby City 6. 10,000 starter allowance. It's the 7 right now who's favored. Family Man, who had back-to-back wins. First coming to Churchill, then won at Ellis. Tried entry-level allowance company next time out. And is the current 2-1 favorite.
Has had a little bit of trouble out of the gate. That's going to be a key thing for him today. He did hop up a little bit last time from the outside post and was kind of put behind the 8 ball.
Nietzsche.
Okay,
thank you. Back-to-back wins. Francisco Arrieta aboard.
This one has the speed coming in from Mountaineer. How does it stack up against these today here at Churchill?
Speed with the other half of the entry and coming off an 8 1/4 length win in the slop.
Yeah, but did have a nice win for the non-winners of 2 condition at Churchill, going a mile 2 starts back.
Rail to the 2 Allen with Brian Hernandez Jr.
I think back on his preferred surface, certainly one that can hopefully get a nice stalking spot from the inside.
John Court on Copper King comes in off a win.
Big pedigree on this one, actually. The half-brother to Mind That Bird.
33-1 on He's a Bully for Bentley Combs.
Third last time out at a big price, and going at Indiana Grand, I thought would need to improve.
Here's Jack's advantage. Rafael Bejarano, 11-1.
Back on a fast track, I think that's the key. Doesn't seem to like the wet track and doesn't seem to want to go too far either.
Brother Aaron, major player. He comes in off a win at Ellis. That was for non-winners at 2 lifetime.
Major player, but the distance is a question as well, as he's been sprinting. He's never gone this far before.
There's the one who's had some gate issues, as you mentioned. Family Man, the favorite.
Still, those first 2 races were very impressive. Broke his maiden for 10,000 and came right back for tougher and won nicely.
And rider change on Risky Town. Colby Hernandez has won 2 of his last 3.
Yeah, this horse has been really solid since coming back off the layoff. The only defeat was on the turf, and that actually wasn't even that bad of a race. Still finished a good third, but I think this is a perfect spot for him. And he's obviously versatile, too. Can win from 6 furlongs out to a mile and an 1/8.
You can wager on the Twin Spires app. It is fast and easy. New players that can take advantage of a $200 sign-up offer. Use the promo code GET200 and start earning your $200 new player bonus right away. Download the app or go to twinspires.com to get involved. So post time coming up for this third. Kicks off again this Derby City 6, and it's the 6 now. Brother Aaron, who is favored, but yeah, does have to answer this question of going longer.
And that's the thing, Greg. I mean, he ran well going 7 furlongs, 2 starts back, but that's the furthest he's been. I remember him from Gulfstream that he is kind of a stockier, rounder type of build of what you typically think of as a sprinter, but he has good size to him. If he stretches out, I'd imagine he'll be aggressive, showing speed. How will that stack up with the entry, particularly Double Tough Tiger?
Don't see it a lot at Belmont. Chad Brown, odds-on favorite. Entry, both halves of the entry doubly tough, and getting beat winding up third. Value Engineering. It's Temple with that win in the 8th. Congrats to the Tom Morley outfit getting the win for Flying Peace Stable, and Hall of Famer John Velasquez aboard for the winning ride. 7 moves in, and here's the last to load, Risky Town for Troy Newton. We're set. Here's a third from Churchill. Travis Stone, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Copper King with a good beginning, so too for Brother Aaron. Family Man is there. Risky Town for that outside post. Nietzsche's not far behind either. Into the clubhouse turn they go. Brother Aaron over to the inside to set the pace. Family Man not far behind right there, right alongside. In second, Nietzsche toward the inside is third. Risky Town races up into fourth. Double Tough Tiger is fifth and only 3 lengths off the lead. Allen toward the inside in sixth. Jack's Advantage is seventh. Copper King is eighth by 2. And He's a Bully settles in at the back of the pack. Heading for the backstretch run. And it's Brother Aaron bounding along up top. Leads by 3/4 of a length. Family Man with only mild pressure from second. Tracking this pace intently down the backstretch run. That opening quarter was just 24 and 3/5 seconds. There's 5 furlongs to go. Risky Town continues on in the clear while third. Nietzsche's right there in the thick of it racing fourth. So too Double Tough Tiger fifth. Allen toward the inside and up close sixth. Jack's Advantage advancing outside from seventh. Copper King has dropped back in the pack and it's 5 back to He's a Bully. Far turn run. Brother Aaron still holding on to a narrow lead. Family Man cranks up the pressure. Here comes Family Man on the outside, and now these two are head and head as they round the far turn together. Double Tough Tiger takes over third now. Nietzsche toward the inside is fourth. Allen is buried inside fifth. Angles outside, about 5 lengths to make up there. Then it's Risky Town, top of the stretch, and Family Man turning for home in front by 2. Double Tough Tiger to the attack. Nietzsche's in behind while third. Allen's in fourth. Brother Aaron gives way fifth. Eighth pole now. Family Man holding on to a 2-length lead. Nietzsche battles with entry mate Double Tough Tiger. They're battling hard, but they're going to battle for second and third because Family Man is gone. To win it by 2.5, Nietzsche was second. Double Tough Tiger was third. Allen was fourth. It's tight for fifth.
Lightly raced Family Man. We apologize for those technical difficulties. He's now won 3 of his 4 career starts.
And he still wasn't the fastest out of the gate today, but it didn't matter. He got into a good position under Tyler Gaffalione, who did ride him in his debut, too, and he didn't break well. So he probably knew exactly what to expect today. That's always a big benefit, as we did see the number 6, Brother Aaron, on the lead, setting the pace, aggressive early on, wasn't able to sustain that as he stretched out in distance. I thought a good effort from the entry, though, who ran second and third.
2-1, not your favorite. Slight second choice for Family Man here to kick off this Derby City 6. Tyler Gaffalione again for Robert Medina.
Robbie
4-year-old
Medina,
by First Defense.
former assistant to Shug McGahee as well. And Tyler, we saw him with such a strong Saratoga meet and continuing that on to Kentucky as well.
Yeah, and speaking of those connections, they're going to team up with what could be an emerging star later in this card in the 6th. Bears watching. He looked incredibly talented when we last saw him in March at Gulfstream. He's going to make his first start back since in that 6th race.
Yeah, I really loved him, seeing him in his 2 starts down at Gulfstream. Of course, the little brother to Honor Code. That first race just said he needs a start. He wasn't completely focused in, drew an outside post sprinting, and it was an absolute downpour that day, too. And he ran well, but came back and just dominated so professionally his next start.
That's coming up again in race 6 right now. Going to take a timeout. Family Man kicks off this Derby City 6 at 2-1 with Tyler Gaffalione. When we return, we'll talk the weekend coming up. Bolshoi Ballet, Belmont Derby winner, trying to get back on the winning track, and Creative Flair in the Jockey Club Oaks. Look out, Charles Appleby again coming to Belmont. Could spell trouble. We'll preview them both next.
Performer is closing in and running on by. And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, new for 2022 at Claiborne Park.
Back at America's Day at the Races, program is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Fans enjoying the picnic tables out on the first of 3 Twilight cards at this brief Churchill meeting here in September, and it's Family Man who gets the win here in this third.
Yeah, it didn't break that sharply again, but was put in the right position under Tyler Gaffleone and is now 3 for 4 in his career for a horse that started out and made in 10,000. He certainly worked his way up the ranks, showed that he belongs in this level, and he did it nicely today.
So Tyler Gaffleone aboard for Mrs. J.V. Shields. First defense out of a Belong to Me mare, American Plan. For, as we mentioned, Robert Medina, now 3 for 4 lifetime. $6.60 for the win. Entry, second and third. And we'll move along. Late pick 5. It begins in the next on the card. In this fourth from Churchill. $75,000 maiden claiming event. And a 1-turn mile that will kick off the sequence where Pledge of Allegiance, the 4, is going to take a lot of money in that race. We'll talk more about it in a moment. We're going to get back to Belmont right now for the nightcap coming up on this opening day card of this fall meet. And they'll close out this Thursday card, mile to 16th on the turf. New York bred race, 40 maiden claiming event, and a really good betting race to close out this sequence in here. You have the Speedster Mondieu, spun for Lulu, coming off a big effort. Bella Principessa, right now your favorite, but it's 7-2. Very modest favorite. For more, let's go to Maggie with the paddock report.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of one of those grab bag races where we could see an upset, we could see a lukewarm favorite winning here. And I have no problems with the appearance of your current tepid favorite in Bella Principessa. She looks great, but a few horses I was interested in, and maybe not so much the first one I'll talk about, but definitely the latter. We'll begin, though, with number 8, Exfiltration, who does only have the 1 turf race, and it was okay. You know, she did close well. She ran on well late, and she was only beaten that length and a half. But the race was kind of coming together. It kind of had that accordion effect to it. Now, she is one that comes off a decent layoff dating back to the 1st of May when we first started racing here at Belmont. But with that in mind for Horacio DePaz, she looks incredibly fit. My problem is her mentality. She's never really settled. As we see her with the pony here, I would like her to be a little less on her nerves. Now, she has been better to saddle, I'll give her that, because on May 1st, she was really bad to get the tack on. So it's a positive sign, and she looks ready for this comeback, as we do see the cotton in the ears with the pony. If we can keep her settled here, I think she will have an impact. Now, I'm surprised to see the outside horse at such a big price, but I suppose I get it, and that's number 12, Cologne Rose. As she adds blinkers, drops back down in class for Rob Atras, and she was one that was incredibly green first time out. And then I don't want to put a line through the maiden special weight race, but at least she's back with her friends today. She's far more developed, stronger, fitter, and so much more focused, as she does add just a short cup cheater blinker. Not the greatest post position, I get it, but I think she'll have an impact here at a big price for a strong barn. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 8 minutes away from our nightcap coming up. We'll have the post parade here in a moment. One of the best betting races on this card, and we've saved it for the finale coming up. Let's take a look ahead of what's coming up on a big weekend. We got a couple of stakes on Friday, and then Saturday, major program with the Jockey Club Derby and Oaks, final legs of those Turf Triple Series. We're going to see Lone Rock back in action as well, who has been an unstoppable force. But let's take a look at this Turf Triple Series, starting with the boys in the Derby and the Belmont Derby winner, Bolshoi Ballet, getting back to where he became a Grade 1 winner here in the States.
You know what I think is really interesting about him is we will get to see the top 2 finishers from the Belmont Derby, with Tokyo Gold back as well, which I find exciting. He's one I'm intrigued by. But Bolshoi Ballet was actually supposed to run September 12th at Longchamp, and he was scratched by the stewards because there was an issue with his vaccination card, and they rerouted him to New York. Now, Aidan O'Brien is arguably the greatest trainer in the world, and shipping can be easily handled for many horses, and this is a big solid horse that clearly takes his racetrack with him. But this wasn't the plan initially, and he's shipped back and forth overseas, back to the U.S. for all 3 of these races. I think that's just something to kind of keep in the back of your mind for a horse that's had a tough summer campaign.
Distance connections, believe, though, is actually going to be right up his alley. Getting more ground, going a mile and a half, they think is going to be great for him.
Oh, very much agree on that. You saw that relentless grinding running style in the Belmont Derby as Ryan Moore kept after him and he kept responding. He was up closer on top of a sharper pace last time in the Saratoga Derby. And also, I know that his connections have said that the big sweeping turns at Belmont really suit him well with that running style and just given the size of him.
Meanwhile, the fillies will do battle in the Jockey Club Oaks Invitational, and Higher Truth, Creative Flair get reunited again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this will be fun to see as Creative Flair came from off the pace. I really liked her that day. Of course, there wasn't much pace in the Saratoga Oaks as Conlima wired the field and was able to use that speed to help her navigate that mile and 3/16 distance. She's not in this time as Higher Truth was kind of up close to that, not able to get by that pace setter. But I thought Creative Flair actually closed pretty well. Interesting to see Jamie Spencer will be aboard her, and we know how dangerous Charlie Appleby and Godolphin have been shipping horses here to the U.S., and they have strong chances in both the Derby and the Oaks.
They're obviously two major players in here. I can't wait to see Baby Blight, though.
Me too.
After what
Oh,
she
me too.
did last time out, that dominating performance at Saratoga.
It's obviously going into much deeper waters this weekend in the Saratoga Oaks, but this was a horse that I absolutely loved getting to go a further distance last time. And I remember speaking to Shug McGahee after a race, and he said, we knew that's what she wanted to do all along, and she's finally able to get there mentally and physically and catch up. And I think the distance should be no problem for her going a mile and 3/8.
All right, it's going to be a fun weekend. Turf Triple Series continues. Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, Bolshoi Ballet in the Derby, and a lot of great promotional events going on at Belmont as well. As we get to our nightcap coming up, 5 minutes away from the 9th here, and right now the favorite, it is the 10, Bella Principessa, Rudy Rodriguez, who ran, I really liked that third place effort last time out at Saratoga.
I actually thought that she ran very well that day. I think that she's probably the right tepid favorite in this spot. I noticed it kind of seemed in the stretch last time like she was almost lugging in a little bit. Like her rider, Irad Ortiz, was aboard that day, was kind of struggling to keep her head straight and keep her moving forward in the stretch. And sometimes horses can do that where they start to lean in the stretch. And it seemed like that was the case with her. Joel Rosario is such soft hands. And that's really, I think, one thing that he really excels at with some of these a little bit more difficult horses that are tougher to kind of keep settled and keep moving forward.
Kick things off with Constitutional Rage, who was not happy when we saw her last time.
No, she was very rank last time out. She's had a tough go of it, but she has actually that race back at the end of June. Let's see if she can run back to something like that.
Here's the speed of the race, who's come up short the last two, being on the lead.
And those were both very tough defeats. It looked like she was home in both of them and ended up getting run down. We have to imagine Louis Size will be aggressive with her again.
Millstone Creek, I might appreciate the extra ground.
I agree. She stretches out. She also drops back down to the 40,000, which I think is where she suits. The blinkers go on, and I wonder how aggressive she'll be stretching out.
Spun for Lulu. She made a big move forward last time out.
Big warm-up for this one. I questioned the distance last time out, but she actually ran really well, closing at a big price.
Mike Maker, Black Licorice at a price.
This is one that I don't know about getting more ground. She was a big, robust type, but I do think that she will benefit from having that start last time out.
52-1. Mike Luzzy back. Good to see that for Keith O'Brien, Elegant Lauban.
Very good to see him back and wishing Mike the best of luck in here. I thought that this one would really have to improve.
Angel over the Pulpit at 83-1.
Really not much to recommend as far as the first race or as far as trying the turf. There's not much pedigree, top or bottom.
Exfiltration only beat a length and a half last time out, was 6, but coming out of that race, 3 next out winners behind this one.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've all been solid. Emma and I got a 66 buyer the next time out. This one did have to take back and lose some position early.
Here is Duck Fat, big price, 22-1, Jorge Vargas Jr.
Only one race on the turf. That was back at the end of May. She didn't do much running that day.
Rudy Rodriguez with the favorite here with Joel Rosario.
Getting a big warm-up, and she's wearing a full hood and that her ears are covered. That's to muffle out the sound, just help keep them focused. I like the warm-up that she's getting from Joel Rosario.
Here is the more highly regarded Mike Maker runner. Just claimed this one, Lemon Taffy.
Yeah, this seems like a typical Mike Maker. In fact, it's a reclaim for Three Diamonds as well. That's interesting, as obviously Three Diamonds, Kirk Wyckoff, they want to claim horses and win. They clearly have unfinished business with this one.
And Dylan Davis for Rob Atras, blinkers on this outside filly.
And interesting to hear Maggie's thoughts on this one as far as the focus and the mental aspect and her being so green, back to the proper level for her. And those blinkers should really help as far as focus. And it seems like she's focusing nicely out on track.
So 2 minutes to post here in this nightcap coming up. 7-2 is your favorite. This filly right here, Daughter of Constitution for Rudy Rodriguez. Let's take a look at her turf effort last time out at Saratoga back on August the 5th.
Yeah, this is where she did end up finishing third. She was closing from off the pace. Mondoose was the one setting the pace, trying to take them every step of the way. And as she's able to, looking for some room, and she wasn't able to get any space, so instead goes down to the inside. This is kind of where I was noticing it. You kind of see her head turning out a little bit. Maybe she's just not responding as eagerly forward to Irad Ortiz as he puts away the riding crop and just uses his hands. She has that full hood. She has a shadow roll, pretty strong bit on. Maybe she's just a tricky type of filly to keep in a straight course.
Minute to post coming up. The hottest rider in the land on board there. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And we will check in with number 1, Constitutional Rage. As you guys were mentioning, she is a bit of a rager. I mean, I think they named her accordingly based on, obviously, pedigree, but she's followed suit in her demeanor, too. But today, getting back here to Belmont for Bruce Brown, she was actually fairly amenable to get the tack on. Now, we see her doing her usual song and dance out on the racetrack, but we've seen her do that before, including the time when she was going the 7 furlongs back here in June, and she got really wound up prior to going into the gate, and she still ran well. It's just her, but I do like the fact that at least in the paddock, she was better than what she had been at any of her appearances up at Saratoga. Now, jumping towards the outside, interesting reclaim. Sometimes I don't get the reclaims. Like, I get the reclaims. Let's go back to race 7 with Al Cools, with the same owner going back in for him. He's a hard-knocking type, but to go back in for a maiden 40 that you lost for 30 and you're giving them 10,000, I don't know. It seems like there's too many fuzzy questions to not have a purpose with Lemon Taffy. The one observation I can say with her is that going back to some of her previous efforts, I haven't seen her in her last one at Saratoga, she is today a bit more tucked up, a bit more intense. She has a little bit more energy forward. So I like to see that. But Greg, I mean, the reclaim's interesting, but I don't know. I mean, does that make her a winner here?
Well, we know how good Three Diamonds Farm, Mike Maker are. They obviously liked what they saw with her on grass. They're getting her back on. But you look at that race 2 back on turf. I actually liked how Millstone Creek was finishing better than the way Lemon Taffy was.
No, I agree. For me, and I'm in the same boat as Maggie here, Lemon Taffy's always just kind of been one that you were not really keen to bet moving forward. As speaking of Millstone Creek, we'll load without the rider. Eric Cancel will climb aboard in the gate. She does have those blinkers back on. Maybe a little bit sharper today, but seems like she's doing okay now that she's in the gate.
Yeah, all settled, and currently, 11-1 on the board on Millstone Creek. So she's going to get a mile and 16th for the first time in her career. We'll see if she does, in fact, improve with the extra ground. There's Lemon Taffy, who finished ahead of her when they went at 7 furlongs together on the grass 2 starts back. So the reclaim for Mike Maker. And 6-1 on the board right now. Nightcap coming up on our opening day of this Belmont Fall Meet. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Killaway and Rose walking up. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. A very quick beginning for Mondoose, who opens up a length in the first few jumps. Spun for Lulu, came away with some sharp early speed too, and they are joined by Bella Principessa, who's up to take second. On the far outside, Killaway and Rose is fourth, followed by Constitutional Rage, who's 6 lengths off the lead, passed just now by Lemon Taffy as they make their way onto the backstretch. Angel Over the Pulpit is next. Black Licorice just steadied ever so slightly. The same can be said for Millstone Creek, who's about 9 or 10 lengths off the leader. Exfiltration is next. Another 3 back to Duck Fat, and Elegant Laubon at the back of the field. Mondoose is the pace setter, has it by 3/4 of a length. Bella Principessa second, spun for Lulu on the inside of Killaway and Rose, who's now up to take third. Then comes Lemon Taffy in fifth as they round the far turn, 4 lengths off the lead. Down at the rail, Constitutional Rage. Black Licorice called on, 7 lengths to make up. On the inside comes Millstone Creek, making a little bit of headway too with Exfiltration as Angel Over the Pulpit drops back. Duck Fat is next. They're 1/4 mile from home, 3/4 in 1:12 and 3. And the lead has belonged to Mondoose throughout, challenged by Bella Principessa in the blue blinkers, and they're joined by Constitutional Rage in the center of the course. And now Constitutional Rage will battle with Bella Principessa. Constitutional Rage to the front under Jose Lescano. Bella Principessa fights on. A late run from Duck Fat into third. It will be Constitutional Rage to win it by 2. Bella Principessa was second. Duck Fat a closing third. Exfiltration was fourth.
She had some big efforts on the turf before, including one against Better Company, and it always helps when you get Jose Lescano on board on the grass.
Oh, very much so. Saved all the ground on the inside, and it was key too. Maggie mentioned that mentally she was better today. She had been taking strides forward. She got the clear run to the outside. Meanwhile, look at how careful Joelle Rosario is aboard Bella Principessa, as clearly she is a quirky filly. She clearly doesn't seem to like the riding crop. He, even at this point, kind of puts it away and just goes with his hands because she starts to lug in a little bit even then. You see her head going to the outside. She's a tricky filly and I think very, very tough to ride, but mentally improving from Constitutional Rage, and it showed today.
1-10, 9-8, 8-1 to close out our Belmont card here on opening day of this fall meet. Prices when we come back. We have the late pick 5 ahead from Churchill Downs. When we return, we'll set it up right after this.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Gunite, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Gunite, Echo Zulo, Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner, with a pedigree that breeds true.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Consistently versatile, with 22 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville. Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lexitonian comes back on the inside to win it.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spikestown.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast, it definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires, download the app today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Opening day of this Belmont meet and out at Churchill Downs. And we're getting set for the late pick 5 coming up on the opening day card out there. 4th race will kick it off. 1-turn mile coming up in the 4th. And as expected, Pledge of Allegiance, the 4, taking a ton of attention on the board. Coming out of a really tough race. Ducall, Jennings both went out of that race. Ducall, 97 buyer in his win next time out for Brad Cox. And now he drops in for a tag for the first time.
Yeah, he definitely makes sense. It is a higher level maiden claiming race, but it's still a significant drop in class, and he doesn't have to face the quality of horses that he was last time out, and even prior to that in those maiden special weight tries.
This horse, he has a race at Churchill sprinting that if he can return to that, he could be a factor at 15-1.
And that was off a layoff, too, back in June for Aeronaut. That was for 50. I think that the drop in class makes sense today.
Here's a Brad Cox first-time starter, son of Go Sapper.
Honky Tonk Hero, funny name, but this one's actually the half-brother to Overheard, is debuting for a claiming tag.
Here's the one to beat, 6-5, Pledge of Allegiance, start number 8.
They've certainly given him his tries. He hasn't been able to get the job done in special weight. This just makes sense.
Robertino Diodoro just claimed Centurion.
Interesting move here as he claims him, stretches him out, and gelded him. That gelding should certainly help him move forward, too.
One dirt start. He did not show much ability on it. Here's Polzar, blinkers on, new gelding.
He has shown speed going long on turf. His only dirt races have been sprinting. I think he'll be forward.
This Dallas Stewart run of the 7 I thought was interesting.
I agree. Back on the main track, his debut race actually was very strong, and he broke sharply that day.
Blinkers on. That was not listed in the form. Seminole, Beachy, and Wilkes.
This one has had glimmers of some solid races. Not the most consistent type. Maybe now second off the bench, and a drop will help.
9-1. I like the warm-up there for the another son of Go Sapper. Suppressor, Steve Asmussen. And this horse has speed. Has not been able to finish, though, at 6.5 and 7 furlongs.
The full brother to I'm a Chatterbox, who was so good going long on dirt. He finally gets to do that, but I guess they're finally being realistic and saying he needs to run for a claiming tag.
And Connections, a Charger, they might have figured something out in a race that was washed off the turf last start. Charger ran very good at Ellis.
Yeah, he was had a very solid race on the turf prior to that, but that was a very solid effort. He has early speed. He has an outside post in here. We'll see how he navigates getting into position.
Twin Spires, market mover. It's the favorite, Pledge of Allegiance. 6-5 for Paul McGee. Start number 8. He will drop in for a tag for the first time, coming out of a very productive race last time out, including Ducall, who was second in there, would run a 97 buyer again in his next out win at Saratoga. For more on this race, let's check in again with Frank Lyons.
Well, Wolfie, I'm not sure about this 4-horse Pledge of Allegiance. He looks great in the paddock, and he's got the form to win this race. But I just see a few different horses in this race that look very interesting to me, including the 10-horse Charger, who you both talked about right there. Last time out in a race taken off the grass at Ellis Park, he finished second to a horse called Newsworthy. Well, Newsworthy came right back to win, 2 starts later at Kentucky Downs at a very, very good event. So don't leave out the 10, guys, as they load up. I'll throw it back to you, Wolfie.
Frank, thank you. That's the last one in we're waiting on here. Charger for Ray Hernandez. Travis Stone with the call. It's the start of the late pick 5 from Churchill.
And they're off. And a bad stumble at the gate for Centurion. David Cohen somehow stayed aboard. Meanwhile, up top, it is Suppressor who comes on to grab the lead. Pulsar showing some early speed as well. Charger comes on to grab third as they head up the chute and come for the main track. Just about 6.5 furlongs to go. And Suppressor comes away with the lead. Here comes Charger up to grab second. Pulsar's racing third. Purcell's tails in behind while fourth. Seminole Beach in the clear racing in fifth. Aeronaut on the inside sixth. Pledge of Allegiance seventh by 4. Honky Tonk Heroes back in eighth, just ahead of slow starting Centurion. 5 furlongs to go. The opening quarter on the board in 23 and 2/5 second. Suppressor heading for the far turn run. Chargers right alongside in second. These two going 1-2. Pulsar tucked away third and toward the inside. Purcell's tails continuing on in the clear, racing up third, moving up to within 2 lengths of the lead now. Then it's Pledge of Allegiance. Aeronaut comes off the rail within striking range is that one. Seminole Beach is wide and losing ground. Honky Tonk Heroes under pressure. Centurion is picking it up from the back of the pack. Rounding the far turn. Suppressor still the one to catch. Goes a little bit wide by the quarter pole. Charger fanned out 4 or 5 wide. Aeronaut cut the corner beautifully. Pledge of Allegiance is coming down the center of the track. Purcell's Tail's also there. Racing for the mid-stretch marker. Charger comes away with a short lead. Suppressor's right there. Pledge of Allegiance is leaning on Purcell's Tail, who's in tight and behind. Centurion's now 5th, final 16th, and it's Pledge of Allegiance who comes away with the lead, and Pledge of Allegiance scores by 2.5 in the end. Purcell's Tail managed to get up for second. Chargers racing third, and Suppressor was 4th.
Pledge of Allegiance, the favorite. He crosses the wire first. He was leaning all over Purcell's Tail, the 7, though, who did wind up getting second here.
Yeah, he was lugging in really badly, and it's an awkward angle with the shadows here, so trying to tell exactly what was happening, but he was lugging in really badly there in the stretch over the 7, as there was quite a bit going on in this race, Greg. It almost looked like he was swapping leads a bit there in the stretch too, Pledge of Allegiance, but when he had his head cocked out like that, Joe Talamo just trying to keep him straight, and it was bad at the start for the 5 Centurion. Even heard it in Travis's call. Amazing David Cohen was able to stay on.
In the end, though, this is what Stewart's going to be taking a look at here. And that 4-horse, yeah, lugging in there, the horse with the white blinkers, who would wind up, again, rallying and getting second. Looked fairly significant. We'll try and get another angle at it. But it looks pretty incriminating for the favorite.
He certainly was. He was the favorite, and it was the fact that that horse, the 7 Purcell's Tail, came on to get second. Did he cut off his momentum? Did he potentially rob him of a better placing?
4 to 5 in question with Pledge of Allegiance here. 4, 7, 10, 9, very unofficially. Meanwhile, back at Belmont, as good as it gets in the grass, Jose Lezcano, Constitutional Rage, 8-1 to close out this card.
And Jose Lezcano had ridden this horse a couple of times, both of those on dirt, one for a dirt meant race, one off the turf, and gets to run on the grass at the proper level today. And good to see her progressing mentally. It showed on the racetrack this afternoon. She was able to get in the clear after saving the ground. Perfect ride by Jose Lezcano over Bella Principessa.
Yeah, who again, you mentioned it, was lugging in down the stretch. Had to be tough to ride for Joel Rosario.
I just think that she's one that you need to be so careful with, that she really reacts to every little movement that you make, and maybe a little bit of a quirky one, but it seems like Jose Lezcano has figured out Constitutional Rage anyway.
$18.40 for the win. Pick 5, whoa, $20,353. Wow. And going to have a carryover in the pick 6 of close to $45,000 for Friday.
That sounds fun. How about that?
Big numbers on this first day of this fall championship meet. Well done today. Good to have you back.
Same to you. Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
I'll be here.
All right, Maggie stepping in with me. Next, we're going to take you the rest of the way. After a quick break, we also have Canterbury Park coming up out of Shakopee, Minnesota. Our third track of the afternoon. Live coverage from Canterbury coming up right after this. Stay with us.
Structor and Jose Ortiz. J1 is a Breeders' Cup champ.
And Avenge has won the Del Mar Futurity.
It is Practical Joke in the preservation. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
He seems like he's the type of horse, you know, he likes to try to see what he can get away with and stuff like that, you know. And but he's not really aggressive or anything like that. He don't try to hurt you or nothing. He just likes to interact with you quite a bit, you know, and just play around.
He's a medium-sized horse. He's obviously turf. He's by Dubawi. He's got a huge pedigree. I mean, it's the Jude family and Quarter Moon and Ruby Tuesday, which has been very successful. And Dubawi's turned out to be a pretty good sire of sires in Europe right now. So I'm excited about him. And, you know, the foals all look a lot like him. They're kind of brown packages with maybe just a little white on them. There's not a lot of white or a lot of chrome, as they might say, but he's really stamped them.
Very alert. I mean, he's curious, as you can see. He's always wondering what's going on.
He had an immense amount of talent. Unfortunately, he was not shown on the racetrack. He pulled up lame in the Belmont Derby. He was 3 for 3 going into the race. Peter Brandt, very high on this horse. He thought he was one of the most talented horses he's ever had, which that often says a lot too. He's very well supported by Peter and the syndicate. He bred 102 mares his first year. He's by Dubawi, who's arguably one of the best sires in the world. And we think we're in a very good position with him.
Legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well and still looking toward the future. And DeMarshall Yeh, a part of that. Revolving analyst seat up here continues. I have Maggie Wolfendale with me now. We're going to take you the rest of the way. So we have this continuation of the late pick 4 coming up on opening day at Churchill. And we're going to head out to Shakopee, Minnesota. Canterbury Park.
Their closing day as well. So looking forward to bringing you some of those Canterbury races. Huge fields out there, Greg. And they also have the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge, a betting handicapping contest out there today. So good luck to all involved.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have some good action coming up. We have a potential star as well returning in race 6 at Churchill.
You're very high on this horse.
I like this horse. I love that
Code
race
of
from
Honor's
him.
little brother.
Bears watching for Shug. In the 4th, starting off the late pick 5, Pledge of Allegiance leaned all over the 7, who did wind up rallying to get second in here, but no change made. Victory stands at 4-5.
Interesting. You know, you would at least like to see that they were maybe taking a look at it. And Churchill just looks so strange with them putting in their wonderful new turf course with all the dirt on the inside rail. But Pledge of Allegiance for JMS Stables, taking the drop in class and getting the job done here. So it did win by open lengths in the end.
Canterbury Park, race 4. Look at the current odds here. This is a conditioned $10,000 claiming race. Mile and a 16th on the lawn, and a terrific betting board in here.
Look
The 3 was the morning line favorite at 7-2, and Big Falcon Rocket's 5-1 right now. Actually, the 7 is favored at 2-1 in here.
Jahan Safani, as he was the one who had a lot of trouble early on, beaten favorite last time. He was checked repeatedly going into that first turn, Greg, and just kind of got himself behind the 8 ball, hoping for a cleaner break and a better early position here today from the outside. Or outside. Middle of the pack. I'm not used to these 14-horse fields.
I know, I kept turning the page. I'm like, how many we got in here? They have some monster fields, though, tonight. Great program coming up. As we take a look at the 9 in here, where's Jordan? Another one, taking some money. Want to remind everyone, you get a $15 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $50 each at Churchill Downs and at Delaware Park, and you'll earn a $15 bonus whether you win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Don't forget to do that. Go to nairabets.com. Download the app for all the promotion details. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, a lot of money here in the 7. So 2-1, Robertino Diodoro. He's 28% at the meet, by the way. And this horse has a win on this turf course.
Right, 2 back, did win at this distance. As far as, you know, buyers go, he for the most part kind of lays over this field. But there are some other horses in here. You know, I thought maybe the stretch out, the other Robertino Diodoro horse was a little bit interesting. Does number 5, Soul Ready, show more speed? Was beaten last time out by a repeat winner, Ship It Red, who returned to run an 81 buyer in his next start. So coming out of, I think, a better race than what he's meeting here.
Distance, the question for him, though, no question, or big time with him. I thought Where's Jordan was a big number on the morning line. He's below half that now. He's 5-1. but he's got numbers that even fit with Johan Zafani, some of his best races.
Absolutely. If you're willing to forgive him for his last race, in which it just seemed as though there was a lack of intention, and hoping that maybe there are a few that go in here. Look, like I said, the 5 could go. You could see a few others, such as number 3, Big Falcon Rocket, go. And he could get the right kind of setup. Gosh, looking at him out on the course, his 8-year-old is huge, Greg. He looked towered over his pony, and his rider looking pretty small aboard him as well.
Can I make a case for the 10 at all? Edgy Reggie, that turf performance last time, it was a win at Canterbury against State Bred Allowance Company.
Right. So I'm not totally as educated as I'd like to be on how these Minnesota breds maybe stack up in different spots. We're going to see, a restricted Minnesota bred races a little bit later on. But I will say he did benefit from a great ground saving trip. And I think on these tighter turf courses, such as the ones at Canterbury Park, saving ground is a premium. You don't want to lose ground. He did save more ground than anybody. He was always full of run. It was an impressive effort. But does he improve off of that? He's going to have to.
And again,
he's
the horse,
outside today.
Yeah, post 10 this afternoon. By the way, Big Falcon Rocket, it was the morning line favorite. He's 9-2. That price slowly starting to come down. He's a Minnesota bred, but he was one who figured to take a ton of attention in here. And just one win on the grass, and it came at Canterbury, but he has been in some tough spots, at least at this racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was nearly 70-1 last time out in the restricted stakes race for Minnesota breds. I will say, though, that he pressed the pace, but the horses the one he pressed the pace with and the horse that sat right behind them ran 1-2. So it's not as if the pace completely collapsed. He just had no run late. But like you said, he gets a serious class relief here. But I think the betting public is seeing some more interesting alternatives, noticing the trouble from for number 7, Johan Savani, last time out. And, it's a question of, do you want horses that are going to be forwardly placed in here? Or do you want ones that need a little pace to close into? And Johan Safani seems like the Goldilocks, that he's going to sit right in the middle of the pack and be the first one to make that winning move.
Great to have Canterbury Park part of our program tonight, and always great to have Paul Allen on the mic.
Yak and trade deadline. Soul ready. Johan Zafani, 2.5-1 in favored. Daigle is a filly taking on the boys. Captain Drake, Minnesotan, moves in. There's the favored 4-year-old. And Waco Kid in his new colors, last in. We'd like to welcome those with FS2 and Naira bets to Canterbury Park. 14 duel in our 4th. And they're racing. And from the center, Daigle is a fast filly, and Daigle gets the jump on the boys. Big Falcon Rocket puts that gold shadow roll in front as they pass us for the first time. Outside of that is Edgy Reggie, and then Captain Drake, very sharp in the early stages to the outside of trade deadline. Yak is the gray securing the inside. It's a very, very slow early pace. You have 8 separated by 3 lengths. Right behind the leading clump is Edgy Reggie now, and to the outside of Ebony Bay. 2.5 lengths behind that to the 14 Waco Kid in the new colors. 8 lengths from the lead. Try Spot, the 8-year-old, is now 12 out of it. And behind that one is fellow 8-year-old Where's Jordan. Then we come to Robinson, and the one in last is Soul Ready. 16 lengths covers them up the barn side, and leading it by a head is Big Falcon Rocket, badgered by Daigle. Outside of them is Captain Drake, a bit wide, and about to be joined surrounded by Trade Deadline. Behind them is Yak Sequestered. Then even farther out is Johann Zoffany. And the 7 is beginning to make a move, running away from Glass Eater. Behind them, Edgy Reggie trying to win 2 in a row, 7 lengths out of it. Ebony Bay's doing the moonwalk. Where's Jordan overtaking that one? Then we come to Try Spot, 10, 11 lengths out of it. Behind that is Robinson. Then we come back to Soul Ready, and one is tailed off, Waco Kid. They're into the final furlong, chasing Big Falcon Rocket. Johann Zoffany rolls into second. Inside of that is Trade Deadline. Then on the far outside, beginning to surge home, is Edgy Reggie, but it's Big Falcon Rocket from Johann Zoffany. 3-7 and a photo for the show.
Minnesota bred Big Falcon Rocket gets his second win on the lawn. He was stubborn on the front end of the stretch.
He was, and he was able to secure that early lead when, now I'm not saying he was definitely going to go, but when number 5, Soul Ready, reared up at the start and spotted the field several lengths, you know he was going to get away with a soft pace, and he was able to put everybody to sleep. We saw Johann Zoffany make a rally, but just could never get by a game winner in number 3, Big Falcon Rocket. Congratulations to Miguel Silva, I should say.
3-7, and I believe the 10 got third. Edgy Reggie will make it official.
He did run well against winners for the first time.
We'll have the prices for you when we come back from a timeout, and we'll talk Steve Asmussen, winningest trainer in North American history. He is loaded with 2-year-old talent. Gotta be fun time for him right now. Take a look at all his 2-year-old winners when we come back. Stay with us.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport. Authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse, Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes
Vertical stretch in this Fuel Valley Sprint. Got Stormy surging to the lead. One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street Sense will need some running room.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley, just imagine.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is the best way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post every Saturday and Sunday, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back on America's Day at the Races program brought to you where you can play all the action with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. You can download the app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Big Falcon Rocket finishes the job in the 4th at Canterbury Park and picks up just the 2nd turf win of his career.
Yeah, Big Falcon Rocket took advantage at the start as we saw Luis Valenzuela taking advantage of maybe some other speeds not showing some customary early foot, and Johann Zoffany ran well but just could never get by as Big Falcon Rocket actually going off as your post-time favorite.
Yeah, wow, took all that late money at 9-5. Coming up next, it is our 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of 2-time reigning champion sire Into Mischief. And I thought this race is what made the late pick 5 so interesting, and we'll kick off the late pick 4 and makes it very interesting. It is wide open, 6 furlongs, a ton of inexperienced 2-year-olds here trying to get that maiden win on the resume. And right now the favorite is, surprise, surprise, Steve Asmussen with Cogburn, who actually has a race under his belt. He had to face my prankster in his debut for Pletcher at Saratoga, who got a 92 buyer in his debut win.
Yeah, a talented and flashy, good-looking son of Into Mischief that Todd Pletcher unveiled. And Cogburn, he did most of the dirty work early as we're checking him out on track right now. If he can improve a bit off of that effort, look for him to show early speed too.
Andy Kent for Belmont. Dam actually was a stakes winner on synthetic.
Yeah, by Bernardini, this one training at Ellis Park.
Ian Wilkes, Altus.
Altus has some quick works for the Ann Wilkes barn, who doesn't necessarily have them cranked up for debut. I think the board will let us know how this guy's going to run.
Brad Cox with a first-time starter.
And this one is a 3/4 brother to American Gal, multiple Grade 1 winner.
20-1 on Jago. Dan was a 7-time winner, including a stakes winner on turf and dirt.
Yeah, it's kind of a family that goes either way, and usually a fast family too, a lot of speed.
Inbound at 24-1, Corey Lannery.
That's a lovely warm-up for this Calumet-owned Brendan Walsh trainee. Just didn't show much. Had a bit of early foot and then tired badly.
Officer Nick beat by Tom Amos's Ottoman Empire, who we saw in a couple of stakes at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, he broke very alertly in that debut, but he was done at the quarter pole. He's going to have to show a lot more today.
It's a surprise on this big price on the 8 for Marcassi.
Zip and Gigi hustled the whole way, chasing a heavily favored winner in O Captain.
Tom Amos sent out Celestial Finish, second time out.
Yeah, showed good speed early. Took a while to switch leads late in the lane. Is going to have to be more professional.
There's Sutherland for Brett Calhoun.
And this one I have to High Crime, who's a graded stakes placed turf sprinter for Darren Miller.
Yeah, was second to the really talented Leinster by a half length. Cyclone, Joe Sharp.
Lovely solo warm-up for this son of Point of Entry. It's actually has a little bit of a precocious family. The dam won her first 2 starts and is a multiple stakes winner.
She actually, I believe, started 8 for 8 in her career. She won the 8 bells as well.
Yeah, she went 10 for 14 in her career, but she has not produced much.
And ain't that a kick? What do you think of that race in the mud at Lone Star?
You know, he broke very well. Then he was just an out-footed bit. He looked as though he was crying out for more ground. He gets an extra furlong here. Just seemed like a big, stretchy horse that, you know, needed time to find his stride and didn't want to be hustled from the start, though they are going to put those blinkers on today.
Favorite, a 2-year-old for Steve Asmussen. He has a lot of talented 2-year-olds that have gotten their picture taken this summer. Look at all these winners. Go back to July 15th, Echo Zulu. From that debut from her, she ran a 92 buyer. We thought she was going to be very tough in the spin away. She wound up winning it, but all these other ones. Gunite wins the Hopeful. Gimmick, Wicked Halo, Stellar Tap. He is loaded with 2-year-old talent.
And of course, we'll see Stellar Tap tomorrow, Saturday in the Iroquois. And we have 6 graded stakes 2-year-old races, and he won half of them, Greg.
It's unreal.
And 2 of them with Gunrunner, a horsey campaign, to a Breeders' Cup Classic win, a champion season. So he has just done so well with his 2-year-olds this year, especially the progeny of Gunrunner.
Can he get another winner here with Cogburn, the favorite, the one who does have that race under his belt? We mentioned the talented My Prankster had to deal with, and showed speed early in that race. Now going to have the rail for start number 2. He's the 2-1 current favorite. You can play this race. All the action we're bringing you from the meet with the Twin Spires app. New players take advantage of that $200 sign-up offer. The promo code, get 200. Start earning your $200 new player bonus right away. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com to get started. Cogburn, we know he has speed, and now that he's drawn inside, the game plan seems pretty simple.
Right. I mean, he does flip-flop. He was drawn on the outside, and a lot of times you will see maybe a more alert break from those outside post positions early on, but at least he has the experience to now break from the inside. And you know, a lot of times that inside speed at Churchill Downs can be so dangerous. But Greg, the horse that I wanted to see if they were taking money continues to drop down a bit in price is number 3 Altus for Ian Wilkes, with those really fast workouts heading in here for a guy who is not known to win with his first time starters.
Ian Wilkes, that is. He trained the dam as well, won the first 2 starts of her career. For more on this start of the late pick 4, let's go to Frank Lyons.
Maggie, that 3-horse was a very good-looking horse, by the way. It's 4-1 right now. Public are making this a 2-horse race between the 1 Cogburn and the 4 Almanzo. The talking horse on the backside is the 4 Almanzo. They say he's a very, very good horse. I'm not really sure if he's going to break really quickly. I think he might be a really, really nice horse, but he might break a step slow. He's a big kind of 2-turn, tap it, and I don't really see him breaking all that sharp. So I do see the 1 Cogburn, who's down to 3-2 now, who ran behind, was actually favoured over a horse by Into Mischief, trained by Todd Pletcher, called Mr. Prankster, who won by 10 lengths and is a serious horse. First time out, and I know that Steve Asmussen's horses probably need a run first time out, even though he's so good with first time starters. A lot of the time his horses look a little big and they will really benefit from a race. Then the 4 Almanzo, like I told you, he looks just like a very, very, very nice horse, but he might just break a little slowly. And the other horse then is the 8 Zippin Gigi, who finished second to a Carpe Diem, first time starter of Gustavo Delgado's down in Florida. Run second, beaten 9 1/4 lengths. He was well beaten, but he's more fit for his second start. But I'm going to take the 1 horse at 7-5. I'll give you pedigree notes in here. The 4 is a half to American Gal and Americanized. American Gal won the Grade 1 Humana Distav right here. She also won the test. And then the 10 Sutherland, who's a very good looking horse, as is the 5 Jago. He is a half brother to High Crime, very good horse who broke his maiden at Gulfstream in a second start by 7 lengths. So they're about to load here, Wolfie. I'll throw it back to you.
All right. Frank, thank you. So Cogburn for Steve Asmussen down on the inside here. Start number 2. He was quick in his debut. Will he be quick early again from that inside post? He's the one to beat with Ricardo Santana Jr.
I don't know, Greg. He can win, but I feel like there's so many interesting pedigrees in here. Isn't there? I mean, obviously Almanzo, I'm really interested to see what the 3 Altus does in here. We know Brett Calhoun, who I like the filly that he's sending out in the Pocahontas tomorrow, or I keep saying tomorrow, Saturday. I think, he can win with a first-time starter.
Jago, I was interested in the 5 for Joe Sharp.
Absolutely. He wasn't taking that much money, but still, he has a precocious type of pedigree, or at least a quick pedigree.
Late pick 4 begins here. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Celestial finish with a good beginning. Cogburn comes blasting out of there. Cogburn down inside, rips on through to the front, opens up by 2. Celestial finishes on the chase from second. Sutherland comes away third. Altus is racing fourth. Zippin' GG is fifth. Ain't That a Kick is sixth. Officer Nick is seventh. Almanzo on the move to seventh. Inbound is down inside, racing eighth. Down the backstretch run, Jay goes up to be ninth. Andy Kent is second to last early, and Cyclone is the trailer, only 10 lengths off the lead. Far turn run, 21 and 3/5 seconds, and it's Cogburn blazing the way by 3 with 3 furlongs to go. Altus comes on to grab second now. Celestial finishes back under pressure, racing third. Sutherland is fourth. Zippin' GG on inside in fifth. Farther back, Cyclone is winding up with a wide sweep. 8 lengths to make up there, and Cogburn to catch. Cogburn off the turn, leading by 2. Altus switches leads right outside the 3/16, coming with a run now. Farther back, it's Cyclone. The rest are struggling. 1 furlong to go. Cogburn repelled the challenge of Altus and opened back up. Cogburn by 3. Cogburn by 4. Now by 5. Altus trying hard, but is second best to Cogburn. Cogburn, a sharp winner here, wins by 3 in the end. Altus was second. It's tight for third, very tight indeed. Almanzo or Cyclone, then it was Jago.
Speed on display from Cogburn, second time out, and he has an easy time with this field.
Woof, 109.79, almost 109 and 4/5. That's a pretty serious time. I mean, I haven't been up here paying that much attention to these Churchill races, but I think that's a very respectable time. And what a good effort from the first time out runner-up in number 3 Altus, who, as we tend to expect with the Ian Wilkes horses, it's all about a learning experience, as he was a little bit green, kind of wandering in and out, wanted to get a little bit rank with Brian Hernandez earlier on behind horses horses taking that kickback, but certainly one that's going to get bet next time that should run very well. But Cogburn was so professional in his second start.
Blazing opening quarter. And what, 21-3? And still able to finish with tons in reserve.
Yeah.
Another impressive 2-year-old for Steve Asmussen. Way too early to even ask this question, but the big one that's obviously missing on the resume. He's done everything else there is.
I know.
The Derby.
I know.
Does he have the horse this year?
Whew, it seems like he's got several that could make it there, that could take him there. Obviously, Gun Knight is a horse who, I like the fact that he's getting better. He's run a lot. But that hopeful win was his 6th start, I think, of his young career. And so I like that conditioning put into a horse. Now you worry, do they go on after that? But he feels like a horse that will.
8-5 favorite here, Cogburn for Asmussen. 2-year-old by Not This Time, the win with Ricardo Santana Jr. Meanwhile, we're going to see another talented Asmussen runner, Stellar Tap, who won at first asking at Saratoga, do battle in the Grade 3 Iroquois. Among those he'll face Todd Pletcher's Major General, who's impressive as well in his debut. We'll talk about it with a preview coming up when we return.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Cogburn, impressive second time out. 21-3 opening quarter. And all smiles from Ricardo Santana Jr. because this horse had a lot of finish underneath him here in start number 2.
What a summer Ricardo Santana had at Saratoga. 5 grade 1s, just remarkable. And he took no prisoners here from that inside post position. Cogburn wasn't quite the quickest out of the gate, but he found his footing quite easily and readily and tore through some pretty dominant fractions to pull away here by about 4 or 5 in the end over a well-meant a talented Altus who probably needed the start as he does return. 540 is your 8-5 favorite.
$5.40 for the win. Yeah, those 5 grade 1s for Asmussen, the first time anyone's done that at Saratoga since Pletcher. I want to say, I think 2004?
Oh my gosh.
Or was it 2010? Anyway, it had been a while.
Yes, I do remember you saying that, and I can't remember exactly what the dates were. I'm terrible with dates.
Churchill, they got a loaded program on Saturday. Locust Grove, and then the Iroquois Pocahontas, the future of our sport. Let's take a look at the Iroquois, and speaking of Steve Asmussen, Stellar Tap, he will send out, who was an impressive debut winner, and actually went off at about 5.5 to 1 in that debut at Saratoga, won at 7/8 in the debut of the Son of Tappet.
And gave him the big win, 9,446. To become the winningest trainer in North America. Stellar Tap here. There was no doubts about it. What they had, I think the Asmussen Barn had 11 or 12 entries that day. And Stellar Tap getting it done early, so he didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
And it was just so perfect. I mean, it was just a perfect day. This was our #1 moment of the Saratoga meet, and what convincing fashion for this son of Tappet, who will make his second start going the 2 turns in the Grade 3 Iroquois. You know, Greg, he also sends out a good backup plan in Guntown, a son of gun runner, and have to untappable, a champion, as well as Patio Prado.
You got to pay extra attention out of these gun runners. It's an incredible start at stud for a horse who was with Steve Asmussen, and got to mean so much for him to have a gun runner produce all these excellent horses and win a Grade 1 like the Hopeful at Saratoga with a horse like by Gun Runner.
Absolutely, and you have to feel good because Gun Runner got better as he got older. The fact that he's having so much success, and he was a talented horse, you know, from the word go, but we really saw those breakout performances in his 4-year-old year that Steve has to be so excited for what he has in his barn, and I do think Guntown is probably a horse who's obviously won at the mile at Ellis Park. He's going to relish the extra going.
Major General, though, you think his main competition in that race?
Yes, I would say so. You know, I don't, you know, we'll see Bourbon Heist in here as well. This son of Constitution, he's definitely one that I think wants to run longer, debuting and getting the win at 6.5, setting the pace that day. Probably his main competition. I actually think his main competition might be a stablemate.
Really?
To be honest.
Well, Major General, that's a Pletcher runner. Pletcher has got us a fire as well in the Pocahontas, which precedes that race. She won first time out at 2 to 1. August 22nd at Saratoga, going 6.5.
Yeah, and it seemed as though she was doing her best running late, so it bodes well going from the 6.5 to the mile and a 16th. She's by Mineshaft. You know, she's also a filly that just this big, massive bull of a young lady, and she probably needed to race into fitness. She's probably going to get better as time progresses. The only question is, what did she beat that day? That's my one kind of maybe, you know, slight negative against her, but that's kind of what you're dealing with all of these horses at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now comes the next test.
Right.
We'll see who steps up and can handle it. Look, going from 6.5 to a mile and a 16th, second start of your career, it can be a big ask.
And the 2-turn, you know, factor, it's a different configuration, and a lot of horses need to adapt. Some will be successful, some won't.
It's going to be fun on Saturday. We're going to have it for you. Back at Canterbury Park, 5th race coming up. 6 furlongs, Minnesota bred, maiden special weight. Because Vinny's a Canuck.
I'm so glad you did that because I had no idea.
Favorite right now.
What is that name? But
Canucks fan.
Oh, okay. Duh. But, you know, Minnesota bred by Malibu Moon. There's that. And then 2, the Dam won her first start as a 2-year-old with a 90 buyer.
Ooh.
Now, she was a multiple stakes winner, stakes-winning dirt router. 2, she just hasn't produced much. But this is a Minnesota bred, so maybe not running against the stiffest competition. Does have a nice work tab heading in here.
Road Trip went by the 3, who looks like she's is a player in this spot as well. Here's Red Wave, 8 to 1, and here's one we were talking about, the first-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, looking at him, he does look fit, at least on the racetrack. And Joel Burnt has a high percentage, maybe not known quite, though, for his first-time start.
But that is telling money on the board.
Absolutely.
At 3 to 2. Dark Leopard, 39 to 1, another huge long shot next door and a first-time starter.
Is L's Classy Dude. This one doesn't have quite as much pedigree as the other firster in here, and not taking much money.
Dynamometer?
You
at
got
2 to 1?
it. You're killing the names today, bud. Switches back from the turf, back in with State Bred Company, and I thought ran really well on the debut. I know the buyer speed figure belies that, but still, you're not going to need to be a world beater to win this race here. And the first race was a hint that this guy wants to be back on the main track and should have some early speed.
Well, we say it all the time. Pay extra attention when you're wagering to 2-year-old races, and especially first-time starters in 2-year-old races, and the money is telling you right here that this 5 is a runner.
Yeah, and that nobody else is any good at all. I mean, you know who I thought was a little bit interesting, and it's a little bit of a shot in the dark at 18-1, is number 2, Speedy Daredevil, who debuted against Open Company, completely spotted the field. I mean, just blew the break by about 5 lengths. If he's more professional this time, I could see this horse running well. An interesting pedigree. The dam actually was a New York bred that ran here for Jimmy Ryerson. Jilly Mack.
Post time coming up. You can play this race and all the action with Nyra Bets. Get signed up, started. Earn a $200 deposit match at sign up. Use that promo code MATCH200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NyraBets.com. Download the app as well to get involved. And we have really so much great action coming up today. It had a nice little break from Saratoga, but then excited to get back to it here at Belmont, because this is always traditionally a great meet where you see potential stars who we're going to see on championship weekend.
I know, and we have 3 of those championship weekends, starting with this Saturday, and then the next few Saturdays in October, but also, to get people back out at the racetrack, and, it's an outdoor facility, and let's take advantage of the good weather while we have it. And there's going to be wine and beer festivals, things for the kids every Saturday. So if you are in the, Long Island, Nassau County, even the city type of area, coming out to Belmont Park on Saturdays, we're going to have a lot of fun out here.
Yeah, and I know everyone's talking about, and as they should be, because it's great races that are lined up with international fields in the final leg of that Turf Triple Series for the Oaks and the Jockey Club Jockey Club Derby, I should say. But to me, I'm so excited to see Lone Rock again.
Yeah, and he's not facing any world beaters for Flying P Stable, and he is just on this tear. And Jay Provenzano and Robertina Diodoro, claiming this horse, reclaiming this horse, and wow, have they found his niche. And it would be so great to see him in that Jockey Club Grand Prix. Blah blah.
Did you interview him after the win in Saratoga? Was that you?
With Lone Rock?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
That was one
of my favorite. He was just the excitement.
Oh, when he won the Suburban here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he was
I'm sorry. The
for Lone Rock? He won on Belmont Day here.
Okay.
Yeah. And I interviewed Jay then. Yeah. Which are you thinking of, the Birdstone victory?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
But what's the?
Oh God, I don't know what you're thinking of.
You want the Suburban here?
That's the Suburban, right? Why am I blanking? Oh God, no,
Yeah.
Or the Brooklyn. Sorry.
There we go.
I always confuse those two.
Yeah.
That is one of those things, that mental glitch I have in my head.
Sorry, I was just staring at you like you're crazy, but I was
I was
offering
like,
you
what
nothing.
Is he I'm like, I'm so wrong about this by the look on your face, but I couldn't come up with Brooklyn. Yes, when he won the Brooklyn, Jay was so excited. It was his first grade stakes victory, actually, as an owner.
Moretti's going to take a swing at him again.
Yeah, he's been no match this year, and I like Moretti. Maybe Moretti's best days are possibly behind him, or he's just never faced one like Lone Rock, who's absolutely thriving right now.
3-2 favorite. This first-time starter for Joel Burnt, Malibu Moon 2-year-old, who might be that he's a runner, but as you mentioned too, there's not a ton in this race. Although Road Trip has shown ability in both of his starts, the 3-horse, and he's 5-2. And experience can mean a lot unless this is money saying that this horse is talented, which it seems like it is. Paul Allen with the call, 5th from Canterbury Park. It kicks off the pick 4.
Into the gate they go for the 5th race. Red Wave goes in. Here's Lil's Classy Dude. And Dynamometer. Stand by for the Farewell to Francis Classic. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Speedy Daredevil. And on the outside, Dynamometer shows good speed, but not as fast as Red Wave. And now gamely splitting them is Road Trip, who's tripping to the lead. Inside of that is Eyes Flying By. Then we come back to Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, debuting about 5 lengths from the lead. And a good 5-6 lengths clear from Dark Leopard. Behind that, Lil Classy Dude, that one's debuting and beginning to advance. And Speedy Daredevil is 13 lengths rearmost. And number 1 is number 1, Eyes Flying By. And Eyes Flying By at 6-1 takes the lead at the top of the stretch of the Farewell to Francis Classic. After that, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck beginning to rev up from the 5 spot just to the outside of Eyes Flying By. Behind them is Road Trip. Then we come to Dynamometer. And behind them is Red Wave. And up goes Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck slowly edging away. Eyes Flying By can only watch this one run into the winner's circle. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck wins the Farewell Francis Classic.
First time out, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck gets the win despite not the best of beginnings. Ready to roll, though, in his debut.
Yeah, we saw him just kind of hesitate coming out of the gate, Greg, and he was then, by Eichelberry, his jockey, he found his footing, quite quickly, hinting at the fact that he was a horse that had a bit more talent than his rivals. I thought an improved effort from the one Eyes Flying By, who had to be, kind of gotten to the lead, didn't find it naturally, but an improved effort from his first 2 efforts. But the talents of the well-backed firster, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, just put away the rest of his field.
Been working at Keeneland and working Bullets as well.
Yeah, 47-2. I mean, best of 16 that day. For the pedigree, a Malibu Moon, Minnesota bred, the dam, she was good, although she hasn't produced much. Sometimes it's just all about who you're facing.
Even money in the end. And Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, the win pretty convincingly in the debut, despite not the best of beginnings. Joe Burnt has a good one here.
He should be taking advantage of those Minnesota bred stakes that he'll have to wait till, next year to participate in.
And for those, we're going to have races, 4 through 7?
Mm-hmm.
But if you can stand up really late, keep playing. They're going to have that Shakopee Juvenile much later in the card if you're a night owl. Some other talented 2-year-olds you'll see later tonight, Canterbury Park. More coming up on this twilight card at Churchill Downs. We just saw Cogburn win to kick off the late pick 4, the 6th race. Bears watching returns for Shug McGahee. We'll be back. Stay with us.
And on the morning of the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need to create the noblest of all creatures. So God made a racehorse. He needed a horse that is faster, smarter, sleeker, and sounder, so God made a racehorse. He created an animal sound of wind with oversized nostrils to breathe fire like a dragon and turn oxygen into rocket fuel. He gave it a kind eye so his caretaker could look into his soul. And then on the afternoon of the 8th day, God realized that he needed an animal that was even swifter, smarter, and sounder.
An animal that can compete on the world stage and win iconic races like at Royal Ascot.
So God created a legend. The legend lives on
at Alapa.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting, did it all while racing medication-free. We have a son of Run Happy who has looked pretty talented at times in his career. For Joe Sharp, Mr. Sippy lining up in this 6th race from Churchill Downs. Had a big maiden win here at Churchill where he produced an 84 Beyer speed figure. He's 4-1 on the board right now, the 6 horse. Corey Lannery will ride, but the horse to beat in this race, there's no doubt about it, the 3. Bears Watching had that big win at Gulfstream.
Yeah, he's going to have to overcome the layoff, though, Greg. We haven't seen him since March at Gulfstream.
Yeah, that's a question mark for sure, the time off. Here's the one, name rejected, Jimmy DeVito.
He's looking to find his form again. You know, since the April to August layoff, he hasn't quite been himself, though if he can get back to those races this winter, he could make some impact here.
First time on dirt for Spankhurst.
And first time with Tom Vance, who has good numbers with the trainer change, 5 for 21 with a positive ROI.
Here's Shug McGahee's Bears Watching for Wolf Harris.
His last work, 2-bag, actually, was with First Captain. He worked well with him. We'll see if he's ready off the bench.
So Union, this horse definitely a player. 10-1 is way too big.
And I've loved everything I've watched from the paddock to the racetrack. He was the only one making up ground in that last race at Ellis Park.
Spiteful Sam, he should be close to the pace.
Yeah, he was pretty quick in that off-the-turf event, but he gets a class test here.
Here's the son of Run Happy, Mr. Sippy for Joe Sharp.
Blew the brake. He stumbled and then popped up, and he was really badly behaved up at Saratoga that day. I'll watch him. He seems fairly aggressive on the track there,
There's a
too.
history of problems at the gate, too.
Exactly.
Here's the 7 flags up. Thought he was a player as well.
Yeah, and his race 2-back on the dirt, they set a new track record that day. He is going to have to kind of jump up a little bit. He's a 3-year-old.
Way too big a price on the 8. He faced Aloha West. He was second to him, who freaked at Saratoga late in the meet. He ran a 102 Beyer.
Yeah, and I mean, he faced Happy Mac 2-back as well. He'll go from synthetic to the main track again.
4-year-old schmooze. And then Big Nick on the outside, the 9 for Keith York.
Yeah, he just seems to be kind of running evenly in his races, lacks a closing punch.
Time for the Twin Spires Market Mover. It is the son of Run Happy, Mr. Sippy, the 6 for Joe Sharp. First start back since opening weekend Saratoga when he did blow the brake. But when he was at Churchill and he broke his maiden back in May, he looked very good doing it. Running that 84 Beyer speed figure, he just pulled away from the field. So we take a look at him in action in that maiden win.
Well, you said it, Greg. His biggest problem is getting out of the gate. He leaves himself with too much to do. And I wonder what Corey Lannery does with him today. And he is a big horse. So a lot of times those big horses, they become a little bit claustrophobic and they just, they can't help themselves in the gate, or they're just a bit clumsy leaving there. They can't get their footing quite right, which was what happened at Saratoga. This was a good-looking win. Can he get back to that? Can he mind his manners at the gate and leave there running?
You want to bet the Market Mover or anyone else in this race? Go to twinspires.com or download the app. Get 200, that code to use at sign up. Let's show you the race that has a lot of people excited about Bears Watching. It was the maiden win at Gulfstream, going 7/8 of a mile. Start number 2 for him. First time on a fast track. And ton of horse down on the inside. And Jose Ortiz is just rolling with him, but there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, so he's going to have to be extra patient here. Luckily, the horse on the outside kind of goes, and that allows Jose to ease back a little bit, shift outside, and boy, he was just always full of run. He just really trounced this field. My problem is, Greg, he was 3-5 that day, and he should have been, because I don't think he was facing much. That form hasn't really transpired to be of any quality. So I think he's facing some horses that could be of quality here today, who have the recency. He gets a big test. Now he has
big shoes to fill. He's a half younger brother to Code of Honor, who we actually saw come back as
and win
a 5-year-old in the Island at Monmouth with a triple-digit buyer speed figure. So Ken Bears watching, not necessarily be as good as his brother, but are we going to see him improve, or does he have to? What do you think?
I look at that race and I see that he has a ton of ability, and
he
just trounced that field. And the fact that he could shift out, stop, and then turn it on again, this horse has some big-time talent. We'll see if he can live up to it here. He's 2-5. Let's go to Frank Lyons for more.
All right, Wolfie and Maggie, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to tell you that this 2-5 favorite is going to get beat. Bears watching. I don't really like him that much. Like, he comes out of a very suspect race, and there's a bunch of horses in here that are tough. They've run against some tough horses, including Schmoozen, the 8-horse here. Schmoozen was second to Aloha West, third to Happy Mac. So Run Happy from Steve Asmussen was a nice horse. I think that he's going to take all the beating in here. And also then the 6, I think Mr. Sippy, you should definitely use. He's the best looking horse in this race. I'll tell you, probably by a long shot. I'm not sure if really 6.5 furlongs is going to be his game, although he's raced at 6 and 7 furlongs all his life. So up on Mississippi on top, which moves in second, and Bears watching, I'm going to say, is going to finish a bad third.
All right, Frank.
Been my whole life, Frank.
We've missed Frank's analysis.
Yes.
Opportunities, too. We were just talking about it while Frank was talking. The 4 So Union, the 8 Schmoozen, and Frank mentioned that one, too. Huge numbers on horses that should not be anywhere near that big a price. Travis Stone with the call. Here's the 6 from Churchill.
And the rough. Big Nick, good beginning. Spiteful Sam mid-pack is out okay. Name Rejected is also there, so Union comes up on through to challenge as well. Name Rejected down inside, short lead. So Union is pressing along from second. Spiteful Sam not far behind in third. Spankhurst advancing inside out of fourth. Big Nick is back into fifth. Bears watching in behind the front runners, racing in sixth. Mr. Sippy advancing wide while seventh. Flags up is back second to last, and 3 back to the trailing Schmoozen. 4 furlongs to go. Name Rejected onto the far turn in front by half a length. So Union is right there running along in second. Mr. Sippy with a 4 or 5 wide move right into contention. Spiteful Sam is smack dab between horses. Spankhurst is toward the rail. Bears watching is given his cue now. Switches outside within 5 lengths, but is also going wide. Big Nick's in the thick of it too. Coming for the top of the stretch. Name Rejected turning for home with a narrow lead. So Union is right there. Spiteful Sam, Mr. Sippy. Bears watching is set down for the drive. Flags up, switched out. Flags up's coming on strongly too. 1 furlong to go. So Union fights to a narrow lead. Name Rejected fights on 2. Spiteful Sam. Then it's flags up. Not today for Bears watching. Final 50 yards. So Union short lead. Final try, flags up. So Union flags up. Photo. Think So Union got the bob. Flags up was right there. It's tight. Spiteful Sam was third.
So Union, the 4, the 7 flags up. It was very tight. I don't know.
Travis thinks the 4 one. So Union. I can't tell with the movement of the mirror and the finish line and the camera angle at Churchill. It's always a complicated, but a great run from the, we think, runner-up in flags up, rallying from off the pace, getting back to the dirt. His race 2 back was very good for Jimmy Baker. But So Union, I have said it multiple times when we're showing Churchill. I am a huge Mitchell Murrow fan because he's like the Luis Saez of Churchill Downs. He puts horses in the spots they need to be. He's aggressive. He always gets his position. Look at he's kicking this horse. Look, you see that? To get him to go forward. And 2, Brian Lynch, one of my favorite guys, great guy, and his horses always look superb. This horse looks superb in the paddock and on the racetrack. Congratulations.
And this was one of just a couple of 4-year-olds in this race, and that was one of the problems for Bears watching. Had to face some older horses, and there's certainly horses with a ton more seasoning and experience. He had a wide trip a lot of way around the racetrack.
He did. He I feel like he's a horse that needs to be more forward, and I just don't think he was necessarily quick enough today, and it left him a little too much to do with that wide trip on top of it.
4-7-5-1. So Union just over Flags Up in a thrilling finish here. This horse, for Brian Lynch, Mitch Murrell, Liam's Map 4-year-old, was just 1 for 13 coming in. But he faced Nashville at Keeneland last year. Top Gunner just won with an 85 buyer. He was second to him.
Yeah, he's been in some good fields. I mean, looking back through his PPs, I mean, you even look
Traffic.
at right. I mean, you even look like a horse at like Let Me Know, who won quite well up at Saratoga, and Gear Jockey won at Saratoga, albeit on the turf. So this horse had the credentials to make a big impact today.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll look ahead to more stakes action on the weekend at Churchill Downs, Grade 3 Locust Grove. She is back indeed. She dares the devil. Multiple Grade 1 winner for Brad Cox, Kentucky Oaks winner from last year. Trying to add one more graded stake to the resume before she heads to the Breeders' Cup. Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Greg Wolf, Maggie Wolfendale, Frank Lyons with you. As we just saw an upset out at Churchill. So Union with a win at 6-1 here. Just the second win, 14 career starts for trainer Brian Lynch.
And congratulations to Town and Country Racing for the son of Liam's Map out of the Macho Unamera Unamas Promesa. And a horse that, you know, coming from that May to August layoff and turning back has really shown kind of new life.
4-7-5. Bears watching, does not hit the board.
Frank was wrong.
Said he'd run third. We expect more from you, Frank Lyons. What do you think? They're going forward. A horse, look, it was off a layoff as well.
I mean, look, he didn't win his first start, and I thought maybe you could have used slop as a excuse there, but maybe he is a horse that, you know, takes some getting going off of the bench. And like you said, he did have a bit of a wide trip, but ended up pretty flat. Lacked a late punch in the lane. I don't know. I couldn't say I was the biggest fan of him looking at him.
We will see next time out. That was a tough race to try and come back in as well for a maiden win.
Exactly. And two, you know, he had to travel. He's been up training in Saratoga, so we'll see. Moving forward.
Continuing on this opening day at this Churchill meet, and this is the latest addition to Churchill Downs, statue of John Asher And the late Colonel Matt Wynn, of course, John Asher, former Churchill Downs spokesman. He became known as Mr. Kentucky, vice president of racing communications until his death back in 2018, earned numerous awards for his work in the industry. And, of course, Matt Wynn, responsible really for what the Kentucky Derby has become today.
And just, I think, this is the way possibly that John Asher would have loved to be memorialized, because he idolized Colonel Matt Wynn in what he did in the beginning of the 20th century to put Churchill Downs, to put the Kentucky Derby on the map. He has made what is the modern day Kentucky Derby what it is, and John Asher just really propelled that into what it is. I mean, Churchill Downs is one of the most impressive sporting venues that I have ever been to. And they deserve this.
Those statues sculpted by local artist Raymond Graff on the north side of the saddling paddock in that plaza area. And, of course, you see fans can take pictures there with it.
Oh.
They're poised talking on a bench, talking to each other. John Asher considered Matt Wynn a hero. And now he's getting a chance to sit down and talk to him.
Forever. It's quite fitting. I think it's a perfect way to memorialize both of these men who had such a great impact on Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Derby.
John Asher, too, just such a great ambassador for the sport for such a long time.
Such a long time. I mean, and just in so many different roles and facets of the industry.
Again, a look at the Saturday Stakes lineup. It is loaded at Churchill Downs. Locust Grove, She Dares the Devil, will be back in action. Kentucky Oaks winner from last year for Brad Cox. She has added multiple grade ones since that time, so that was not a one-hit wonder by any means. She is a serious runner coming off a win in the Clement Hirsch out west.
I think this race showed that she can rate as long as she's on the outside, which she is. She's posted well. There's other speed in here, but at least she gets to see what's going on to her inside. And Florent Giroux, who has been aboard her for most of her recent victories, can play the hand that he's dealt at the break.
Get these wins while you can, because as good as Latruska looked in the personal ensign, she's going to be tough to handle in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it that Latruska is the leader of this division. And look, She Dares the Devil didn't lose much in defeat to her two-back in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps here. But I think when it comes down, and maybe we're getting a little bit ahead, or I'm getting ahead of myself as far as the Breeders' Cup distaff is concerned, it's going to depend a bit on post positions in that race, because both of these fillies, I think, do their best running when up front. Latruska is faster, though.
She was so fun to watch.
Oh,
so fun to watch.
So cool.
Up next at Canterbury, the 6th race. This one an entry-level allowance, 6.5 furlong sprint. And 9 to 5 right now. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong conditions. 5 furlongs on the turf, excuse me, as we take a look at Defend the Rose in the state-bred allowance optional claiming race. This is the one to beat, and speed on the rail.
Yeah, and class relief. I mean, she is a little bit funny to ride. She has a very light mouth, so I think it's up to her rider to stay out of her mouth.
Celtics Wildcat second try on turf.
And the first one wasn't that good, Greg, so she's going to have to find some better form on the grass.
Speed and has backed up the last couple on the grass for Double B Sting.
And she's turning back, so a lot of times these types of turnbacks don't work out that well.
Knight's Honor, the 4. Last time on turf, that was a big effort.
It was. I mean, dueled gamely with the horse that she's going to have to face here once again. But how did things work out with the pace horse on the rail, too?
Binding Time was in a race with Gotham City Queen. Knight's Honor, they were 1-2. She was 4th.
Yeah, she's going to have to find a length on these two, but I thought her turf effort was good, one that she'll build upon and hope for a pace collapse.
Miss Brookside, she's 15 to 1.
She's another turn back, and I just can't warm up to horses doing this. She's a big price, though.
Madisonian
off a bit of a layoff. Her one turf effort around 2 turns does look a bit slower than some of the better horses in here, though.
Diva de Kela.
I thought she ran well. She was the only one to make up ground in her last race behind Defend the Rose. She did take a while to. She didn't switch leads in the lane, though. I would have liked to see her do that.
Gotham City Queen, that's a good price. I thought in many ways she might be the one to beat.
I know. Yes, the horse on the rail is the one to beat, but Gotham City Queen should be a much closer price to her than what she is right now.
5-1, that's a big number from that outside post. 5 furlongs on the lawn here in the 6th at Canterbury. I want to remind everybody you celebrate the return of Belmont with a 20% bonus. Get a 20% bonus up to $50 per day on your winning double bets this entire week at Belmont Park. Go to NyraBets.com for the promotion details. Don't forget you have to opt in to take advantage. Love these turf sprints. There's such a conundrum.
Exactly. A lot of times they can be, a little bit of a cluster, and you want the horses that are going to be forward, because especially at a flat 5 furlongs, there's no margin. There's no room for error. And Defend the Rose, Luis Negron has one job. That's to get her out of the gate and stay out of her mouth. You can see her in her replays. She throws her head up and she just gets very resentful to anybody putting any pressure on her mouth. So if he can get out of there, put his hands down and be quiet with her, which I think the 5 furlong kind of negates that need to be in her mouth, then she should win here, because she just has, the best resume and has faced better horses in her recent starts.
But there's going to be pressure, you would think. Knight's Honor, the 4.
Yep.
She's helped by the scratch of the 5, no question, but the 4 is quick. That's probably the main speed who's going to be right there. And the Gotham City Queen, even outside, is not necessarily slow.
And doesn't Gotham City Queen project to get the right kind of pace? Yes, you want the right kind of setup, I should say. I know you want to save ground, but at the end of the day, this horse has enough, speed to put her in the mix to clear and get over here.
Yeah, could set up nice if she can get a spot and tuck in early. Yeah, we have at Saratoga, we have the 5.5 furlongs. You only get 5 here.
I know. Fast and furious for these Minnesota breds. And I can't believe there's that many Minnesota breds. On our program, we have 2 Minnesota restricted races, and they get a lot of horses in there.
They do. This is big card this evening. Their big stakes race still to come later when we're signed off. But this one here, Defend the Rose, 8-5, taking all the money on the board, and should be lightning quick early. But 2, I think, to me, there was some upside with Night Honor just because she's had just limited opportunities on the grass. She is a 3-year-old.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She does. She has the pace to keep her close. She has good, or I should say decent efforts on the turf. It's, in these races, how much bearing do the Beyer speed figures have on the outcomes of these races? And for me, the horse that's run consistently faster than many of these on here is your current favorite, in here, I should say. But the outside runner in Gotham City Queen, she only has 3 turf efforts. One was a win, one was a second, and the other one was way back when last year in against Open Company in a maiden special weight. So she also has the appeal of not having that many turf starts too. And I like the fact that she gets back in with State Bred Company. She's proven time and time again that she's actually a bit better than your average one. To me, at 7-2, she's the one I'd like to take.
Loading up. And there you see on the right-hand side of your screen, by the way, that's the 7th out at Churchill. They are 10 minutes to post in that 1 1/8 race coming up. Or Micro Cap, I believe, is the favorite right now for Grant Forster.
I do like Micro Cap in there. That's a funny race. That we'll get to, but a good race as well. I thought a lot of ways you could go, horses that have run against each other and how you're going to weigh, form lines against each one. So we'll get to it. I'm excited to talk about that one.
In the meantime, Defend the Rose from the rail, the 1 from McLean Robertson. Heavy favorite here in the 6th from Canterbury Park. Let's go to Paul Allen.
From City Queen, 4.5-1, last in. And they're racing racing. Defend the Rose out fast on the inside. Also with a quick start is Knight's Honor. Knight's Honor and Defend the Rose like quarter horses put 3 on the rest of the field. Diva Tequila is next with Gotham City Queen to her outside. Then it's Binding Time, 4 lengths behind Defend the Rose, who now opens up by a length on Knight's Honor. After that is 3.5 to Celtics Wildcat, Double Beasting. The veteran 10 lengths out of it, Far Clear from Madisonian, and the one in last is Miss Brookside, and the one in first is Defend the Rose. Gotham City Queen and Knight's Honor chase, then it's Binding Time. And as they head for the money, the Rose is still in full bloom. Defend the Rose, Gotham City Queen, and outside of that is Diva Tequila. It is Gotham City Queen and Defend the Rose fighting back bravely. Double Beasting very late. Defend the Rose at 3 to 5. The People's Choice prevails.
Defend the Rose, stubborn, and had to battle early on because Knight's Honor wanted to make her work early on.
Yeah, and Luis Negron did exactly what he should have done. As you can see, she has a high head carriage, and she's a little bit resentful to the encouragement late here. But Gotham City Queen did everything she could, and you see her kind of swapping leads back and forth to try to get to Defend the Rose. She just ultimately couldn't get there. It lost a little bit more ground, but I think just was second best at the end of the day.
How about the 9, Diva Tequila, making up all that ground
Yeah,
late.
she did. Quite late, too. Wide out in the course. Just missed second.
1:10.9 in the end as we're back at Churchill. And yeah, you were talking about this race. I thought it was intriguing too. I thought there were 3 or 4 maybe that could win this race. 2-turn, mile and an eighth event, an allowance optional claiming field. And favoritism right now, as we talked about earlier, is microcap still for Grant Forster.
It's funny looking back at my notes as she ran at Saratoga first time out. I said, looks like longer, needs more ground. Yet Chad kept her sprinting, but Grant Forster immediately stretches her out and, gets those 2 wins off the claim, and now she's favored here in this allowance race. And she faced 2 back, a nice horse in Matera, who came back and won the stake, a subsequent stake with an 84 buyer, actually in the groupie doll at Ellis Park. So she's faced some good fields coming in here too.
5-2 favorite. Singita Dreams, that's a big price on her. The
Huge.
3, 4-1 right now.
Well, she was entered multiple times up at Saratoga, but as an MTO, and unfortunately it was the 5 days that it didn't rain in Saratoga that she was entered for Phil Bauer, who did have a decent Saratoga meet. So, I don't worry too much about that layoff, because she has been ready to run.
She was 3rd to Crystal Ball, who's going to be in the Locust Grove on Saturday. Here's funny bet, Dale Romans, Joe Talamo.
She seems a bit like a plotter, Greg. She finished behind Fire Coral, well beaten. She needs to find some sort of form to make her a player. She had it once upon a time, but her last 2 races give her little chance.
Here's Audrey's Time, Neil Pessin, who has a very talented runner head into the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint.
Velza 1, we'll see as well. And Audrey's Time, she's trying the dirt for only the 3rd time in her career.
She might be my favorite horse in training right now.
I like her a lot.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Singita Dreams just went by 4-1.
I think Singita Dreams is a huge overlay right now. We'll see her drift down, though.
Steve Asmussen, Fire Coral.
Her biggest problem, she doesn't get out of the gate that quickly, so she was wired last time out by Grayson's Macho Girl, but she's faced many of these in here, and she was beaten by Microcap 3 back.
Powder River getting another try against Microcap, and then here is the favorite.
Yeah, for Grant Forster, James Graham aboard. She seems like one that is in very good form. We'll see. Is she best, though, at 9 furlongs? This is a little bit of uncharted territory for her.
And Kenny McPeak with a 5-year-old mare who was running in Chile.
They've been ambitious with her in her first 2 starts in the States, but she is slow out of the gate, and she was reacting badly to the kickback last time.
7-2. She was 10-1 morning line, 7-2 right now. You can wager on the Twin Spires app. It's fast and easy. New players take advantage of a $200 sign-up offer. Use the code GET200 and start earning your $200 new player bonus right away. Go to twinspires.com or again, download the app to get involved on a gorgeous Thursday evening. One of 3 Twilight cards that we're going to be bringing you here on America's Day at the Races on this brief 12-day meet. 5-2. It's still microcap favored. I thought with the 8, it's cold into here, finally stretching out, and look how she responded.
Right, she's going to have to clear, though, from Microcap, who is going to be forwardly placed in here. You know, James Graham is not taking any prisoners out of the gate. That's usually his game plan from the onslaught. So it's cold into here is going to be a thorn in the side, though, of your favorite. And maybe that is her undoing.
Well, here is the favorite. This was 2-back Indiana Grand at 1.16 miles. She would just miss, actually, after taking the lead in the stretch.
Yeah, she's going to lose here to Matira, a repeat winner, as we saw her taking the Groupie Doll in her subsequent start. And just a filly that's in great form right now. Microcap, though, I will say, you know, last time she was beaten by Fire Coral. So is it apples and oranges? Was the pace just a bit too hot last time for Microcap? We'll see.
3-1 favorite. Meanwhile, Singita Dreams, talked about the company she's kept, couple back, Crystal Ball, who again we'll see in the Locust Grove Saturday. WW Fitzy, I followed for a while on that Oaklawn circuit, tough one out in Hot Springs. This was at Churchill last time out. She just missed against New Rue back in June.
I like her here. You know, she didn't follow the winner. She pretty much had the same kind of trip as the eventual winner, just sitting behind her whilst, you know, tracking too wide. She never could reel her in. But as you mentioned, Greg, the company that she's faced, she's run faster consistently than many of these in here. For me, she's the one I want. Now we see her drift down to co-favoritism, both of these, her and Microcap at 3-1. Singita Dreams, to me, is the horse to beat. And the fact that, you know, maybe you could take it, interpret it as a negative that Phil Bauer didn't opt to put her in the 2X up in Saratoga, but maybe he was just being realistic, knowing that he was going to face a salty field, and to put her in as an MTO in turf races made more sense. I think she looks great out in the racetrack, too.
Let's go to Frank Lyons for more.
Well, I agree with Maggie completely, and I think that Phil Bauer probably just waited for Churchill, because you see this filly's record at Churchill. She actually has 2 wins here. One she was disqualified from, so that's 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds. She's made 106,000 here out of her 185,000. So this is her favorite racetrack that we see on the form, and I think that Phil Bauer will wisely have waited for this spot, because I think she's going to be very, very tough in here. I think that they're going to go quick in here. I think that the 8, it's cold in here from the outside, has to go with Florent Giroux, and the 6, Microcap with James Graham, is also going to go. I would say they're going to be about a 46 and change, or 47, maybe half. And I think that's Singita Dreams is going to benefit from that pace, and she'll be sitting right behind it and swoop. She's won at 1.25 miles before. That's the day she was disqualified. Then I think that if they go fast, the 7, Grand Baby, she's taking a little play. She's 6-1 on the board right now. I think she probably needed a couple coming up here from Chile, and she'll be ready now. I think the 1.8 miles with a fast pace to run into is going to suit her. And then the 6, Microcap, who's going to run a big race in here also. 4th last time out behind the Steve Asmussen trained Alta's Award, who came back to be 3rd in a $500,000 stake down at Kentucky Downs, a very good race. And she was 2nd behind Matera. It was a few lengths back to Fire Coral. But I think the 3, Singita Dreams over the 7, Grand Baby over the 6, Microcap. Wolfie?
Frank, thank you. Wow, we all like Singita Dreams, and the public now does as well. 2-1 favorite for Phil Bauer.
I quickly want to touch on a horse coming out of the same race as Singita Dreams back on June 5th at Churchill, Powder River. She was shuffled back around the turn. Then she kind of had to sit behind horses as they entered the stretch. And then she had to go really wide. And she ran on, albeit mildly, but I thought had a more compromised trip. Now, if Frank is right and they do go a bit quicker in here, things could set up well for Powder River. And also, Tyler Gaffalione climbs aboard this one. And you look back at the last time Tyler rode her, and he kept her a little bit more involved early, which I think could be, you know, her road to success.
Travis Stone with a call. Here's the 7th from Churchill.
And they're off. Another start for Powder River. Stutter step start for Microcap, nonetheless racing up. Fire Coral is there. Funny Bet toward the inside. Singita Dreams smack dab between runners. Bias the first time. Funny Bet for that inside post secures the lead for the run of the turn. Singita Dreams is right there. 2 wide second to Fire Coral. 3 wide third Microcap. 4 wide and 4th Powder River. Swiftly over to the inside to save ground from 5th. Audrey's time is 6th. It's Golden to Hair is 7th. And Grandbaby is at the back in a very tight pack. Just 5 lengths from top to bottom. And it's Funny Bet heading for the back stretch run. Unopposed so far, mild pressure, if that, from Singita Dreams. They're onto the back stretch together, that opening quarter in 23 and 4. Powder River has snuck through underneath and is up to be 3rd. Fire Coral's racing 4th. Microcap is wide down the back stretch run 5th. Audrey's time down inside 6th. It's Golden to Hair right in the thick of it 7th and only 3 lengths off the lead. 2.5 back to Grandbaby. Who's the trailer? Heading for the far turn. Singita Dreams coming after Funny Bet. But with that, Funny Bet lets it out a notch. Holds on to that advantage. Singita Dreams is right there racing 2nd. Powder River poised on inside while 3rd. It's Golden to Hair's right there still 4th. Only 2 lengths off the lead. Coming under pressure's Fire Coral and Microcap. Audrey's time is saving ground round the far turn run. Now 4 lengths behind as they come for the top of the stretch. Funny Bet trying to see it out. It's Golden to Hair to the attack. Singita Dreams between them. Powder River is boxed in behind. Audrey's time is there as well. 3/16 to go. It's Golden to Hair comes away with the lead. Audrey's time set down for the final furlong. Funny Bet fights on toward the rail. Singita Dreams, Powder River, final 16th. It's Golden to Hair wanders inside. Funny Bet switches back out with Audrey's time, but it's Golden to Hair keeps on going. It's Golden to Hair, scores by 3 in the end. Tight for second, Audrey's timer, Funny Bet. Singita Dreams was 4th.
It's Cold into Hair with a win. You got to give Norm Cassie a ton of credit. Claimed this horse back in April. They'd never stretched her out. He finally does to a mile and 16th when he has her for the 2nd time in his care, and she just doors off, blew them off their feet, and then she runs huge again, now at a mile and 1/8.
This is a massive performance from this filly mare, I should say, Greg, as she, not only did she win from more off the pace than I thought she would, because I thought she could be on it, if not just laying second where Singita Dreams was. But she was wide the whole way around there, launching this 3-wide bid around the turn, and she never looked like a loser at the 5/16 pole. Well done, Norm. I mean, I liked his other horse a bit. I thought, you know, I didn't know how she classed up in this race, but a really, really good effort from It's Golden to Hair for Norm Cassie with Florent Giroux aboard.
Stretched out for the first time in her career last start. She won by 6.5 lengths and now goes a mile and 1/8. That was at a mile and 16th, and backs it up with another win at 4-1. She's 9 for 30 in her career now, but I think definitely going forward, 2 turns is her thing.
And look, I mean, she's 20 times hitting the board. I mean, she's all racehorse, and I totally appreciate that. And obviously Norm having a good start to the Saratoga meet and winning the Schuylerville with Pretty Birdie with those Mary Lou Whitney colors, but picks up a win on opening day at Churchill. That's what you like to do when the meets open up.
Yeah, get that momentum rolling. It's Golden to Hair, 4-1. Good for Norm Cassie. Florent Giroux aboard for the winning ride. 5-year-old mare by Icebox with the victory in the 7th from Churchill. Prices when we come back. We'll set up the nightcap next.
DeMarshall offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubois, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubawi and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a few things you want in your betting app. It's gotta be fast, it definitely has to be easy to use, and it has to have some great offers in there. Well, guess what? TwinSpires is all that and much more. And if you sign up today, you can start your $200 new player bonus by using code GET200. Plus, there's more free info available than ever before to help you find all the winners. TwinSpires. Download the app today.
Tap It. His epic run as America's most dominant stallion continues, with more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any living stallion.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by five. Come down to the line together. It is Temperate in the Belmont Stakes.
Creator is flying. Creator now strikes the lead. This is now coming to make a race of it on the outside. Unique Bella will win.
A dream maker, a breed shaper. Tap It, standing strong at Gainesway.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone. I think that was my idea. It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket. I came up with that too. Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's cold in Dahair. Takes the 7th from Churchill. Let's go to Frank Lyons.
If you beat me, I'll get in your win. My damn.
Okay. So I'm standing here with winning trainer Norm Cass, who trained It's Cold in Dahair to win her 4th race here from 8 starts at Churchill Downs. And what made you think, first of all, that she'd be better stretching out?
Just the way that she travels, the way she gallops. She gallops really well in the morning. She always has a lot of horse underneath her. And, you know, her sprinting races for the previous connections weren't great, and we were just looking for something different.
Yeah, well, she sure improved going to 2 turns. And what kind of a mare is she? Well, tell us about some of her little weird idiosyncrasies.
That's another thing that I think I'm really proud of our team. When we got her, she actually she had a warning. The paddock had told us that she's absolutely wild in the paddock. We figured out how to make her much better in the paddock. We've kind of figured out some tricks with her, and it seems to be paying dividends.
Yeah, okay, so you had a good Saratoga?
Yeah, I thought so. We were lucky enough to win the Schuylerville. We kind of, mission accomplished. We wanted to run very limited and come back here with the chamber loaded.
Yeah. Got you. Now you're going to be a father. Is it next month or what?
November 7th. I'm hoping that maybe I can find a Breeders' Cup horse, and then I have to make some difficult decisions.
Yeah. I know where you're going to be. St. John's. All right. Well done, Norm Cass with It's Cold in Dahair.
Congratulations to Norm and Gabby. That's tremendous. Expecting on a big weekend.
Yeah. I always
Breeders' Cup weekend.
Yeah, I always tried to plan in the middle of winter.
Good.
In the middle of Aqueduct. Although I will say that Tom actually had a Breeders' Cup runner in California the year I gave birth to my first, and I snuck on the plane.
Did you really?
Yeah, I was due November 29th, and we went out October 31st to California for a week. Yeah, so...
Horse racing comes
racing,
first.
Exactly.
We still have the nightcap coming up at Churchill. We'll get to that in a moment. 4-1 on It's Cold in Dahair. Florent Giroux, Norm Cass. So happy for Norm, too. He had that big win, as you mentioned. That was a big moment for him, winning that Schuylerville with those silks at the Mary Lou Whitney stable. Here's a look at the odds for the nightcap here. So 6.5 furlongs. Non-winners at 2 lifetime. $10,000 claiming tag. Steve Asmussen, I didn't know what to do with a rerun here.
She did. She stumbled badly at the start, losing pretty much all chances. I mean, she took 2 strides on her knees, and it really took her a while to recover. So therefore, she lost a lot of lengths in the early running of that race. And she was 3-5 that day, but she's a reclaim for the Asmussen barn, and also she was a reclaim for the Broberg barn. So I think that's always positive to see. Now, will she be able to overcome that? I don't know. And 2, she's turning back in distance. I don't know why all of a sudden we're going from, those 2 turn types of races to the 6.5 furlongs with a daughter of hard spun out of a Tappet mare. So, and it's not as if Steve has tremendous numbers with this type of move either, Greg.
1 for 17 lifetime for Arima. She has taken a lot of money right now. She was 9-2 morning line, 5-2 favorite right now in this finale under the Twin Spires, a beautiful sight on a gorgeous Thursday evening in Louisville. Opening night of this brief meet here in September. We'll be back with a nightcap right after this.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Back on America's Day at the Races. That's a gorgeous sight. Lady Liberty. You can play all the action for this Belmont meet. Just got started today. And all the action we bring you here on the program with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, get involved. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We'll get you all set for championship weekend, which, wow, it is right around the corner. And some of these races going to tell the story of who lines up in the starting gate at the Breeders' Cup. Belmont this weekend. Look at that. Jockey Club Derby, Oaks, and we'll have Lone Rock in that Grand Prix American Jockey Club Invitational. He's going to be a short price.
You think?
What do you think of Bolshoi Ballet getting back to where he won a Grade 1?
They say, cool. I mean, that's an epic shot from Churchill Downs. Literally can see the craters in the moon. But Bolshoi Ballet, connections saying that he appreciates the big, wide, sweeping turns here at Belmont and didn't love it so much at Saratoga. We also saw Ryan Moore be very aggressive with the horse because I think he got a little bit maybe burned a bit. Not burned. I don't know, maybe wise that the riders here don't actually go. And so he was trying to preempt that by being more forwardly placed. I don't love the fact that, and look, Aidan O'Brien can do it. I don't love the fact that he's making his third trip back here.
He's had to go
And had to
back
reroute, yeah, because of the vaccination problem.
Yeah.
We'll see.
For a young horse.
Yeah.
Ah.
Can take a toll.
Yep.
7th at Canterbury. Again, 5 furlongs on the turf. Maiden special weight. Everybody looking for that first win. And here's one who does have a race under his belt, but he's going to need a lot better. He's taking play, though, at 5-1.
Yeah, he is. He will turn back. You know, he had a bit of a trouble. He blew the first turn going 4 to 5 wide, then rushed up to the lead, then had nothing left. So the turn back does make sense.
7-2 favorite, Test Pilot.
And this one by Daredevil, who actually is 17% sire in turf sprints. I wasn't expecting that.
Driving my life away 10-1.
Not good stats for Wicked Strong in turf sprints. Not the best pedigree.
Diodoro Barn, Kiss Away, first time out.
Yeah, this one worked 10-1 at the OBS April sale. Moved like a turf sprinter, too, I thought. So Diodoro, always worth a look.
Here's a stablemate.
This one was acting up really badly in the paddock. Looks to be behaving himself, though, on the track.
Tiger Hunter, son of Lemon Drop Kid debuting.
Minnesota bred, trying open company, but has plenty of turf pedigree. The Dama Stakes winner on the turf.
Were you trying to do the accent? Because I heard it come out there.
Oh, what?
The Minnesota accent. It came out.
Oh, my gosh. Really?
10-1 on Thirsty Kiss.
It was
Cuts
Maryland.
back in distance.
Did kind of duck in at the gap when it met up with the chute and lost a lot of ground and ended up way further back than it needed to be.
Go Yoshka, first time out, went by. And then here is, we're up to the 9, Magoo.
I need to get faster with these post parades. I'm out of practice, Greg.
You're fine. 27-1 Indy lead debuting, Chris Richard.
Another Minnesota bred. I love midshipmen sprinting on the turf, though there isn't much pedigree on the bottom at all. Unraced dam.
Speed and a couple of dirt starts for St. Charles. Now gets on the lawn, blinkers on.
Yeah, for Cinco Charlie, 21% turf sprints. And this one, the dam went 2 for 16 on the turf. She hasn't produced much, but I thought a really interesting move getting this horse to the grass.
7-1 from the outside slot. There's the 6, who we may have skipped over. That is Tiger Hunter.
No, that's the one with the serious pedigree.
Oh, there we go.
For the turf that you're making fun of me for trying to do Minnesota accent. But Lemon Drop Kid, all the siblings have run well on the turf, and it's just maybe he does want to go longer. But at 16-1, this horse has the best turf pedigree of any of these.
16-1. All right, there you go. You can play all the action, of course. Drum roll with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and get started. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Take advantage of that $200 sign-up bonus with that promo code MATCH200. So our final race that we are going to bring you from Canterbury. They have a lot more coming up this evening. If you want to continue to follow along, you can play on the app. But this will be the last that we bring you from Canterbury. Still have the nightcap coming up from Churchill as well.
13 races tonight at Canterbury.
Late into the night.
Get some coffee if you're on the East Coast.
Including that Shakopee Juvenile.
Yeah, that's exciting. But we still have juveniles here.
By the way, that first timer ran earlier on. Horse might have been competitive in that race.
I should have put him in there. Joel Burns with that name. The son of Malibu Moon, we'll call him. Because Vinny's a Canuck. There we go.
Yeah, that horse was impressive first time out.
I had trouble, didn't break, and won quite comfortably.
So here it is Test Pilot, the Daredevil 2-year-old, who's the 3-1 favorite.
Why is this horse favored? There must be some story. The dam, she went 3 for 30 on the turf, and this is her first foal. And I know Daredevil actually, like I said, has good stats, but it's not as if he's some big, win first time out sire. There's some decent workouts from this horse, albeit on the dirt. I guess the money could, you always follow the money in these races.
Well, it's showing up here, no question, for Tim Padilla. 20% at the meet. Don't forget, we have our nightcap from Churchill 10 minutes away as well. There on the right-hand side of the screen, you see still the current favorite, mild favorite for Steve Asmussen. Just claim this horse. This horse has been incredibly popular in the claim box, despite a 1 for 17 record.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's as if she must train very well in the morning, and she must be relatively sound. That same connections keep going back in for her, but she doesn't put it all together on the racetrack. And maybe Steve saw something when he had her before.
Reclaim.
Had her before that. Maybe he thinks she can sprint. I don't know. I didn't see it with the pedigree, but in Steve Asmussen, we trust.
We do indeed. Had another 2-year-old winner earlier today, Cogburn. Incredible what he's done with his 2-year-olds. I mean, we talk about it every year, but this year, next level.
Whew, yeah. And like we said earlier, too, the gun runners have just been exceptionally good in his juvenile crop. I just want to get back quickly to this race as we see number 8, Go Yoshka, going to favoritism. $150,000 for this son of Lord Nelson, who is also a freshman sire. Has only one debut winner with 14. He has 1 out of 5 turf sprinting types of horse. But I like the workout, albeit at the Timonium sale, worked 22 flat, had some of that higher knee action, more like a turf horse, but really kind of got into a stride nicely. So it looks as though he's been training well, does have that long line of workout, so and you get the feeling that this horse is fit heading in here. I think the money is meaningful, but projected to take a lot of money too. The Dam, actually, this horse is half to a horse that that runs around here in Happy Farm.
Who we saw run earlier today.
Yeah.
For purse money only.
And
ran second.
3 horses to try the turf. All 3 won on it. Happy Farm has not been one that's run on the turf.
And it is your favorite right now.
Yeah.
So that's meaningful money, no question. There's the 8 moving in those lime green silks.
Tiger Hunter is my long shot. The Lemon Drop Kid son.
Pedigree play.
Yeah.
Double-digit odds right now.
The Minnesota. Can you do a Minnesota accent?
I cannot. I'm not even going to try and embarrass our show. But yeah, I think it inadvertently came out from you with that one.
My subconscious taking over. Yeah. So. We see the 9
gonna
loaded
load
without
the rider. That's Magoo.
Magoo. Has not produced anything. Title winner. She was an okay 2-year-old, though. This one is a son of Bayern, who actually is pretty good with his turf sprinters, as we see Nick Goodwin climbing aboard. I remember Nick Goodwin when I was a kid riding in Maryland. He's originally from Minnesota, but I wonder how old he is now. He's got to be in his 40s, I would think, because he was like 10 years older than I was.
It's prime for these riders.
Yeah.
St. Charles, we'll see if he can show speed. Blinkers going on. He's shown great speed on dirt. Will transfer to the grass. And with the equipment change, he's last in. Paul Allen, 7th from Canterbury Park.
And they're racing. Wonderful start to the final turf race of the Canterbury Park season. And St. Charles, like a shot, shoots out of the gate, puts 5 on the field. It's St. Charles from the outside, flying into the far turn. Cake Stomper is in second. After that, we come to Kiss Away, debuting 6 lengths from the lead to the inside of Juan Bravo. After that, it is Test Pilot advancing, 7 out of it. Test Pilot's to the inside, and about 8 lengths from the lead now, 5.5, 6 lengths clear from Magoo, and Magoo's running away from Indy lead. Then we come way back to Go Yoshka, and Go Yoshka's far out of it with Drive My Life Away, and they head for home. St. Charles gets erratic, and on the outside, Juan Bravo is challenging, and between them is Kiss Away. After that, it is 30 Kiss Late. St. Charles desperately holding on at 3-1. In fact, running away again. St. Charles with an enterprising win.
St. Charles, he broke like a rocket, and field started to come to him mid-stretch, and he found more.
And I'm learning that Luis Negron is very good at getting a horse out of the gate and staying out of their way. He was like a rocket ship out of there, as we see the second win on the night for Mr. Negron. And Chris Richard putting the blinkers on. He was wicked fast out of the gate, Greg.
It seemed like it was going to be over early if he could maintain. He did. Yeah, he was a shot Impressive. I think we're going to see him stay on the lawn going forward. Wow, got bet down to co-favoritism at 3-1, by the way. Nightcap, Churchill still to come. Take a look at one of these long shots here. My Alimony. The horse interesting, though. Maybe the speed of the race. Look at this gorgeous night at Churchill. We'll be back.
As she comes to the Run Happy finish line, Run Up Jog.
But it is all Happy Soul to win the 109th running of the Astoria.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Red. Good boy. Hey, Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? Huh? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. And we have the nightcap coming up from Churchill Downs. Want to let everyone know we do have an objection, by the way, back at Canterbury Park. Finished 11-5-4-2. First and third place finishers flashing on the board, so the 4 has lodged an objection against the 11.
It looked as though the 11 did drift into his path, but was he ever going to go by? As St. Charles did want to lean out a bit throughout the whole running of this race.
Odds, for the nightcap here at Churchill, 6.5 furlongs to close it out. Non-winners of 2 lifetime. And it was Arima, the 2 favored throughout most of the wagering. Now it's the 11 Mamalu, one of the major players certainly in this race. Won on synthetic last start. Here's long shot, Ike Likes from the rail.
Yeah, as Ike Likes doesn't like much.
4-1 on Arima, Asmus, and Reclaim, as you mentioned.
Arima, she's going to try to turn back in distance. Maybe Steve has seen something with her that suggests that she'll handle the 6.5 furlongs, as he owns this one, too.
Golden Grant, John Ortiz drops down a class.
I thought this horse was interesting. As you mentioned, gets the class relief, turning back in distance makes sense.
Post-break, this happened a few moments ago. This is a late scratch, actually, so this 5 no longer in the race, so that's why you're seeing the 5.
Yeah.
Bethy we'll see next at 18-1. Darren Miller, maiden win at Churchill back in June.
As Bethy will be ridden by Chase Miller, Darren's son.
La Turista.
La Turista
12-1.
Yeah, as you said, I think she's a bit of a player. You know, she seems as though she's a bit one-paced. We'll see how aggressive we see her handled from the onslaught.
4-1 morning line. I thought she was the one to beat. Mending, Juan Cano, Adam Beschizza. Here's the 9, Dance On Over, Tom Amos.
She stopped pretty badly.
And we had to cut that short because they are loading right now. Let's check in quickly with Frank Lyons.
Oh, La Turista. No. Hey guys, so in this race, I like the 7, La Turista, shipping in here from Prairie Meadows, gets a new trainer change. Kelly Martinez takes over. It's 13-1 on the board right now as they're loading up. I think the 7, La Turista, is going to take a lot of beating.
Frank, thank you. It's the nightcap from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bethy comes bounding out of there, quickly grabs the lead, mending his away well too. My Alimony joins them to make it 3 across the track. Golden Grant toward the inside is up close. Time's on my side, races up on the extreme outside, and Mama Lou's in that early mix as well. Down the backstretch run, My Alimony and Mending head-to-head with an oncoming Mama Lou up into 3rd. Bethy's racing 4th, Golden Grant is 5th. Time's on my side is now 6th. Latourist is not far behind in 7th. Ike Likes on the move down inside 8th. Many more promises pushed along in 9th. Dance on over toward the inside. It's 10th and only 5 lengths off the lead. Arima is the last of them all. Round the far turn, it's Mending in front, hounded by Mama Lou through an opening quarter in 23-1. Time's on my side, hovering to the outside, 3 wide while 3rd. Farther back, Bethy in 4th. Golden Grant finding stride toward the inside as they come for the top of the stretch. Mama Lou's looking for the lead. Mending is fighting on. They're head and head off the turn together. Mama Lou's short lead. Mending fights on toward the rail. Mending is back in front. Dance on over is weaving through the pack. Inside, switching outside, 3 lengths to make up. It's Mama Lou in front. Mending continues to battle. These two head and head for the lead. Latourist delayed on the scene as well. They're coming for the finish. It's Mama Lou and a pesky Mending, and it's Mama Lou the winner. Mama Lou wins it. Mending was 2nd. Dancing Over was 3rd. Latourista was 4th, and Times on My Side was 5th.
Mama Lou and Florent Giroux back to close out the card.
Make a rap about that. As Mama Lou, she's only had 1 dirt sprint, and it was a good effort, her fastest race to date. The Dam was a stakes-winning dirt sprinter, and she is a full sister to Forewarned, as well as a half to Fortune's Fool, who is a pretty good dirt sprinter. So there's plenty of pedigree for her to relish getting back to the main track.
Yeah, I mean, last time she was on the main track, it was at Churchill. She ran very good. Going 7 furlongs, 7-2 in the end, winning that battle. Maybe we'll try and get to these prices before we sign off. Going to sign off here in a moment. Tomorrow at Belmont, race 7, 6 furlongs on the turf. The Allied Forces, purse of $100,000, and Christophe Clement will send out Big Everest, who just won at a mile at Saratoga pretty impressively.
I mean, it was like he was shot out of a cannon, Greg, winning this race, as we will see a beautiful textbook Joel Rosario ride, saving ground from that inside post position, just switched out seamlessly. And once this guy really gets into stride, I love how he finds gears. You can see him. He finds 1 gear, 2 gear, 3 gears, and then boom. And it's not as if this race completely collapsed either. So he wins under wraps here. Seems like he is the new kid on the block, and he's a talented kid too.
And not worried about cutting back?
No. If anything, he gets maybe a little bit more pace to close into too, to kind of accentuate that late kick that he has.
That's coming up tomorrow. That is the 7th on the card. Also the Christie Cat, that would follow it. That will be the 8th. So look forward to those 2 stakes on Friday, and then we get serious on Saturday. Jockey Club Derby and the Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. Lone Rock in that Grand Prix American Jockey Club Invitational. Sunday we have the Pebbles. It's going to be a fun opening weekend of this fall meet here at Belmont.
And like I said, come out, bring the family on Saturday. Hopefully the weather looks to be good for Saturday. Great racing, and just a great day to have fun outdoors. Greatest game played outdoors.
Get it? Yeah, this is some of the best weather we've had in New York.
Don't jinx it, Greg.
No,
we
sorry.
had a bit of a rough Saratoga, but
Stewards
it's
were taking a look at Canterbury. No change in the end. St. Charles, that
Good.
victory upheld 11-5-4-2. It stands.
I think it should have stood.
St. Charles looked pretty good.
Yeah, he did. What a little fast rocket ship of a turf sprinter. So congratulations.
Yeah, I would think staying on the grass, no question. what race you most looking forward to coming up this weekend?
I mean, I love to see Lone Rock do his thing. He's a fun horse to watch because he has that big loping stride and he just relishes the going. But looking forward to, the 2 races that we have, the final of the series, the Turf Triple Series, and who's going to get, back on top. Is Bolshoi Ballet going to be able to run well here again?
We will find out this weekend. It was a fun opening day of the meet, and I know first horse we're going to see here to send it out. I should let you take it. How about Temple?
On Yom Kippur. Hunch
How about
bet of the
that?
day. Thanks,
for the Tom
Dave
Morley
Reddick.
barn. Well done for the fam. So Union for Brian Lynch. And one of your favorite riders getting the job done.
Mitchell Merle.
7th at Churchill. In the books. We'll see you tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time on FS2.